coalition. This paved way for the 9th Parliament that ran from 2003 to 2007. Present-day Parliament building along Parliament Road in Nairobi is among Kenya's most iconic landmarks. This Victorian architectural masterpiece is where our elected representatives meet to make laws that affect our country and by extension anyone living in it. But Parliament building hasn't always been on this spot. The journey that led to the laying of the foundation stone of Parliament as we know it today began over 100 years ago. Being a British colony, the first recorded sitting of Parliament was that of the Colonial Legislative Council in August 1907. It was composed of 7 members and was chaired by the then Governor, Sir James Hayes Sadler. The all-whites Legislative Council comprised 4 ex officio and 3 official members, all nominated by the governor. This first meeting was held in an old wooden and corrugated iron sheets building off the then White House Road, where the current Railway Golf Club stands, off the present-day Haile Selassie Avenue in Nairobi. For the next 13 years, the Legislative Council met in that humble building or at Government House in either Nairobi or Mombasa. In 1920, accommodation for the Legislative Council was rented in the Memorial Hall, which is today's Bank of India, along Kenyatta Avenue, where it was hosted until 1953. During the period of tenancy at Memorial Hall, various milestones were achieved. In October 1944, the governor nominated Eliot Mathu to represent the African interests in the council by taking the place of one European who represented the Africans. Mathu became the first black African member of the Legislative Council. In 1946, one more African was appointed to replace another European in the council. And in 1948, the governor, who had all along presided over the Legislative Council, appointed a speaker, Mr. W.K. Horn, to take his place and to preside over future meetings. This marked the beginning of speakership in the history of the Kenyan Parliament. By the time the foundation stone of present-day Parliament building was being laid in 1952, the number of African-nominated members had increased to 6, and Clerk A.W. Purvis appointed to the Legislative Council. After over 30 years in the Memorial Hall, the Legislative Council moved into the current location of Parliament buildings in the city square of Nairobi. These buildings were officially opened by the then Governor, Sir Evelyn Baring, on Tuesday 16th February 1954. In May 1956, Her Majesty the Queen of England gave authority for Kenya's legislature to possess a mace. In November 1956, a mace which was made of mvuli was placed on the table of the House during the opening of the 11th Council. The official mace, made of ivory and silver gilt, was completed and presented to the Speaker by the Governor at the sitting of the Council on 20th April 1958. The mace symbolizes the authority of the House and the Chair and is placed on the table with its head facing the majority or government side. The First Lancaster Conference of January 1960 made it apparent that Kenya would soon attain independence and therefore laid out the constitutional framework for the country. The Second Lancaster House Constitutional Conference of February 1962 bore a new constitution that provided for the former Legislative Council to be replaced by 2 houses, the Senate and the House of Representatives.
Gentlemen, this conference is of crucial importance to the future of Kenya. Upon the degree of our success or failure will depend the well-being, the livelihood, and perhaps even the physical safety of all the citizens of Kenya, of whatever race or creed.
There were to be 41 senators elected to represent the administrative districts and 117 constituency elected members of the House of Representatives. 12 specially elected members chosen by the House sitting in an electoral college, and the Attorney General as an ex officio member. Each House was to elect its own Speaker. In February 1963, final constitutional review and consultations were held in Nairobi. A general election was held in May 1963, in which KANU, led by Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, won the overall majority against the other parties. Kenya's internal self-rule commenced on 1st June 1963, popularly known as Madaraka Day. And on 12th December 1964, Kenya became a republic, with the day now observed as Jamhuri Day. In 1963, it became necessary to enlarge the parliament buildings to accommodate the increased number of legislators and to cater for the second chamber. HRH, the Duke of Edinburgh, laid the foundation stone for expansion on 13th December 1963. The extensions were completed and officially opened by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, on Tuesday, the 2nd November 1965. By 1966, it was apparent that bicameralism wasn't ideal for the needs of independent Kenya. Consequently, both houses resolved upon an amendment of the Constitution of Kenya to merge the Senate and the House of Representatives. This amalgamation gave rise to a single chamber, the National Assembly. It comprised of 158 constituency elected members, 12 specially elected members, and 2 ex officio members, the Speaker and the Attorney General. 41 new constituencies were created for the serving senators. This became effective from 5th January 1967, when the House was prorogued, and upon resumption of Parliament on 15th February 1967, the National Assembly sat for the first time as a unicameral House. The first Parliament of independent Kenya ran from 1963 through to 1969 under the speakership of Sir Humphrey Slade in the House of Representatives and Honorable Timothy Chokwe in the Senate. The first Parliament was dissolved on 7th November 1969, giving way to the second general elections, which ushered in the second Parliament that sat from 1970 through to 1974 under the speakership of Honorable F.M. Mathu. Leonard Ngugi served as the first clerk of the National Assembly. His Excellency the President Mzee Jomo Kenyatta died on 22nd August 1978 and was succeeded as President by Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi, who dissolved the Third Parliament on 20th September 1979, and subsequent general elections were held on 8th November 1979, giving rise to the Fourth Parliament. Honorable Mathu's speakership ended with the Fifth Parliament between 1983 and 1987. The Sixth Parliament, that ran from 1988 to 1992 under the speakership of Honorable Moses Arap Keino and later on Professor Jonathan Ngeno, was dissolved on 28th October 1992. Subsequent elections held in December 1992 ushered in multipartism in the Seventh Parliament, which lasted until 1997. The Seventh Parliament, with Honorable Francis Ole Kaparo as the fifth Speaker of post-independent Kenya, was dissolved on 10th November 1997, and the Eighth Parliament elected with increased membership of 210 members during the elections of 29th and 30th December 1997. The Eighth Parliament was dissolved on 25th October 2002. The elections of 2002 witnessed changes in the political leadership, where KANU, the ruling party since independence, was defeated by the NARC coalition. This paved way for the Ninth Parliament that ran from 2003 to 2007, marking the end of Honorable Kaparo's speakership. The Ninth Parliament lasted until 22nd October 2007, when it was dissolved, giving way to the 10th Parliament. The 10th Parliament, under the speakership of Honorable Kenneth Marende, spanned 2008 to 2012 and accommodated a coalition government. The promulgation of the 2010 Constitution saw the return of a bicameral system of parliament that was witnessed in the first post-independent parliament. It provided for the National Assembly and the Senate. As a result, the 11th Parliament has 2 speakers, one for each house. Honorable Justin Muturi is the Speaker of the National Assembly and Honorable Ekwe Ethuro is Speaker of the Senate. Every 5 years, there are national elections and a new government formed, or the existing one returned, and a new parliament assembles. Members of parliament come and go, but the traditions, procedures, and duties of our parliament have been handed down over hundreds of years and will be with us for many years to come.
My name is William Kipkemoi Kisang, MB Marakwet West, and the chair of the Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation of National Assembly. As an ICT or technology committee, we oversight the Ministry of ICT. The mandate of the committee is to oversight, appropriate funds for the same 2 state departments. You know, for the last 1 year, we've had over 56 meetings as a committee. We have considered 3 bills. We have considered 2 legislative proposals. We have had several questions and 1 statement. In the same time, we have also done vetting for the data commissioner. We vetted the data commissioner, Madam Immaculate Kasait, 2019. We went through all the process. And I'm happy to report that that office is already in place. We have also appropriated funds to the same office. I want to assure Kenyans that come 2022 elections, from what we have done with this office, we need to assure Kenyans that our data will be safe. Secondly, what we did also during the same time is what we call KICA, Kenya Information Communication Act of 1998 that was amended 2014-2015. There are amendments that were brought in on how to make use of universal service funds. On the legislative agenda that we've done is Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Amendment Act. There is an amendment that was brought in. This is basically to ensure, our youth, our children are not exposed to pornography. That is before the House, and I believe before end of this session, we should be done because the committee sat, we had public participation, we've done our report, we are only awaiting second reading and third reading, and basically the bill will be signed. Another one that is before the committee that we've also considered is Ict Practitioners Bill. This bill came also in the last parliament and it was withdrawn that time, and this time it has also been brought by a member of the committee. And we have considered, I know there were several challenges, but at least we had a compromise between the public, stakeholders, and also the proposal of the bill. And the bill is already before the House. We've tabled our report and we await a second reading so that the bill can go to all the other stages and eventually be signed. And this particular bill, basically, when it becomes law, it means the ICT practitioners are going to be licensed, they'll be registered, and basically we put order into the industry because now there's no order. We have order for lawyers, there is human resource We have public relations officers, we have doctors, we have all these practitioners. It's only this particular sector that we do not have regulation in place. But I believe when this law is passed, basically we should have order in the industry. There is one that has disturbed everybody in the country, our youth particularly, that has become addictive. There are people who have lost life, committed suicide. There are people who have not paid their school fees. This is what we call betting and gaming, both online and through radio and TV. So we did an inquiry, and we are at the final stages of adopting the report and tabling the report. Finally, as a committee, every financial year, we appropriate money to the same state departments, and then we also ensure we monitor and oversight the funds that have been allocated. And I want to report to the country that for the last few years, we have given money to these state departments to ensure, because of also the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic that has ravaged the country and the whole world, is we have allocated money for fiber optic. So this now I want to report that basically by end of this year, we should have internet, fiber optic facility connection to every sub-county hospital, every sub-county headquarters, and then operators and also ICT authority that have been given license to do last mile will continue to do last mile to ensure every ward of this, every sub-location, every school, every polling station is connected to internet, so that it's easy to work. Even if we say we continue learning online, no one should be disadvantaged. Because recently, when students started learning online, those in rural areas were disadvantaged. So, and we don't want this thing to be repeated again. That's why we are given resources to ensure internet is available across the country.
My name is Florence Mutua, Chairperson, Education and Research Committee. The committee, in accordance with the second schedule of the National Assembly standing order, the committee is mandated to provide oversight on policy issues relating to education, training, and research. In executing its mandate, the committee oversees the Ministry of Education and the Teacher Service Commission. The business we have transacted as a committee during the period under review, the committee held a total of 111 sittings and considered the following business: 10 bills, 25 legislative proposals, 45 statements, 144 questions, 9 petitions, and we undertook 3 inquiries as a committee. The committee achievements, among others, realized the following. Legislation. The Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate number 26 of 2018, the committee considered the Early Childhood Education Bill, sponsored by the Leader of the Majority in the Senate, which has since been enacted in January 2021. The bill sought to provide a legal framework for the implementation of early childhood education by county governments in line with their functions as set out in the Constitution. Among others, the committee considered questions on the release of KCSE certificates in line with the presidential directive by heads of secondary schools to candidates owing the school fees balance. The committee interrogated the Ministry of Education on the matter, which resulted to issuance of a circular to secondary schools heads to facilitate the release of certificates for all candidates who completed Form 4 unconditionally. At the same time, schools were urged to enter into agreements with the concerned students on settling of pending school fees so as to not jeopardize smooth running of schools. During the period under review, the committee considered, among others, the petition presented by the Speaker of the National Assembly on behalf of one Mr. David Okoti Olumasi and 2 others on the violation of the right to relevant education and training by the Egerton University. Upon engagement with the Ministry of Education, the committee directed the universities to cooperate with all stakeholders to design their courses and programs and seek prior approval of the professional regulatory bodies to ensure that graduates are accredited to practice their respective professions and be eligible for gainful employment. The committee also considered the petition presented by one Amos Ndugu Kamodho of Nairobi on the proposal for repeal of sections of the Universities Act 2012 pertaining to the elections of the university students, leaders. The committee engaged the Ministry of Education on the matter, resulting in the review of the Universities Act on the mode of election of student leaders. The section engaged with the State Department of Early Learning and Basic Education. The committee held engagements with the State Department, which is responsible for running and administration of early, primary, and secondary education in the country. From the engagements, the committee has so far allocated Kenya shillings 3.2 billion towards infrastructural development to improve learning facilities in primary schools across the country. The committee has also been monitoring the implementation of the digital learning program, whose aim is to equip learners with information, communication and technology, skills born out of the government's vision to make sure every pupil is prepared for today's digital world, and to transform learning in Kenya into a 21st century education system. The committee continuously engages the ministry to ensure that free primary education and free day secondary education capitation funds are disbursed to schools on time at the beginning of the school term. The impact of this is that school programs are not interrupted due to a late release of funds, and that every Kenyan child has access to free basic education, which is a fundamental right. During the period under review, the committee scrutinized various policies and reviewed programs regarding vocational and technical training to promote access and equity in training to ensure standards, quality, and relevance. The series of reforms targeted at expanding youth access to training, improving the quality of training, and better matching of training skills to the demand of the labor market. In addition, the committee engaged the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, an agency under the State Department, to review the policy on textbook policy supply and distribution. This was to guarantee that books are delivered to the schools in a timely and cost-effective manner and as per the number of learners in schools. As a result, ratio 1 book to 1 learner was achieved in schools for the country for the first time ever. Finally, engagement with the Teacher Service Commission. During the period under review, the committee engaged the Teacher Service Commission on management of the teaching service and policy matters. The committee approved the policy on recruitment of intern teachers as a stopgap measure to address teacher shortage.
My name is Silas Tiren. I represent Moibeni constituency in Uasin Gishu County, and the chair of Agricultural Committee and Livestock. The Department of Agriculture Committee is one of the 15 departmental committees of the National Assembly established under Standing Orders 216 and is mandated to investigate, inquire into, and report on all matters relating to the mandate, management, activities, administration, operations, and estimates of the assigned ministries and departments. Mandate of the committee in accordance with the second schedule of Standing Orders. The committee is mandated to consider matters of agriculture, livestock, and fisheries, development, production, and marketing. In executing its mandate, the committee oversees the following government departments: the State Department of Cooperative and Agriculture and Research, the State Department of Livestock, State Department of Fisheries, Aquaculture, and Blue Economy. During the period under review, the committee was able to achieve the following. 1, the committee had 64 sittings to execute the mandate. The committee considered 3 bills, 4 legislative proposals, 2 petitions, 41 questions, and 5 statements. The committee successfully considered the T-bill, Senate Bill number 36 of 2018, which was assented to on the 23rd December 2020 and came into commencement on the 11th January 2021. The committee further concluded on the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bill number 68 of 2019, which is in the Committee of the Whole House stage. The Sugar Bill...
The case was busy and entertained as we waited. I want to introduce to you the session chair for the moment. The Honorable Deputy Speaker will take over from there as we start the session. Give her a clap as she takes the mic.
I now wish to call this meeting to order. And to begin, I wish to invite the following persons to pray. The Honorable Member for Mandera West Constituency, Honorable Aden Haji. I also wish to call to lead us in prayers the Honorable Member for Gilgil Constituency, Honorable Martha Wangari. Thank you. Yeah, you know.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, we shall pray in Arabic. اللهم ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. اللهم إنك عفو كريم تحب العفو فاعف عنا. اللهم إنك عفو كريم تحب العفو فاعف عنا يا كريم. ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. آمين.
Let us pray. Father, in Jesus' name, we come to you this morning. We come to you with thanksgiving in our hearts. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for the gift of good health. We pray, God, even as we start this induction meeting, that you'll be with us. We thank you for these members that have gone through a grueling campaign, that you have given them a privileged position in this society. We pray for the leadership of our country, from the president, from the deputy president. We pray, God, as we begin this 13th Parliament, as we undertook in the oath, that you'll be with us, to be able to conscientiously serve our people diligently and to protect their interests as we took in the oath. And we pray that you'll guide us to have a smooth start, and we'll thank you at the end of it. In Jesus' name we pray. And now we wind up with the parliamentary prayer. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare for our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Thank you, honorable members. I now wish to invite the Acting Clerk of the National Assembly, Madam Sarah Kiyoko, to make her remarks.
So the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula, the Honorable Justice Martha Koome, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, represented here today by the President of the Court of Appeal, the Honorable Justice Daniel Musinger, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Gladys Kosgei-Bos, Honorable members of the National Assembly, our resource persons with us here today, and I want to make special mention to Dr. Elisha Zebedi Ogoya, who is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow colleagues, members of staff, good morning. It is indeed a great honor and privilege for me to welcome you to this induction retreat for honorable members of the National Assembly of the 13th Parliament. I would like to begin by once again congratulating all of you honorable members for successfully persuading the electorate to elect you to represent them in the august House. I once again, as I did the other day, want to salute you for making it to Parliament. And this includes those of you who have been specially elected to this Parliament to represent special interests. I once again want to pay special recognition to the members who have been re-elected to this 13th Parliament. Whether you are in the 12th Parliament, honorable members, or in the preceding parliaments, your unrelenting desire to serve the people of Kenya is quite commendable, so I congratulate you. Honorable members and Honorable Speaker, this is our third major activity since you were elected. I'm sure members will recall that the first two activities, the first one was your orientation, which we conducted shortly after you were elected, and even before you are sworn in. And the next activity was the first sitting of the National Assembly, during which you were sworn in. Honorable members, allow me to mention at this point that 348 members of the National Assembly have so far been sworn in to office, and that includes the Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Deputy Speaker. We have members, 2 members who are remaining. As you know, the National Assembly has 350 members. But 2 members are yet to be sworn in, but they will be sworn in as soon as practicable. And these 2 members, the ones that are yet to be sworn in, if you remember when during your swearing in, I informed you that there was 1 member who was yet to be nominated because there was a matter that was going on in court. That was a member from the Wiper Party. That member has now been sworn in. His name is the Honorable Mbakar Talib, who will be sworn in. We had invited him to this function. He's already gazetted, but he's not yet sworn in. It's now gazetted. We had invited him to this function so that he's able to benefit together with you. And the other honorable member is the Honorable Mohammed Tubi, and that member is indisposed. Please continue to keep him in your prayers, but we are in touch. He's recuperating. Honorable members, this induction event is designed to help you settle down in Parliament with ease. It is also intended to enable you get ready for the sittings of the House and the sittings of committees. It will also enable you to acquaint yourselves with the various aspects of business of the House and provide time for you to engage with key resource persons who are important stakeholders in the functioning of our Parliament, that is from the other arms of government. It will also familiarize yourself during this retreat with the functions and responsibilities that you have, the constitutional responsibilities that you have been given as a member of Parliament. You'll also have opportunity, honorable members, to meet some key staff of the parliamentary service who will be facilitating you and providing you with the necessary support in the execution of your constitutional role throughout the parliamentary term. Finally, the induction will also offer you, returning members, an opportunity to share experiences about your life as a member of Parliament. As you can see, the theme of this workshop captures the purpose of this workshop, that is, setting the stage for a smooth takeoff. The scope of this induction is wide, and it is well diversified, as it covers areas ranging from general issues to purely technical issues. And indeed, the induction event has been structured into sessions carefully selected to introduce you as a member of Parliament to what being a member of the National Assembly entails. And broadly, the program will cover aspects relating to your role as an individual member, your collective mandate as the 13th Parliament's National Assembly, and the relationship with other arms of government, and the need for you to balance between family, your constituency, and the Kenyan society at large. It's a very wide responsibility, honorable members, but we know you will be equal to the task. The program is designed to give you a 360-degree exposure of the working of a member of the National Assembly. And some of the key topics that will be covered include an overview of the mandate and functions of Parliament, parliamentary powers and privileges, interlinkages and interdependence between Parliament and the judiciary. We'll also cover diplomacy, etiquette and reputation management for you as a legislator, among other topics. These preliminary sections will enable you to have a general overview of your role as a member of Parliament and how this plays out in your interaction while in the House, in committees, as well as with other arms of government and the public. The subsequent sessions of the induction will focus on your actual work in the House and in committees. I would like to urge members to note that the highly procedural nature of Parliament calls for an equally high level of commitment to the rules of procedure and the institution of Parliament. So serious familiarization is therefore necessary to help you sharpen your competences, which you already have, in order for you to function optimally. Senior members of staff of the Parliamentary Service Commission will facilitate breakout sessions where you will be helped to understand the important aspects of what you are expected to do. These include the rules of procedure of the House, the committee system, the formulation of law, the budget-making process, and the public finance management. And under the direction of the Honorable Deputy Speaker, who will be chairing the overall chair of the breakaway sessions, my staff will be at hand to advise on the various breakout groups that you can join in order to receive guidance on the modalities that will be employed to ensure that you alternate between the different breakout groups in a bid to facilitate your attendance of the sessions. Maybe members, I want to explain that if you look at the program, it may look repetitive because the breakout sessions are daily. Just to point out to you that the reason is because of the number that we are as National Assembly. So members will be rotating. Every session will have like 68 members at any one given time. So that if on Tuesday you have gone through procedure, on Wednesday you will not be repeating procedure. So there is no repetition. You will be going to committees. Another person who was at committees will be going through procedure. Another group will be going through the budget making process. So that by the end of the day, it's like a rotation of some kind to help you get to know how each function of the National Assembly operates. I hope that is clear, honorable members. So it is not repetition. It is just to manage the numbers that we have as National Assembly. And I once again want to request members to attend the breakaway groups because the information to be shared will equip you to ably carry out your special constitutional roles as set out in Article 95 of the Constitution. And on the third day of the induction retreat, honorable members, a session has been organized for you to interact with the Inspector General of the National Police Service and the Director General of the National Intelligence Service. They will come to address you in a camera session on matters of national security and their relevance to you as national leaders. Matters concerning your welfare as members of Parliament will also be addressed in a session that will provide you with an overview of the facilities and services provided by the Parliamentary Service Commission, and some of them as executed under the office of the Clerk of the National Assembly, others executed under the office of the Director General Parliamentary Joint Services, and others executed under the the Center for Parliamentary Studies and Training, the CPST. We have also invited the chairperson of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, who will come to make a presentation on your remuneration and benefits. So members, okay, let's members. Since the Honorable Speaker is around, this is a program that we had organized for you. It is your program, and with the guidance of the Honorable Speaker, we can amend it so that it suits the way you want it to be. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, honorable members, we will stand guided, members. Okay. Okay, members. Okay, members. You are. Okay, members. Can we then let's maintain order. The Honorable Speaker is here. We will be guided by the Speaker so that we can do what we ought to do. Moving on, honorable members. Okay, members. We can make amendments to this program to suit what you want it to be. So on matters concerning honorable members, let's continue The speaker will guide you the way you want the program to be. It doesn't have to be the way we had wanted it to be. The speaker will guide you. So the work of Parliament, honorable members, and the constitutional responsibilities of a member of Parliament have increasingly become complex, with an enlightened populace keen on holding elected members and Parliament to account. And the past two parliaments under the bicameral arrangements have witnessed robust engagements with the ever-inquisitive populace. And I know, without exception, the 13th Parliament is going to face the same inquisitive populace. So to facilitate you to cope with these demands, the Parliamentary Service Commission has recruited for you competent staff in the various directorates. And at the beginning and in this meeting, I would like to urge you, members, to make use of the staff available to you, both the staff in committee services, in procedure, in drafting, and also in the budget-making process, so that you will be able to be properly exposed to do your work. Honorable members, while I go on to conclude my remarks, this is a first activity in terms of equipping you to execute your roles. Following this induction program, we are going to organize specific induction programs for you at committee level, so that once committees have been selected and put in place and members have been assigned, you will have an opportunity to have specific induction programs at committee level. Later on, we shall also organize another event for you to be able to review after a short while how you started and how you are continuing. This is the post-election seminar. Besides that, there will be continuous capacity development for members in Kenya and also through exposure, so that you are able to do your work. We have plenty of materials that we have given you, which you will find members. Please allow me to we get to start working as soon as possible. Since Parliament will be being opened not after a very short while, a long while after this, we had to do this event here. The inconveniences that you underwent last night, I take this opportunity on behalf of management to apologize to you, and we will make every effort to make sure that you are comfortable. I want to thank you for your understanding, and at this juncture, call upon the Deputy Speaker to make her remarks and carry the program forward. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Moses Wetangula, Speaker of the National Assembly, the Honorable Justice Daniel Musinger, Judge of Appeal and President of the Court of Appeal, representing the Chief Justice, Justice Martha Koome, honorable members, Madam Clerk of the National Assembly, Madam Sarah Kioko, Dr. Elisha Zebedi Ongoya, Advocate of the High Court of Kenya, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me to begin my remarks by congratulating all honorable members, individually and collectively, for their recent election victory, and to have the opportunity to serve this nation. Indeed, it is a privileged position. Out of 50 million Kenyans, you are the select 349 persons to represent our country. The promotion of good governance requires a parliament that can effectively perform the three cardinal functions of representation, oversight regarding the executive, and lawmaking. As parliamentarians, we must build a better tradition of rule adherence and integrity to ensure the greater public confidence in the political process and in our common vocation. Our role as members does not mean, however, that we are going to spend most of our time in the House at plenary. As we are going to find out during this induction, an MP spends far more time working outside the House. The job transcends across a range of portfolios. One time you will find yourself participating in committee interactions with other arms of government and members of public during public participation. You will find yourself listening to your constituents. At other times, you will find yourself, like I did when I was following up on the pesticide petition that I put in Parliament, spending long hours with scientists, training me and explaining to me the dangers of the pesticides that I was proposing to have banned in the country. So yes, you will spend a lot of time outside plenary. You will also spend a lot of time explaining the decisions of Parliament to the electorate. For example, when the public debt ceiling was raised by Parliament, then members of the public will take you on, and it will be your responsibility as a parliamentarian to use every avenue and every platform you have to ensure that you explain all those issues. Honorable members, your mandate, as I have briefly mentioned, is wide and calls for adequate preparation on your part. The theme for this induction is setting the stage for a smooth takeoff. This was carefully selected to reflect this reality. This theme refers to the consequent transition to the 13th Parliament, requiring an efficient and effective framework for enhancing people and adopting best practices in so doing. Aware that a number of you are first-time members of Parliament, it is important that we undertake this induction training to leverage on our skills and competencies in our legislative work. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, key among the issues to be discussed in this induction is the committee system of Parliament. As you are aware, the Committee of the House are the workshop of Parliament and play a pivotal role in the work of Parliament. Committees will accord members an opportunity to adequately serve the people they represent. Under the revised National Assembly standing orders, the number of committees have been increased and their respective mandates reconstituted. I therefore encourage those who will become chairpersons of committees to be diligent and proactive and responsive in their work. Chairpersons of committees should raise any issues that they require to be addressed at the meetings of the liaison committee, which I undertake to hold regularly. This will ultimately aid in the improving the workings and output of the House during this parliamentary term. Honorable members, I wish to state that the induction retreat serves as a benchmark for future engagements in the House. Therefore, I implore members to dutifully attend the sessions, even for those who are re-elected members and who have attended previous inductions of Parliament. It is also an opportunity and and almost an obligation for senior members of Parliament who are on their second term and above to also use it as an opportunity to train and teach and induct the new members of Parliament. I know that I was privileged in a session like this 5 years ago to be adopted by the Honorable Pukose, Member of Parliament of Endebess, and he sat with me throughout the sessions in Parliament and helped me on many occasions to know what to do. I would ask him, I want to say this, and he would tell me, it's a point of order, and then I would go on. So yes, I ask each and every one of the senior members of Parliament to adopt a new member of Parliament. I also request that you reach out to the members of staff of the Parliamentary Service, because Parliament has some of the most brilliant brains in the country. The economists in the Parliamentary Office are some of the best I have ever seen in my life in the public service. The lawyers are also top grade. And believe me, as a law teacher, if they say they are top grade, they are top grade. Leverage on them, and they will be able to assist you. And I know that I have one whose name I will hold. I call him my Bunge professor, because every time I would bounce ideas on him, and it was of great support. I urge all new members to use that method. It does work. Honorable members, before I conclude my remarks, I wish to highlight a few tips for success, especially for the new members among us, which we can use to guide us in our role as representatives of the people. 1, learn the guiding norms, the Constitution, the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act, and the National Assembly Standing Orders. I know that I was told by our immediate former leader of majority, Aden Duale, that MP for Garissa, who then said to me, if you don't learn the standing orders, you then will not have any confidence and you won't be able to speak up. So if you know the standing orders, it gives you more confidence to be able to address the House. Thank you for that advice, leader. Secondly, manage the NGCDF well, and for the women representatives, the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, because if you manage that well, you surely will be re-elected. 3, listen to your people. Unfortunately, most MPs wait until the last year of their term in Parliament to start doing what they call listening to the ground. Nasikiza ground. Start listening now to the people you represent, or else you will live to regret. I know, and when we talk about listening to the ground and representing your people, it doesn't necessarily mean even it's being their voice at a national platform. You have to be their voice. I know some people one time said, but Gladys didn't campaign much on the ground. And I said to them, I've been campaigning for 4 years. When I was involved in the BBI campaign, that was representing my people. When I was involved in the Inua Mama campaign, that was representing my people. So representing your people doesn't necessarily confine you to interacting personally with them, but being their voice at the national level. When I made TV appearances, it was not for showbiz. I was the voice of my people at the national stage, the people that I represent. And number 4, be present. It does not, one of the issues you will realize here, that many of the persons who have been elected to Parliament, in this 13th Parliament, are either patrons of the NCDF, or they were personal assistants of the Member of Parliament, or they were maybe the chairperson of the board. Why? Because that was the person closest to the people. So it is important to be present. Don't just send a check to the ground with your personal assistant. Believe me, they'll replace you soon enough. And do not agree to be isolated. Be close to the people. I know that I refuse to have any of my bodyguards in sight at all. I tell them, I don't want my people to see you. You just have to stay somewhere and watch out. But you can't flag people in front of out of my way, because that way you get isolated. And lastly, sharpen your debate and oversight skills. Your participation in respective committees gives you a training ground. If you want to be a great debater and a hawk-eyed member in relation to oversight matters, attend committee meetings and participate in committee meetings. It will make you a much better debater on the floor. Also, if it is not a matter, the matter is coming before the House and it was not before your committee, always the staff members and researchers at the parliamentary offices would be happy to give you notes and be able to take you through the issues. And therefore, make good use of them. They are extremely helpful. I recall a member in the 12th Parliament who never attended any committee meetings. One day, he was put to task on a matter being contributed to in the House. All he could say is, "Nisawa." The member never made it back to the House, all because when he was asked whether he was okay with the squatters in some land in his constituency being evicted, his response was, "Nisawa." I hope you will not be in that category of Nisawa too, Mheshimiwa. Finally, I commend the Acting Clerk of the National Assembly, Madam Sarah Kiyoko, a long-standing parliamentary officer, and all the staff of Parliament for their efforts in preparing for the 13th Parliament, starting from the pre-swearing-in sessions that were executed well, and I request you to continue facilitating the honourable members with an elevated degree of proficiency, professionalism, and impartiality. And also, on my own behalf, I want to thank each and every one of you for electing me as the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. I am humbled by your great honor, and I promise never to let you down. That to receive your endorsement was great honor to me and a privilege, and I thank you for that. And I undertake to work with you daily to ensure that the 13th Parliament will be the very best Parliament ever. And I know with our Honorable Speaker, Dr. Moses Wetangula, we will get to great heights. With 30 years experience in his back, we can never fail. And lastly now, honorable members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my distinct honor and privilege to invite the Honorable Moses Wetangula, EGH MP, Speaker of the National Assembly, to give his keynote and address and officially open this induction retreat. Welcome, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Shalay, Boss, Deputy Speaker. Waheshimiwa hamjambo. Assalamu alaikum. The Honorable Justice Daniel Musinger, representing the Chief Justice, honorable members of our National Assembly, Dr. Elisha Sebedi Ongoya, Advocate, our Clerk, Mama Sarah Kyoko, Deputy Clerk, Jeremiah Ndombi, Directors of different departments, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today is an important day for all of us because we come together after grueling campaigns, and I stand here to say congratulations to each and every one of us for getting the confidence of our constituents and being given the rare privilege to serve the people of Kenya. Equally, I thank each one of you who participated in the election of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker for the manner in which you voted and the outcome that we have, with you as truly here as your Speaker of the 13th Parliament. I will, with my immense experience, serve you diligently, serve you fairly, have a personal touch with each one of you, and ensure that the Houses of Parliament, the Parliamentary Service Commission, makes it easy and possible for each one of you to serve your electorate and to serve our great republic. We are in a new constitutional dispensation, a constitution that we gave to ourselves in 2010. This constitution brought in place a new order, unbundling secrets that were hidden from the public. And today you will see for new members that the secret briefcase that the Minister of Finance always carried to Parliament for budget will no longer be carrying secrets, because you will be the budgeting process drivers. We have in the new constitution also made it possible for you as members of Parliament to perform your functions better and to serve the people who elected us better. In our country, we also are aware of the challenges of the gender rule that has had a protracted contest in and outside courts, in and outside Parliament. There's a commitment from our President and all of us in positions of leadership to ensure that our women folk get their space in the leadership of this country. Honorable members, we have three arms of government, and we being one, that is the centerpiece of government. You appropriate for every other arm of government, you audit all other arms of government. I call upon us as members of the 13th Parliament to engage in a positive manner, to add value to the growth of our country, regardless of our political divide, because we have only one country called Kenya. As members of Parliament, you are going to be called upon to execute duties. You are going to be called upon to meet other arms of government, including the judiciary, including the executive. I want us to narrow the gap so that those who are in independent institutions realize that their independence is not to stand aloof, but to work with everybody else, so that we can be able to move our country forward. Your theme here, setting the stage for smooth takeoff, is very important because we have new members, we have veterans like the distinguished Adan Duale, we have Adan Kainan here, those who have been there for a very long time. I want to encourage new members, like my deputy has said, please take the earliest opportunity to learn. Having been in this house for a long time, I remember in the 7th Parliament, when Martin Shikuku, one of the greatest parliamentarians this country has ever produced, challenged a professor on the floor of the House that if you tell me what Standing Order Number 1 says, I will resign. And the poor professor didn't know what Standing Order Number 1 said. So he just fidgeted and walked out in anger. So I encourage you, honorable members, please acquaint yourselves with the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, that you have taken an oath to protect, to preserve, to defend. Acquaint yourselves with the standing orders, so that anything we do on the floor of the House in committees is guided by law. Acquaint ourselves with the privileges laws that govern your privileges and limits your privileges as well, so that we don't go overboard in doing our things. In the House of Parliament, we also expect rules of relevance. I remember in the 7th Parliament again, when we had Francis Ole Kaparo as our speaker, a member shoots up and says, point of order, interrupts the member who is on the floor probably contributing to a bill, and stands up and instead of telling the House what is out of order, starts attacking his chief or his DO on a matter that happened at home during the weekend. And the Speaker will always ask, what is out of order? So the most abused phrase in the House is always point of order. Everybody shouts point of order, but stands up and doesn't say what is out of order. We will encourage you, honorable members, that when you shout point of order, which is your right all the time, and the standing orders say when a member calls out order, he or she must be listened to. So when you say point of order, I will encourage you to stand up and say, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah has breached this standing order, so I seek a remedy from the chair. The Honorable Robert Mbui has breached this standing order, so I seek a remedy from the chair. It will make our debates very colorful, very, very informative, and very helpful, so that we don't just abuse the word and the phrase point of order. Honorable members, as you embark on learning, I want to reiterate what my dear lady, the Deputy Speaker, has said. 5 years look very long, but they are very short. The moment you are elected, the party that sponsored you has expectations on you. The people who campaigned for you have expectations on you. The people who voted for you have expectations on you. The House of Parliament itself has expectations. The country has expectations. And you may end up being spread too thin, and by the time you go back, you find the ground has shifted, as is commonly said. There are many, many members in this House who are personal assistants to former MPs, who are managers to former MPs, and who are, some even who are clerks of former MPs. And because they help to shift the ground, they end up being the replacement to the people they work with. So I want to encourage you that for longevity, consistency of leadership, we also must have a House blended with veterans and newcomers. So you find your way to fight to the corner of veterans like Duale, like Kainan, like Shakil and others, the better. If I don't mention you, it doesn't mean you are not a veteran. Those of you who have been there for 3 terms qualify to be called veterans. I don't know what those who have been there for 6 terms like me will be called. Honorable members, as you embark on your work, I want to encourage you also not to forget the people who make you what you are. You are all family members. Please don't come to Nairobi and forget your families, because it's your families that help us build great institutions in this country. We have a session towards the end where we'll have some experience from spouses of female MPs and male MPs to tell you what the expectations are, how you conduct yourselves with the newfound space, with the newfound accolades, with the newfound opportunities. I encourage you, those of us who come from the countryside, I met some colleague who told me, you know, I've just come to Nairobi, I don't even know where to stay. I don't even know where to start. I told him, you will soon find it very easy. Just go to Parliament, find our staff. They'll show you how to get your mortgage, how to get your car, how to get your everything, and things will work very well. But I added, every weekend, try to go home, so that people don't think they elected you and threw you to Nairobi, and by the time you go back after 5 years, you find the ground has shifted, because it is always shifting. Honorable members, Parliament will avail you, particularly the new members. There's a mortgage scheme. Don't wait and take a mortgage in the 3rd year, because it will be very difficult to service. Take the earliest opportunity to take your mortgage now as the cheapest mortgage on the market. I think it's 2-3% interest, and buy yourself at least an abode where you can be able to operate from. The administrators of our House and Parliamentary Service Commission will facilitate that. I heard you express anger when my dear lady, our clerk, mentioned the SRC. I want to assure you, members, that this morning, the reason we came a little late, I was having a meeting with SRC on your behalf. And we have called them to order on a few things. And we believe that before we finish this induction workshop, I'll be able to make several pronouncements on your privileges and your other desired facilities for you to do your work. I can assure you, members, there is a book I read by an Irish priest with a title, "It is not always like this." So it's not going to be always like this. Things will be okay. We live incrementally. We don't live by reduction. Nobody in their right frame of mind will interfere with your car allowances, with your mileage reimbursements, and with your mortgage and everything else that you have been having, because that is your entitlement. And as your speaker, I'll ensure that we engage positively, and we have advised SRC that they are not frustrators but facilitators of members of parliament to do their work well. So Sarah Kioka, our clerk, just suffered what in law we call transferred malice. You aimed your malice at her when it's supposed to go elsewhere. But all is well, members. We can assure you that nothing will change, and if anything changes, it will not be substantial. We want to make sure that members, like the veterans, will not feel the pinch because somebody is shifting goalposts against you. So SRC will be engaged fully. I've invited the chair. She will be here, but she will come after I have made the communications I have told you. Honorable members, as we start this new session, I want to also reiterate what my deputy has said, that expectations on you are huge. A member of parliament in your constituency, you are a funeral undertaker, you are a midwife, you are an extension officer in farming, you are a vet, you are a counselor on social issues. You literally do everything. And above all, you are also the local ATM. Yes. So my leadership will ensure that we facilitate you to discharge some of these unexpected demands from the public. Lastly, I want to encourage all of us members that this induction workshop is important for all of us. The veterans, please be available to our new colleagues. Our new colleagues, please approach the veterans where you are not sure of what you need to do. Our parliamentary staff are all here ready to work with all of us. You will require some of you to sponsor bills in the House. We have some of the best draftsmen and women in the House. You don't have to go and hire any professor at the university to draft a bill for you. We have staff that will draft the bills for you for free. You will not pay them. They're paid by Parliamentary Service Commission. And a good legislator must go down in history as having done some legislation. So whatever you want to do, I remember in the Senate, my distinguished colleague from Kitui brought a bill that nobody expected, a Ndengu bill, to entrench the growing marketing of Ndengu into law and to create a marketing structure and value addition. Even if you come from an area where you grow simsim, you can legislate about simsim. Even if you come from an area of miraa, you can legislate about miraa. There is no limit on what we can put in legislation to bring order in our society. Remember that you are carrying the expectations of 50 million Kenyans. And I want to encourage us. Let's not be in the media for all the wrong reasons. Let's be in the media for all the good reasons. I encourage us not to be in the media because we were shouting at each other in the lawns of Parliament. I want us to be in the media because we have brought a law that is going to bring hope and a smile on the faces of Kenyans in whatever area. Let's not be known and be in the media for reasons that you did this that is unpalatable. Even if you're out of Parliament, you are still a member of Parliament. The badge of honor is not taken off when you come out of the house. You carry that badge of honor whether you are in a social place, whether you are at a marketplace, whether you are in a rally. And as your speaker for this Parliament, I will be your first and last line of defense in whatever way I can to make sure that as members, we will not agree or align but to railroad you, but we will also not allow ourselves to load over Kenyans in a manner that is not consistent with our expectations. With these few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I want to encourage us that life is a learning curve. Everybody has something to learn, and a good idea will always give way to a better idea. And the best idea will always replace a better idea. And that is part of life. Those who know, don't be arrogant to those who don't know. You know, Mwalimu Nyerere was once asked, what is the difference between Mubumbavu na Mujinga? And he said, you know, Mujinga ni yule hajui. Akijua basi, shida imekwisha. Mubumbavu, hata ukimwambia nini, anabaki tu mupumbavu. So, kutojua ni ujinga ambao si ugonjwa. The moment you know, ujinga inakwisha. Lakini mpumbavu hata ukimwambia nini, unamaliza nasema, what were you saying? You know, there is a joke of a person who rushes to a doctor and says, doctor, I have a very serious problem. Every time I think of something and I want to do something, within a few minutes, I have forgotten. Then the doctor asked him, exactly how long have you been having this problem? He asked the doctor, which problem? So with those few remarks, honorable members, I wish to declare this induction workshop officially opened. And yours truly will be here for the next 5 days with you in each and every session so that we get to know each other, we get to bond, we get to work together. And anytime you have an issue, the office of Mr. Speaker is open for anybody and everybody. Don't hesitate that because you come from a different political formation, I am here to serve each one of you equally. And doing so, I will. Thank you, and may God bless us, and may we have a wonderful 13th Parliament.
Honorable members, as you can see from our program, we were supposed to have a health break between 10 and 10:30. It is now 11:20, and therefore it is proposed that we continue without a break and then take the lunch break. And in the parliamentary way, I wish to put the question that we continue without a break. In as many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. I deliberately skipped asking for the nays. Luckily, I'm not on the chair, so I can get away with breaking a few rules. And so it is now my duty to introduce our presenter for this time, who will make a presentation on the overview of the mandate and functions of Parliament and parliamentary powers and privileges. I wish to introduce Dr. Elisha Zebedee Ongoya. Mr. Elisha Zebedee Ongoya is a lawyer by training and profession, a legal practitioner in the firm and a partner at the firm of Ongoya and Wambola Company Advocates, and a teacher of law, a senior lecturer at Kabarak University School of Law. He is also a public policy analyst, author, and a critic with a keen interest on issues of good governance, the rule of law, human rights, constitutionalism, and democracy. Dr. Ongoya holds a Master of Laws degree from the University of LLM and a Bachelor of Laws degree, LLB, from the University of Nairobi. He has a diploma in law from the Kenya School of Law. Mr. Ongoya is a member of the Law Society of Kenya, a distinguished one, and the Chess Access Alumni Association. And my claim to fame and honor is that I taught Dr. Zebedee Elisha Ongoya at the University of Nairobi Law School. Not only was he my student, but he was the top student. Not only was he my student, he was ranked as the top performing moot court presenter in the All Africa competition, where he emerged the African champion. I was his team coach. Also, he was ranked as the top 100 lawyers in moot court, performing in moot court in the entire world. To be top 100 in the entire world is no mean feat. He forgot to put that in his CV, so I decided to edit that. So it is my honor to introduce you Dr. Elisha Zebedee Ongoya, and this is a clear case of the student becoming better than the teacher. I'm greatly honored.
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa Gladys Boss, for those remarks. Allow me to begin by acknowledging the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Honorable Moses Wetangula. We were reflecting with Judge Musinger what we have to call those who have served for 30 years. You know, when you say 6 terms, it sounds short. Until you convert and it becomes a third of a century, that it occurs to you that this is real service to society. Allow me to also acknowledge the acting clerk of the National Assembly, Ms. Sarah Kioko, and the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Gladys Boss, and Mr. Justice Musinger, representing the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya. And all of you members, I greet you. Good morning. It is my pleasure to talk to you on this occasion of your induction as members of the National Assembly. And before I get into our today's conversation, allow me, like everyone else, to start by heartily congratulating you on your election as members of the National Assembly. I say hearty congratulations because I'm a student of politics, but an armchair student of politics. You are real students of politics because you deal with politics on the ground. So allow me to share with you my experience as an armchair student of politics as well. Just no heroes must arm themselves with steadfastness of heart, which can brave even the crumbling of all hopes. This is necessary right now, or else men will not be able to attain even that which is possible today. And Max Weber has reflected heavily on how to convert politics from a seasonal engagement, as happens to some of us who come to politics for one term and retire, to those who engage with politics as a vocation and live off politics throughout their lifetime like any other career. Allow me to also thank your staff, starting with the acting clerk of the National Assembly, Mrs. Sarah Kioko, under whose signature I'm here today. I received tremendous support from the office of the clerk, including staff such as Jeremiah Ndombi, Daniel Mutunga, Esther Nginyo, and Japhet Mudomi. I said I must mention them for their support to me because as I stand here, I was very humbled by their support, and I can tell you as members, both old and new, that if these are the support team that you have, then you are up to a good working environment. We must appreciate that. Allow me to make a disclaimer, nevertheless. I am not a parliamentarian. I have never been a parliamentarian. And I was sharing with my very good friend, Justice Musinger, that I did not even have ambition of being a parliamentarian. So what I have experience in is teaching and practicing the law. So what I'm going to offer you this morning is the lessons I have derived out of teaching and practicing the law, and I regard myself as a career student, and one of the areas I'm a student in is the parliamentary practice and the parliamentary processes. You'll be surprised. I watch virtually all parliamentary proceedings on YouTube every day. I don't fail to watch any parliamentary proceedings. The only other parliament whose proceedings I watch with similar enthusiasm is the South African Parliament, because of some of the things that happen there. I was telling a friend of mine that if you want to accuse our parliament of being noisy, at least watch the South African Parliament just once, and you'll be extremely accommodating of our parliament. So, in my experience as a teacher and practitioner of the law, I have learned that there are two realities about life. There is how people are supposed to do things, the theory of doing things. Then there is how people actually act in practice. So, the framework of law and rules prescribe a certain way of doing things. But oftentimes when we are on the ground, we discover that things happen, maybe not always in full accord with the dictates of the regulatory framework. And I can understand why the designers of this training program designed it as it is, to bring in a teacher of the law who reviews the rules and the regulations and says, this is the framework of rules and regulations. And to also give you an array of people who have actual practice in parliamentary practice or in the economy to tell you this is a reality that you are going to confront. And I think the remarks by the Speaker of the National Assembly tell us exactly that there is a way things happen that you'll need to acquaint yourself with. And I was impressed by the remarks by the Deputy Speaker, Madam Gladys Boss, that adopt somebody. At least adopt somebody and mentor them. Maybe that's an integral way of beginning to write your legacy. If no one else says something positive about you, the person you mentored will remember one day to speak at your final rites and say, he or she mentored me. So that is important for me. Why is it important for us to engage with rules? I'll give you my own experience as a legal practitioner. I'm a stern trainer of lawyers. I train lawyers, and I'm very stern in my training of lawyers. And I do that because the easiest way lawyers do things is through use of precedents. So if I get a question on an election petition that some of you are facing now, I call the Honorable Etangul and ask, did you ever handle a petition in 1988? Then he says, yes, I did one, and he gives me a copy. Then I copy and paste what he has done, changing the names of the parties. The danger with that is that the rules may have changed in 2017 as they did, and I may be practicing the law as it stood in 1988, perfectly so, forgetting that the earth has shifted beneath my feet. So engagement with the rules themselves becomes an important attribute of the learning of the practice of the law. And so, I think, is your experience as parliamentarians. You have come from different fields, and probably you have served under the tutelage of a member of parliament before, and you've seen how he does things as a manager of a CDF office or something like that, or you've come from different other professional sectors. But parliament has rules governing each of these themes that I'm going to engage with today. It will be important that we familiarize ourselves with those rules, then we familiarize ourselves with the practice as we see those who have been there before us doing it, then the mixture of the two will produce an even better brand of us. My instructions are to speak on the following thematic areas. 1, the history of legislatures and the place of the legislature in the constitutional architecture. Close related to that is the functions of parliament, that's the National Assembly and the Senate. Then the performance of core duties of a member of parliament and its relationship with the public trust. The roles of the leader of majority party or the majority coalition, as well as the roles of the England, King Charles I, and the House of Commons. So there was a very bad relationship, as at 1642, in the 17th century, between King Charles I and the House of Commons. So King Charles tried to arrest 5 members of parliament. And I'll be discussing something called parliamentary privileges, because this is the origin of what you call parliamentary privilege up to now. Parliament at that time was very critical of the rule of King Charles, including his taxes, the wars he fought, sometimes his refusal to call parliament to meet. Some people believed that actually Charles wanted to destroy the Protestant religion, which was very critical in England, by virtue of these acts. So there were 5 members of the House of Commons who drafted a protest, what is sometimes referred to as a remonstrance against the king, listing the complaints that Parliament had against the king. Now, if you know the history of the royalty in England, this was actually treason. So they committed what was actually treasonable at that point in time. And this was the first time, 1641, when Parliament openly challenged the monarch. So, accompanied by soldiers, the king himself entered the House of Commons to arrest those 4 characters. But they went into hiding. The speaker at the time is documented to have been a man called William Lenthal. He refused to reveal where they were hiding in Parliament. I don't know the chambers of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, but I am hoping that there are dungeons where your members can hide sometimes when that happens. This must have been the case. So, the king ordered the speaker to disclose where these 5 were, and the speaker answered, "I have neither eyes to see, nor the tongue to speak in this house, but as the house is pleased to direct me, whose servant I am here." Sometimes, many of you will discover there's no quorum in the house. And the speaker will continue conducting business in the house until you raise the point, because of this tradition of 1641. I have no house to see, nor tongue to speak, except as directed by you, the members, who are the servants that I have to serve here. So that conflict between of course, the king concluded that the 2 must have flown out of Parliament. That conflict resulted into the Civil War, and that Civil War was fought until 1689, when there was a Declaration of Rights. That Declaration of Rights acknowledged Parliament's independence. And among the content of that Declaration of Rights was the right for free speech and frequent meetings by Parliament. What you call today parliamentary privileges and immunities are deemed to have their origins in this historical event of the 17th century, and we have them up to date. We benefit from them up to date. Allow me, in the interest of time, to fast track my thoughts to the history of our parliament in the Republic of Kenya, which borrows now from some of these practices. Again, what we call parliament today, the National Assembly and the Senate, traces its Kenyan ancestry to an institution that was called the Legislative Council, the LegCo. And you remember, I'm happy the speaker spoke about the late Martin Shukuku, former member of parliament for Butere constituency, who spoke very passionately about his experience with the LegCo, because there is something about living through history, and he lived through part of that history. The LegCo was established in this country in 1906, following the promulgation of the East African Order in Council. It held a new constitution, and in that constitution, we create a bicameral chamber once again, for reasons I'm going to come to in a short while. In between that period, a number of things happened. For example, the numbers of representatives in that assembly keep growing up to the number 210 in the run-up to the 2010 constitution, and the number 290 elected as a consequence of the 2010 constitution, and the multiple nominated members who bring it to the 349 for the National Assembly and the 67 for the Senate that we have today. So briefly speaking, that's an overview of how our parliament evolves. We then must speak of what is the mandate of that house. In historical terms, power in many ancient societies was vested in the monarch only. We've seen that in the UK. If you study many other societies, France included, you'll find that is the origin of power. And I'll deal with the question of power and deal with the question of functions simultaneously, because the two go hand in hand, as I was taught by my very good teacher, Justice Jackton Boma Ojwang. The nature of fused power is that it is very easy to abuse. Scholars like Baron de Montesquieu have argued that when you fuse all the functions of the state into one and the same body of hands, everything comes to an end. You can't guarantee liberties, you can't have responsible use of power, and so forth and so on. So this French philosopher, who coincidentally was also a speaker of the French Parliament, Baron de Montesquieu, wrote an interesting treatise called L'Esprit de Loi, the spirit of the laws. And in the spirit of the laws, he created a three-legged stool, a stool with three legs. And he said these three legs represent the powers, the functions of the state: the legislative, the federative, and the judicial. What you call the executive power, the legislative power, and the judicial power. The existence of that formation is important for the stability of that stool. Those of you who bear in mind the traditional African stool can imagine the inconvenience of having to sit onto that stool when any of those three legs is removed. It will become impossible. So the proper functioning of the state then requires that each of those three legs are properly working, properly functioning, and discharging their mandate. It is in the context of that that I want us to look at the general mandate and roles of Parliament and of the members of Parliament. Broadly speaking, we can say there are three: representation, whether they are your people who elected you or the special interests that you are nominated to represent; legislation, and I thank God the speaker has mentioned it here today, that it's a very good thing to have your name associated with a particular legislation. And let me tell you something about parliamentary practice as I studied it. The Westminster parliamentary practice, which we borrowed from, has a very good tradition. If you sponsor a bill through the House, that bill has its formal name, both in its long title, that place you see saying an Act of Parliament 2, then it says what it wants to do, the long title, the short title, I can say the Traffic Act. But it also assumes your name. You come across things called the Njoki Bill, for example, the Donde Bill. So the Westminster practice has a way to, we honor those who lead important practices in the houses of representation, which is the same thing that if we set up a special committee of the House and appoint you the chair, that's an important honor that the report of that committee goes with your name as well. It goes, so you have the Mwangale committee, for example. So these are important practices that help you as members of parliament to immortalize yourself. Because long after you are gone, your name lives on through permanent parliamentary records. Another important thing is just the tradition of parliament keeping a Hansard, a verbatim record of what you say, where even when you mumble, the staff would capture it and say mumbles, and we will forever know you mumbled. So there's a permanent record, and therefore you have an opportunity to immortalize yourself through the parliamentary process. It's not like minutes of a meeting as we know it, where the secretary may omit some of the things you say. The parliamentary practice is so designed to make you immortalized. And therefore, the only thing standing between you and your immortalization is yourself. If you don't seize the moment to be the face of a particular bill in the House, sponsor it, or be the face of a particular committee report in the House, or be the speak in the House, so that you are documented in the Hansard and you are accordingly immortalized. Having said that, and before without going to regurgitate all this, there are some reminders I want to make. Number one, you sit here as a member of parliament. That's the office you hold. But by virtue of being a member of parliament, you are a state officer and a public officer. Again, you are a person and a citizen. You are also a voter. So you remain a college of all these attributes throughout your membership to this important house that's sometimes called the August House. Your role, therefore, as a member of parliament is inclusive of the obligations of a person, the obligations of a citizen, and the obligations of a state officer and a public officer. Your duties, therefore, must be understood in that context, that your duties as a member of parliament include the duties of a person and the duties of state organs, because parliament is a state organ, working through its guiding soul and consciousness, who is you, the person. Then the duties of voters, the duties of citizens. Among the overriding duties, as I could pick them, is Article 3 of the Constitution. It is the obligation of every person to respect, uphold, and defend the Constitution. Every person has an obligation to respect, uphold, and defend the Constitution. If I had time, I would unbundle what these concepts mean in human rights parlance, and there's a reason why the drafter uses them separately. They don't mean one and the same thing. If you go to Article 94 of the Constitution, it specifically obligates Parliament to protect the Constitution and promote the democratic governance of the Republic. To protect the Constitution and to promote the democratic governance of the Republic. Those of us who either not sit in Parliament or don't yet have an opportunity there or have no ambition of sitting there will nevertheless, while sitting outside there, judge you against these standards and these parameters. When you say something, we shall ask, to what extent is what you are saying fostering the obligation to promote democratic governance of the Republic? To what extent is it protecting the Constitution? If you look at Article 21 of the Constitution, it provides that it is a fundamental duty of every state organ, I'm just picking that one because I've already categorized you as a state organ, being Parliament, to observe, respect, protect, promote, and fulfill the rights and fundamental freedoms in the Bill of Rights. Of course, for you as legislators, the easiest bit, my friend used to tell me that it's not possible for everyone to do everything. And therefore, if you are a carpenter and you are holding a hammer, when you see a problem, you just see it's a nail. You want to hammer it. That's what you do every day. For me as a lawyer, when I see a problem in the governance realm, I keep asking, can I draft a pleading and take it to Judge Musinger and see whether he can pronounce itself on it? That's the tool for me that I would use easily. For you as a legislator, you have powers, we have said. You have legislative power. You may say, is it possible for this problem to be resolved by law because I have legislative power? Or is it possible for this problem to be resolved by a question? And questions play very important roles. I'll just take a minute to address that so that you understand the significance of just a question. Sometimes, we always underestimate our powers. Sometimes. When I was fairly young in practice, this is my experience with Justice Musinger many years ago. I had not mentioned this to him, but I have to say it. He was a judge of the High Court, and I was a junior lecturer at the Kenya School of Law. So one day, I left class at the Kenya School of Law and saw a lot of noise on Mtandao, isn't it? That the President of Kenya had just appointed the Chief Justice, nominated the Chief Justice, the Attorney General, Director of Public Prosecutions, and Controller of Budget, just alone. So I know Honorable Mudwale remembers that episode. And there was a lot of noise. People were calling press conferences at Parliament and declaring that is unlawful. Others calling press conferences and praising it. And I remember a friend of mine called me and asked, Mr. Ngoya, are we completely helpless in this situation? And if you live in a society like ours with multiple challenges, it is very easy to regard yourself as helpless. It's very easy because the problems are many. From the ones the speaker mentioned, the people thinking you are the undertaker, to the source of all food in the village. Villagers wake up to come to your house to eat food, to a local ATM, even in villages where there are no ATMs, and so forth. You may think this is just too much. So I asked her, you know, for me and you, she was a lawyer. For you and me, we only have one tool. Some of us can't go to the streets, just natural. It's not everybody's strength, so we can't go to the streets. If you call a press conference, some of us are not that popular. The media will not even come, so we can't even read a press conference. So what do? I said, but you and me have a voice in court. If you sat with me tonight, and we prepare something called a petition and went to court, somebody will hear us, number one. Number two, we may win or we may not win the case. But my very good teacher, Feroz Noroji, had taught me years earlier that you don't go to court to win cases all the time. Sometimes you go to court because court is a platform. When you speak, people listen. So that media, which if you call a press conference cannot come, now will be in court, listening to you and telling the public what you are saying. So it's just a platform. So we prepared a petition overnight. The following morning, we were before Judge Musinger. I remember many questions he asked me. I don't say them here, and now because he's a friend of mine. And he told us to go and serve the Attorney General and come back at 3. We served the Attorney General, came back at 3. He gave an interim order stopping any further processing of those names, so Parliament could not deal with those names. We had injuncted Parliament. We are very bad people sometimes. We injunct Parliament. And the following day, the President came and recalled those names. So we kept asking ourselves, is it that easy? I mean, it is very easy to be impactful as a citizen so long as you regard the little privilege society has given you as important. So, what I'm saying is this. Many times, there are people in your village, and I trust you know this, and please don't begrudge them. It is not for no reason that your villagers believe you can solve all their problems. It's for a very good reason. Our socio-economic structure is very fragile. And it has a bulk of vulnerable men and women, vulnerable people who do not know where the next meal will come from. They are part of that audience. So they can't go to court because court has filing fees and the procedures for getting exemption are convoluted and the lawyers have become too selfish so they can't take up their matters pro bono. So the next person is mheshimiwa. At least mwananchi knows he gave you his vote. So you can't do much about it. So that is the atmosphere you are in. And therefore, you come across, such people have said are vulnerable, they can easily be abused, they are often abused. So you'll come across a chief who is abusing citizens through simple things. He can't give them burial permits. It's a simple piece of paper that they require to bury their dead relative. Those people fear hearing their names mentioned by you in Parliament. If you just mention that I want this question answered, Mr. Ongoya, chief of Esrabe village, why is he doing ABSD? He will immediately issue that burial permit. You see, you have solved the problem. So don't take for granted the power that you have. The power that you have does not lie in you, thank you, doing philosophical things. Don't scratch your head so high that you want to make an economic recovery strategy law as a person that will make Kenyans owing to other countries to come from 10 trillion to nil for you to be remembered. Some of us will remember you by the very simple question that made the village primary school headmaster stop chasing away children from school. That is the power that you have. It is immense power, good people. Remember this. The Deputy Speaker mentioned it. 50 million Kenyans, only you have an opportunity to stand in that chamber and ask that question. 349. I mean, I'm not a very good mathematician. That's why I studied law out of an engineer. But those of you who are mathematicians, what percentage is that? 349 or 50 million? It is what we call in statistics negligible. You hold such a privileged position that if I have to have any sway on your behavior and your thinking, it is to constantly remember that you are that important. To constantly remember that you are that important. I tell this to judges of the Supreme Court. I tell this to Court of Appeal judges, because if the whole country, 50 million people, only 29 or 30 of you are Court of Appeal judges, that's an extremely privileged position. You must use it very responsibly. Allow me, so I don't take much time, to just remind you one thing. You'll remember the oath you took a couple of days ago. It obligates you to obey, respect, uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. I think that summarizes it up for me in your obligation number one. We are all human beings, and we all sometimes fall short of expectations. But I think what is important for me is not whether or not once in a while you fail short of expectations or people perceive you to be failing short of expectations, whether at your heart of hearts you have committed yourself to be able to discharge your functions under that Constitution. The power that you exercise is also public trust. And you can see that in your oath of office. You promise in that oath to bear true faith and allegiance to the people in the Republic of Kenya. That's the trust that you carry with yourself. You look at Article 1. That power belongs to and is derived from the people of Kenya. If you look at Chapter 6, Article 73, that power is a public trust. Then more importantly, Article 94, it says the legislative authority of the Republic is derived from the people and at the national level is vested in and exercised by Parliament. Now, those of us who are commercial lawyers know what we call the principal-agent relationship. It means the source of the power is the principal, the people. But you are the agent. You are the trustee. Then it also says, so that's the lawmaking power. It says, Parliament manifests the diversity of the nation and represents the will of the people. Allow me to just, in closing on this chapter, reflect a little on the law on trust. The law of trust generally, which then binds you as a trustee, obligates every trustee to do the following. One, to act in the best interest of the beneficiaries all the time. To ask who are the beneficiaries under this trust and to act in their best interest. Two, to exercise reasonable care and skill. reasonable care and skill, to avoid conflict of interests, and not to profit from the trust, and to act in good faith and with honesty and integrity, and to comply with the terms of the trust document, and at all times to inform the beneficiaries of their position and to provide such information concerning the trust as the beneficiaries are entitled to. Some of these things can be legislated. Some of these things cannot be legislated. And let me tell you, you cannot legislate good manners. So speaking as a voter and as a citizen, I will also be beseeching us to act as men and women of good manners all the time. I've mentioned oversight. Oversight is important and it takes multiple forms. You begin with powers of the High Court, for example, to summon witnesses. That's immense power. Summon witnesses, and they have obligation to come. Whether you do it in camera or in public, imagine yourself just before you are once elected to Parliament. Imagine yourself when you met a police constable, the OCS, or the Inspector General of Police. I grew up in the village myself, and I saw our people had a relationship of the police with the police that was very funny. Whenever they saw a policeman, they began running away, because meeting a policeman was tantamount to engaging in uncalled for trouble. And probably you were in that category some time back. Today, you can summon the Inspector General of Police, and he comes. I mean, that's immense power. That's oversight power. And I've told you, it comes from such sophisticated manifestations to simple manifestations of just asking a question. People fear hearing their names mentioned in Parliament. So I'll not want to dig so deep in that in the interest of time, but let's reflect on those things. Enacting legislation is an important function that we have, and they deal with everything. Speaker has mentioned it here. You can legislate Andengu law. You can legislate on that problem affecting your people. You can legislate on it. You can draft a bill around it and legislate on it and provide a framework for solution of the problems for your people. I speak as a mwananchi now. Mwananchi sometimes get very frustrated. Sometimes they hear you complaining. Then they keep asking, okay, if Mheshimiwa is complaining, what does he want us to do? I am enlightened enough to know that although you have power, you don't have all power, and you oftentimes get just as frustrated as I do. But my grandmother in a Sarabe village may not understand, and yet you also represent them. So they expect you to complain less and craft solutions a little more, and we better keep that at the back of our mind. To discharge your functions properly, you will need very good relationship with your sister house, the Senate. And let me tell you, you are very privileged. You're extremely privileged because when the Senate filed a case in the High Court to challenge certain behavior of the National Assembly, I was retained by some of the NGOs that were involved in the matter to represent them, so I was present in the case. And today, the member of the National Assembly, the member of the Senate, the then majority leader of the Senate, minority leader of the Senate, that advanced that cause is your speaker here. It is important because of what I've said elsewhere. I know there's a topic here on diplomacy. I keep telling people diplomacy may sound like a very sophisticated thing, but all diplomacy is very personal. It's just about how people relate personally. And the speaker has said in my hearing, he has an open door. Meaning, where there were those rough edges, you could actually knock in his door and say, how can we relate better? He knows better what the other side is thinking. So that if you improve your relationship with your sister house, you enhance your capability to discharge your functions. Allow me to reflect briefly on powers and privileges because I consider it to be important. And anytime somebody gives you a function, anytime somebody gives you a duty, an obligation, I was taught in constitutional theory, ask that person to add you powers, because it is impossible to perform functions without powers. Even when you are a class monitor or a class prefect, sure, you must have the power to write the names of noisemakers down. That's the only thing that enables you to manage that class. So, power is an important enabler to enable you discharge your functions. The only legitimate purpose for which power can be exercised is for the performance of the functions. I say this because the subject of powers and privileges is a subject that has sometimes been controversial. It is important, for example, for you to be able to speak freely in Parliament, speak freely, without the fear that you are going to be sued for defamation. It's important. If you have to look over your shoulder, if you have to measure your vocabulary very clearly, then you will feel hamstrung. So it's important that you are able to speak freely in the House. And therefore, the right to free speech is an important privilege that you enjoy as a member of the National Assembly. And you will derive these powers, privileges, and immunities from the following sources. The Constitution gives you. The Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act gives you. The standing orders give you these powers and privileges. And the rulings of the speakers of the House give you. It is because, if you look at standing order number 1, the speaker has decisional power. That decisional power is interpretive power. That if there is a controversy about the meaning of the bundle of, the speaker interprets and unbundles those powers. So the ruling of the speaker becomes an important source of reference when you want to know the scope of your powers and your privileges. And I've told you those powers and privileges have significant origins in the United Kingdom. I'll just give you some of the sources for your own reading because time is on my side. If you look at Article 94 of the Constitution, it gives you the power to make law. Article 117 of the Constitution gives you freedom of speech and debate in Parliament. Freedom of speech and debate. I dare say this is perhaps the most important right you have as a member of Parliament. Because those of us who theorize a little as academics say that you can categorize rights broadly into 2. Fundamental rights and instrumental rights. Instrumental rights are equally fundamental, but they are instrumental because they enable the realization, the fulfillment of the fundamental rights. So that your oversight power, your lawmaking power, your representation power is nothing without you being enabled with free speech. I keep telling academics that, we write books, we pontificate, because other people make biscuits elsewhere. In Parliament, you don't make biscuits. So what do? You speak. You discharge your functions through speech. Article 118, which gives you power to exclude strangers from the chambers. And look at that privilege. No one can ever call you a stranger unless and until you so offend the law that the Speaker and his Powers and Privileges Committee decide to deal with you as empowered by law. But whether the Speaker likes your face, whether the Speaker likes your height, he can't do anything about it. You must enter that Parliament and be there. That's an important privilege. It doesn't matter your political formation. The Speaker can never say once that, I don't like of this political formation. No. And if you follow a political formation in South Africa called the Economic Freedom Fighters, you'll see what I'm talking about. There are people who can really make noise in there, but they are there and they remain there. Article 124 of the Constitution, the power to establish committees. Article 125 of the Constitution, you will say the powers as they evolve. Then you have the immunities. They shield you from adverse action for proper use of this power. So you'll find the immunities in the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act of 2017. It gives you multiple privileges. It gives you multiple immunities, including whether you can be served in the precincts of the House, whether you can be arrested in the precincts of the House, whether proceedings can be brought against you for words spoken or written in a report of a parliament or committee. Allow me to come to something that is important because we may miss it. There are limits to these powers, privileges, and immunities. Why are there limits to it? One is Article 2 of the Constitution. It says, anything in contravention of this Constitution is null and void. So that if you do something that is unconstitutional, then that is null. That is not part of what the enabling law seeks to protect. And I'll share with you just one case that has been determined by our Court of Appeal now. And the Court of Appeal determined this case some time back. The case of Eric Gorsungu versus George Odinga Oraro, senior counsel. You may know him. And many of you remember that there is a death that we are yet to resolve in this country, the death of the late Robert Ouko. Many of you remember there have been various attempts at investigations and inquiries into that death. Many of you remember that Parliament in the year 2003 or 2004 set up a committee to investigate the death of that citizen, and the chair of that committee was a man called Eric Gorsungu. Something interesting happened. Of course, he was chair of a committee, so he's chairing parliamentary committee. He's in parliamentary business. He's entitled to the privileges and the immunities of the House. Then, in the course of the proceedings of that committee, my very good friend, senior counsel, George Oraro, was adversely mentioned. And he got his lawyers to write to the committee and say, I now want to appear before the committee and also have my version of the story heard. That committee was meeting somewhere. I'm not certain whether it was Naivasha. I'll cross-check that fact. On a Saturday, the chair of the committee came to Parliament buildings, called the press, and gave a press statement. The press statement read, I can assure you that we are getting to the bottom of this matter, and hence the hula baloo we are hearing outside there. That is why there's a lot of hassle, because they know we are going to find the truth, and the truth we shall find. I do not want to say anything more, but I have evidence, eyewitnesses. There is a concerted effort by people within and outside Parliament, particularly those that have been mentioned, to put some spanner in the works so that this thing cannot go on. And I can assure you, we are not going to stop. We'll go on, and nobody is going to dictate to us in which manner we are going to call witnesses. I can assure them they will be accorded the chance, the opportunity to say what they want to say, and we shall crucify them. So this is the statement that the chair of the committee made in the precincts of Parliament on a Saturday alone, having left his committee somewhere else. George Oraro, who was the one to whom the statement referred to, filed a defamation case. And the issue arose as to whether this conduct on the chair was protected by parliamentary privileges and immunities. The High Court found it was not, and slapped Eric Gorsungu with a bill of 3 million shillings, general damages. Gorsungu appealed. Oraro cross-appealed, saying, in fact, this award is too little. He should pay more. It is true, the Court of Appeal agreed with George Oraro and enhanced the damages to approximately 9 million shillings. I'm giving this case so that what I'm speaking here does not come across as abstract. It is real, that we need to reflect on the scope of powers, privileges, and immunities, and to act in accordance with the scope of powers, privileges, and immunities. I say this because of a number of questions that I want to ask without proffering answers. First, I know that the nature of political processes is that they can raise tensions quite a bit, and we see it both in Parliament and outside Parliament. That's the nature of politics. The nature of political processes is they raise tensions. They raise temperatures sometimes. But that does not suspend Article 73 of the Constitution that decrees that the manner in which you use your office must bring honor to that office. Allow me not to use the National Assembly or the Senate, but use the example of a county assembly of my home county of Kakamega, where members of the county assembly want to remove the speaker. And sometimes they get very frustrated. I don't know why. I keep asking them, but you have the power to remove him. Just go and vote, even vote quietly. He will leave. Once the vote has gone, when I train judges or magistrates, I keep reminding them that, no, you have power in your pen, isn't it? So don't shout at me, just write down. Just write down, Ongoya is now imprisoned for 3 years. I have to go to jail. You don't need to shout at it at all. So they were so frustrated by the speaker, they decided to remove him in office quite literally. You know, removal became quite literal. So you go to the office and carry him out. Removal, the word was understood quite literally. And of course, the speaker closes himself inside the office, and they take machetes and break the office. There's a book I used to read called The Government Inspector by Nicolai Gogol. There was a teacher called the history teacher who taught his students Napoleonic Wars. And the only way he taught them how Napoleon used to fight was by picking classrooms and chairs and throwing them at the students to teach them how Napoleon used to fight. So people keep wondering, but no, those chairs are government property. You are breaking them. That door you are breaking is government property. How immune are you from the law on malicious damage to property, where you are captured actually breaking doors and so forth? I don't know whether it happens nowadays, but I think it was in the 7th or the 8th Parliament, Honorable Tangula would remind us this, when the struggle for the maize was always real. People would run for the maize itself. I don't know what material makes that maize, but I suspect it's of value. If you broke it, I don't know whether you will enjoy privileges against a criminal charge of malicious damage to property. And another thing that I must mention as I talk about this is wealth declarations. Wealth declarations. The law requires all public officers to declare their wealth to certain responsible commissions. I trust we know that. We are the lawmakers, not getting the details of that. And it requires us to make an inception declaration. I am sure you have already declared, or if not, the clerk and her staff would guide you in making the inception declaration. When you come in, you must declare what you have, because that becomes the checklist of what you have assembled as you go out, and responsible institutions may ask, in appropriate cases, ni mvua gani ilikunyeshea in the last 5 years. It also requires you to declare that wealth at intervals of 2 years. And as you exit, to also make an exit declaration. Now, failure to comply is an offense. Failure to comply is an offense. And I know that the people who actually do the coordination and the receiving of these documents and perhaps following up on you are parliamentary staff. And there is something about when you are an officer in a department dealing with the senior most, the board, so to speak, there's a way in which the respect borders on fear. So they may not push you so hard to do it. But the question that arises is whether your privilege goes to that extent. I want to say that it is always good to live a secure life because of the transcendent nature of power. That no one may do something about it when you are still wielding power and you have some use, but somebody may take some action against you when the power is gone, and therefore it's only fair that you confirm that you have complied. The point I'm emphasizing in all these words, ladies and gentlemen, is that we have power, we have privileges, we have immunities. But that power is not absolute. Those privileges, although sometimes regarded as absolute, they are only absolute in particular parameters. Once you go outside those parameters, you may find the law visiting you for that purpose, and you may find it difficult to wriggle yourself out of it. The other option is you may only wriggle yourself out of it with the help of a lawyer, and that is sometimes extreme cost. I say so because I'm one. Let me close by just reflecting briefly on the two critical offices that I was told to make mention of, the office of the leader of majority party and the office of the leader of minority party in the National Assembly. In reference to the National Assembly, these offices are expressly referred to in the Constitution, and therefore they are important offices to that extent. Now, it's important to understand the structure of our Constitution at the moment. Our Constitution created a significantly presidential system of government. When that happens, it means that you vest power in the executive and create institutions of check. Immediately that happens. So you have the executive sitting outside there, but you create parliament as a check to that institution. So this constitution created two offices, the leader of majority party and the leader of minority party, to substitute the offices of what used to be the leader of government business in the House and what used to be the leader of the official opposition in the House. These offices are important because, as I would say, number one, they are mandatory members of certain committees of the House. When you go through the committee works, I'm certain that you'll get over that. If you get, and I don't want to get into the current politics about which party is the majority party and minority party, that the Speaker will deal with. You have very privileged to have the Speaker that you have today, because not only is he learning decision-making from the House, he served as a magistrate. So he has already been inducted into decision-making by the highest decision-making institution in the country, the judiciary. The judiciary only makes decisions, and he has served there. I'm certain he is well equipped to deal with that. So the leader of the majority party, therefore, effectively becomes the leader of government business in the House. He brings the government agenda in the House, where the majority party is the party that forms the national executive. He therefore marshals legislative programs of government in the House, schedules legislation for floor consideration, and helps do daily, weekly, and annual legislative agenda for the executive if he comes from the party that also was privileged to constitute the executive arm of government, including marshalling the House to approve nominees to certain state offices in the executive. There are certain offices that you must approve before people take them up in the executive. He must work closely with the Speaker and the party whips and consult you members and other party leaders to build consensus. I'm told diplomacy is important to get any agenda moved through the House, and that is important. He's a member of the House Business Committee, as I've said, and the Committee on Selection. He's also a member of the Committee on Appointments. Allow me just to close by looking at the leader of minority. It's also an important office. Remember, I've said it is a constitutional office. You'll find it in the Constitution first, before it's referred to in the standing orders. And among other things, he champions the minority position on issues and debates. He negotiates with the majority party, and again, I've said this, at the heart of all this is diplomacy, is negotiating, making compromises where necessary, and pushing your agenda, sometimes painstakingly, sometimes incrementally, but nevertheless, making progress. He mobilizes the minority party to exercise checks and balances on the government in cases where the majority party is the party forming the national executive and where it appears to play ball quite a bit with the executive, and also marshals the legislative programs and agenda of the national executive in the House, where the minority party then becomes the party that is forming the executive. These people cannot work in isolation. They work in tandem with other important offices in Parliament, the office of the Speaker being the head of the institution, and the whips being other critical role players in the House. Allow me to close as I began by reminding us that we have begun an important journey. We have begun a journey. You know, changing a society's destiny is not easy. All of us in our own small way do our own little things, whether you are a nursery school teacher, to change society's destiny. But sometimes fate and nature conspire and they put you in a vantage position. Now, Martin Luther King Jr. used to say that the arc of justice always, the arc of history always bends towards justice. The problem is, very few of us have a chance to stretch our hands high enough to reach that arc of history. Very few of us. You are among those who are privileged to have stretched your hands, and your hands have reached that arc of history. Let us collectively try to push that arc further towards justice. And may God bless you, and may God bless the Republic.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ongoya, for that wonderful presentation. I think some people are worried that we've taken a little more time on that, but it was a very important session. Our next session is very brief. I think what we can say, what we can take from Dr. Ongoya is that all of you, honorable members, have the power to speak. And that power to speak can change the lives and destinies of the people that we represent. That you can make a minimum effort in the House by speaking, but you will have a maximum impact on the people that you represent. Now, allow me, honorable members, to present His Lordship Justice Daniel Musinger, who is representing Lady Justice Martha Koome, Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, and President of the Supreme Court of Kenya. His topic will be on interlinkages and interdependence between Parliament and the judiciary. Allow me also, Honorable Speaker, to briefly give the bio of His Lordship Justice Daniel Musinger. His Lordship attended University of Nairobi in 1984 to 1987. After law school, he took up a job in a leading law firm as a legal assistant in Mombasa. And in 1999, he opened his own law firm, Musinger and Company Advocates. In recognition of his successful practice, he was elected the chairman of the Mombasa Law Society of Kenya, and was re-elected again in the year 2003. Because of his legal prowess, in September 2003, he was appointed by His Excellency, the late President Mwai Kibaki, as member of a tribunal investigating the conduct of certain suspended judges. His colorful legal practice culminated in his appointment as judge of the High Court of Kenya and was immediately posted to Nakuru. Subsequently, he served in various courts, the Kisii High Court, the Constitutional Judicial Review Division in Milimani, Nairobi, and later in the Commercial and Admiralty Division in the High Court of Nairobi. He also served, thereafter in the year 2012, he was appointed as a further promotion as a judge of the Court of Appeal and worked in Nairobi, Kisumu, Nyeri, Malindi, and Mombasa, and now Nairobi. In 2021, he was elected president of the Court of Appeal, a position previously held by Justice Kihara Kariuki, now Attorney General, also held previously, I think your immediate predecessor is His Lordship Justice William Ouko, now Judge of the Supreme Court of Kenya. His Lordship Justice Daniel Musinger has also received awards, one of them being the Law Society Distinguished Service in the Administration of Justice Award. He has also been named by the International Commission of Jurists, the Kenya chapter, as Justice of the Year. He has also served in various committees in the judiciary. And with that brief introduction, I wish to welcome His Lordship, Justice Daniel Musinger. Welcome, Your Lordship.
The Honorable Moses Wetangula, Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Gladys Boshole, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Members of the National Assembly, Acting Clerk of the National Assembly, Mrs. Sarah Kioko, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. It is indeed a pleasure for me to join you this afternoon on behalf of the Chief Justice, Mother Kome, who is not able to be here for good reasons as explained to the Office of the Speaker, and who has requested me to share insights about interlinkages and the interdependence between Parliament and the judiciary. Let me start by congratulating all of you honorable members of the National Assembly for being elected or nominated as members of this august institution, which is the pivotal pillar of our representative democracy and the embodiment of people's sovereignty. As the arm of the government responsible for legislation and oversight, Parliament occupies a special place in our governance framework, and being trusted by the citizens to represent them in either house is a high calling for which you must all be proud. Allow me to convey my heartfelt congratulations to the Honorable Moses Wetangula for his election on 8th of September as the Speaker of the National Assembly. I am particularly proud today as the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, who served in the judiciary as a district magistrate from October 1982 at the very beginning of his legal career. It is said that the very first job you hold after college is the most important, as it shapes the rest of your career and your life. We in the judiciary are proud to have set the Honorable Speaker on a career path that has seen him rise to the leadership of one of the three core equal arms of the government. Honorable Speaker, we salute you. While we take great pride in the fact that he started his career in the judiciary, it was quite disheartening to learn from the interview the Honorable Speaker did with the Star newspaper in October 2021 that he quit the magistracy for private practice because the salary he was earning as a magistrate could not meet his growing financial obligations. Honorable Speaker, I am saddened to report here that 40 years after you had to leave the judiciary to pursue better prospects elsewhere, the judiciary is still losing some of its finest employees who seek better pastures in other institutions because we are not able to offer them competitive terms due to our budgetary challenges. Now that you experienced the working and challenges of the judiciary at such a personal level, we hope we can rely on you, Honorable Speaker, and the National Assembly, under your able leadership, to help in our quest for better funding that will enable us to attract and retain highly qualified Kenyans who will help us serve the people of Kenya. Let me also extend my congratulations to the Honorable Gladys Boss-Sholay on our election as the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. I am proud of the Honorable Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, who also worked with the National Council for Law Reporting when it was administered under the judiciary, and later as the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary before moving to elective politics. There is no doubt that our experience as the judiciary's accounting officer and pass holder gave her unparalleled insights into our troubled budgetary position and other challenges which can be addressed by the legislature. I am glad that both leaders of the National Assembly have this history with the judiciary, and we hope we can capitalize on this relationship for the betterment of our respective institutions and the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, turning to the subjects of this induction workshop, I was asked to speak to you on the topic of interlinkages and interdependence between Parliament and the judiciary. The appropriate starting point is to appreciate that Parliament and judiciary are two important pillars of our democratic and constitutional system. Under the Constitution, the two institutions enjoy relative autonomy and independence in their respective spheres of activity. Despite this emphasis on the separation of powers, the Constitution, in its architecture and design, demands that state institutions embrace a dynamic relationship so as to work to meet and realize the hopes and aspirations of the people. It is important to point out the reality that our two institutions can best discharge their mandates only with mutual deference for their powers and functions. Otherwise, there is every risk that they will perpetually wage war against each other, therefore negating the constitutional promise of governance as joint enterprise by the three arms of government. The pursuit of this constitutional promise of governance as a joint enterprise requires institutional committee. The ideal of institutional committee can only be practically realized if courts appreciate that the legislative domain is the terrain of the Houses of Parliament, whose members must be given the leeway to legislate. For example, in an important decision by the Supreme Court in the Justice Kariuki Mate case of 2017, the court spelled out the doctrine of restraint that courts should not issue injunctions to stop ongoing legislative processes and should assume jurisdiction after the conclusion of such processes. Similarly, members of the legislature must respect the constitutional mandate of the courts, which is to ensure that all laws and conduct remain within the four corners of the constitutional legality. In saying this, we must always appreciate and bear in mind the fact that we are operating under a supreme constitution. The supremacy of the Constitution, honorable members, as articulated in Article 2 of the Constitution, means that the Constitution binds all state authority, organs, and institutions. Given that the values, principles, and rules articulated in the Constitution have normative force and enforceable by the courts, this means that where any state organ acts contrary to these norms, then courts must of necessity intervene to restore the intention of the Constitution. Our plea to the legislature is not to see such judicial intervention as power struggle between the various branches of government. Rather, judicial intervention properly understood is an attempt by the courts to redirect the various arms to proper constitutional channel for the pursuit of their goals. Put differently, to attain the goal of consolidation of democracy requires a strong parliament that discharges its representation, oversight, and law-making roles robustly. However, this does not mean that Parliament should enact abusive laws, fail to oversight the government of the day, and trample upon the rights of citizens, including the vulnerable and the marginalized groups in our society. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, the engagement between our two institutions should also be pursued in a context that is mindful of our constitutional history. We ought to always remember that both the legislature and the judiciary were often dismissed in the pre-2010 dispensation as insignificant actors in governance. This is because they were seen as being mere rubber stamps for the executive branch. This notion was connected with the widely prevailing perception then that although these two institutions had considerably significant powers under the repealed Constitution, in practical terms, they had abdicated on their mandate, thus did not play a decisive role in governance. We must therefore understand the significance of the coming into force of the 2010 Constitution as an inflection point in the place and role of Parliament and the judiciary in governance in Kenya. This historical context should make us appreciate that ours are still fragile institutions that need nurturing and support to discharge their functions, especially the shared oversight mandate, optimally as envisaged in the Constitution. I say this because the mandate and the power that our institutions hold is bestowed by the people of our beloved country to be exercised not for our sakes, but for the benefit of the people. This is why in the judiciary, we have shifted focus from institution building to social transformation, asking ourselves how we can turn the judiciary and access to justice into tools for achieving the social transformation that the people of Kenya enshrined in the 2010 Constitution. The 2010 Constitution marks a shift from a traditional understanding of the role of a constitution as being focused on limiting government powers to one which supports a responsive state that is geared towards enhancing public welfare and constructing a socially just society. This shift, honorable members, means that the government must change its perception and understanding of service delivery to the citizenry and to think creatively and proactively about how to deliver public services to all citizens in a manner that is coordinated, efficient, and cost-effective. Public agencies are now duty bearers who are expected to meet the needs of the citizens and ensure their well-being. It is for this reason that the Constitution under Article 48 obligates the state and not the judiciary, not just the judiciary, to ensure access to justice for all. In addition, Article 21, Sub-Article 1, imposes a duty on every state organ to realize the rights and fundamental freedoms, including the right to access justice. In delivering access to services to the Kenyan people, state institutions should conduct their relationships based on consultation and cooperation. This is the reason we in the judiciary are deeply honored to have this opportunity to engage with you, honorable members of the National Assembly, at the very beginning of the term of the 13th Parliament. We hope to establish through this conversation and continually hereafter warm relations that will help both our institutions discharge their respective mandates under the Constitution. We also hope for convergence in our thoughts and collaboration between our two institutions, both of which are agents of social transformation. Parliament through legislation and oversight, and judiciary through interpretation and application of the law. We cannot interpret laws in a manner that promotes social transformation if those laws were not designed to achieve social transformation at the point of enactment. We must therefore work together to serve our people and realize the promises of the 2010 Constitution. In this regard, allow me to commend the Speaker of the 12th Parliament, Honorable Justin Muturi, who readily acceded to our request to establish a corresponding judiciary parliament liaison offices to facilitate dialogue between our institutions. In May this year, the former Speaker appointed the Director of Legislative and Procedural Services, Mr. Samuel Njoroge, to head Parliament's liaison with the judiciary. From our end, our liaison is led by the Chief Registrar as the accounting officer, supported by the Chief of Staff in the Office of the Chief Justice, and the advisor responsible for legislative and parliamentary affairs in the Office of the Chief Registrar. The Chief Registrar and our team have the full blessings of the Chief Justice in this endeavor, and we hope the Speaker and the members of the 13th Parliament will offer this liaison office the necessary support as it works to cultivate these relations. To conclude, I thank you all for inviting me to come to speak to you today. I believe that working together and consulting regularly, we will be able to resolve any challenges that may arise along the way with respect to interinstitutional relationship. I wish you fruitful deliberations during the induction workshop and God's blessings and wisdom in your deliberations during the course of your parliamentary term. Thank you, and God bless you all.
And now, on behalf of the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula, and each and every one of the honorable members present, I wish to thank His Lordship, Justice Daniel Musinger, and Dr. Elisha Ongoya for the wonderful presentation. And we have greatly appreciated your taking your time to be here today. And therefore, to move on to the next part of our session, I think in consultation with the Honorable Speaker, we have agreed that we can have a very brief plenary session, questions, some answers can be given, and also comments before we take our break for lunch. And but shortly before, after the questions, shortly before we break for lunch, I will invite Joseph Mudhami so that you can brief the members on the next steps. But meanwhile, I think we'll take questions. Is there somebody with a microphone? Questions or comments? Any questions, members? Comments? Or you just want to go for lunch? Okay. All right. I will not fault you on that. And therefore, I invite Mr. Joseph Mudhami to come and brief us on the next steps as we go for lunch. Thank you very much. And that was a wonderful session. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Speaker of the National Assembly, honorable members, our distinguished guests. Thank you so much for your patience for this session. You have stood in well and, with the discipline Senior Ongoya was talking about. Allow me to make just 3 announcements as we close this session. Announcement 1, the prayer room is located at the Hotel Shopping Center, at the Hotel Shopping Village next to the Italian restaurant. Ladies' room will be number 10 and gentlemen's room is number 8. The prayer rooms are next to the Hotel Shopping Village, next to the Italian restaurant, room 10 for gentlemen and room 8 for ladies. It's on the left, just after the Nyamachoma restaurant. The second announcement is that immediately after this, we want to do a quick photo session so that we can have memories of this occasion. We request that some members exit through the rear entrance, others through the front entrance. The location is on the left of the registration area where you registered, on the way towards the main reception. You'll be guided on how to sit or stand for the photo session. Lunch will be served at the Nyamachoma restaurant. Then we'll be able to resume for the afternoon session. Thanks so much, honorable members. We request that we may be able to, we request that Honorable Speaker to lead members to the photo session so that we may have a photo of the 13th Parliament when all of us are together. Thank you so much. Honorable members, there's a request that we pray for lunch. Yes. Then after we take the photo session, we resume at 2 p.m. Thank you so much, 2 p.m. Let's pray. Those who have a non-ceremonial cape, or we may be able to get our capes on so that we can pray for lunch. Thank you. Almighty Lord, we come before your presence this afternoon, O King of Glory. We thank you for this day that you have made. We thank you for the offices of leaders and the people you have chosen to occupy those offices. We thank you even for the opportunity you have given them to serve your people, to lead them for the next 5 years. Father, we commit them unto you at this moment, King of Glory. Give them wisdom, give them direction, and even the strength to serve your people, O King of Glory. As we take this break, we want to pray for the lunch you have provided for us. We pray that you shall bless it, that we shall be able to give glory to you even as we enjoy the meal you have prepared for us. Thank you even for the morning session that has gone on smoothly, and we commit the remaining program to you, that will be able to give glory to you at the end of it all. Thank you once again, and may you be honored and glorified. In your holy name we pray and believe. Amen. Members, let's go for the photo session.
Parliament is one of the three arms of government, the others being the executive and the judiciary. Apart from her legislative role, the institution, which now comprises the National Assembly and the Senate, has an expanded oversight function on the executive. In view of Parliament's growing mandate, capacity building for the honourable members and staff of the Parliamentary Service Commission has been deemed necessary. This is how the Centre for Parliamentary Studies and Training, CPST, was born in 2008 and legalised through the Kenya Gazette in 2011.
When people come to Parliament, they realize that it's a completely different environment from what they may have been used to. Some could have been doctors, engineers, contractors, business people, professions of all manner of things, including university professors. But when they come to Parliament, they realize that their roles here and their day-to-day core functions are quite different from what they had previously been used to. And therefore they need to have that kind of in-house facility to train both staff and members.
The initial aim of the CPST was to serve an in-house objective, but with the realization of the needs at county level following the creation of devolved governments, the scope of operations was expanded to serve other stakeholders. The Centre's board through the PSC provides the policy direction, while the daily operations are overseen by the director. The board is chaired by Honourable Senator Beth Mugo, and the members are Honourable Senator Sami Leshore, Honourable Adan Kanan, Dr. Abdullahi Ali, Dr. Lorna Mumelo, Jeremiah Nyegenye, Justin Bundi, Professor Ambassador Maria Nzomo, and Professor Nyokabi Kamau.
We have several visions of what we want to do, the board, and one of them is to purchase land so that we can build a center of excellence for empowering or for training our members, as well as county assemblies, as well as the whole region, the East African region. This will definitely reduce the cost that we face when we send our staff as well as members of our parliament to study or to learn outside.
The formation of the Parliamentary Service Commission in 1999 perhaps set the pace for the formation of other institutions, CPST being one of them.
In addition to the members of Parliament, we had a crash program to recruit staff to service the expanded membership of members and also the increased number of committees. So the CPST is one very useful organ to ensure Parliament, both members and staff, perform their duties properly by creating sufficient awareness on their mandate, functions, and responsibilities.
CPST's vision is to be a centre of excellence in parliamentary studies and governance. Her mission is to enhance the capacity of members and staff of Parliament and other stakeholders for the effective and efficient execution of their mandate, roles and functions in democratic governance. The CPST training is based on the Centre's curriculum. Lately, this curriculum has been mainstreamed to address issues of gender, youth, minority interest groups, and the interests of marginalized communities. The curriculum has 18 courses based on 6 thematic areas. These are the Constitution, Parliament and System of Governance, Lawmaking and Procedural Matters, Information and Public Engagement, Public Finance Management (PFM), Human Resource and Administration of the Legislature, facilitative and cross-cutting issues. To ensure quality assurance under the CPST Monitoring and Evaluation M&E framework, the Centre is finalizing the development of curriculum support materials so that training is delivered in an effective and efficient manner. 7 such materials which are being developed include a trainer's manual for each of the thematic areas, plus a facilitator's guide, both developed the CPST way of training. The training model incorporates adult learning methodologies in legislative training. The Centre plans to start e-learning programs in future.
We run our trainings through 3 ways. We have what we call supply-driven. So as a centre, we have a calendar, and from the calendar we state what courses are available at the centre, which we run here, right here in this campus. And from those county assemblies, either staff or members, but even our own staff in Parliament, our own members of Parliament, can choose what course they want to come and attend, and that is supply. So you register for it and basically come and take the course. Then we also have what we call demand-driven, where the client, and mainly our client has been pretty much the county assemblies, even though even our own Parliament has also been our client. They come to us and request, can you organize for us a course on this area? And we quickly put together a course and get them here, and we run a course for them. We also have a third way of training, where we organize what we call partnership programs. And we then run programs that together with development partners we feel our clients need.
CPST also runs a wide range of short courses which include procurement within the legislature, handset training for staff in the legislature, training for chamber and committee clerks, report and minute writing, lawmaking and procedural matters, training for sergeant-at-arms, work plan preparation workshop for members and staff of the legislature, the Constitution, Parliament and Systems of Governance, management of committees and understanding the mandate of committees. The Centre also carries out tailor-made courses in response to specific training requests by directorates in Parliament and the county assemblies. Training has also been extended to parliamentary organizations in the Eastern Africa region and beyond. The aim is to equip the participants with the requisite skills to deliver on their mandate.
Building of capacity is a core pillar in our strategic plan. The capacity of our members of staff, the capacity of our members of Parliament relates directly to the efficacy, to the efficiency with which they are able to discharge their constitutional mandate. From that perspective, the capacity building, the enhancement of the capacities of our staff and our members rank very high in our priorities and are a core cornerstone embedded in our strategic plan.
Being new to the existing governance structures, county governments need continuous grooming on parliamentary practice and procedures. The courses for the county assembly members and staff are therefore organized to address the emerging challenges in the execution of their mandates.
I remember at the formative stage when we were struggling on issues to do with understanding the mandate of the county assembly, CBST came in handy. And I would say categorically that CBST is the body that tried to put up a training or capacity building manual that was able to be rolled up in all the 47 county assemblies. We did that through clustering, and where we clustered the counties into 6. It is out of those clustering that CBST now was able to come up with a unified training manual that we were able to roll up.
All the counties are coming up with various legislations. Some of them, of course, are provided for in the Constitution and pursuant to their roles in the Constitution. 80% of the bills are submitted by the members. So for that effect, every county must have capacity in terms of legislative drafters who are supposed to draft the bills for them. CPST is the only organization in Kenya which is tasked with training people working in legislatures. When we came in last year, the key emphasis was capacity building for members of the county assembly. And during the period of the whole of last year, there was a lot of effort from CPST whereby members were trained as members of the committees and in their roles at the legislature.
In order to ensure operational efficiency, the CPST has two directorates, namely Directorate of Administration and Corporate Affairs and the Directorate of Curriculum Development, Training and Research. To ensure successful delivery of the role and mandate of the Centre, the Board, with the support of development partners, has put in place the strategic plan covering the period 2013 to 2017. The partners support several initiatives at the Centre.
In this regard, we implement a parliamentary strengthening program that has been providing diverse kinds of technical support to Kenya's parliament for about 14 years now. We have worked very closely with CPST, helping CPST to develop the initial products that it needed to begin its journey towards being a center of excellence for parliamentary training.
SUNY Kenya has worked very closely with CPST in developing training manuals, which will be very useful in training county assemblies.
Our idea is to support devolution in a manner that is methodical, in a manner that is high quality, and in a manner that encourages sustainability, because the materials that are produced are therefore capable of being used over time, and they're capable of being replicated, and they're capable of being reproduced even as the country continues to advance in the implementation of the Constitution.
We envision that CPST as an institution will continue growing and supporting the delivery of trainings and standardization of parliamentary work across the country, that the institution will grow to the extent of supporting East Africa as a region and Africa as a continent.
In the recent past, matters of gender equity and regard for minority and interest groups have taken center stage in the public institutions, Parliament included. International organizations like the United Nations have come out in support of training programs geared towards meeting this need.
By the time we started partnering with the Center for Parliamentary Studies, they were already working on a training curriculum that had about 17 training modules. But then when we started partnering, we realized that we needed also to work to partner with them to be able to also to develop the curriculum to address the county assembly, the needs of the county assembly, because our purpose was to also
is among Kenya's most iconic landmarks. This Victorian architectural masterpiece is where our elected representatives meet to make laws that affect our country and by extension anyone living in it. But Parliament building hasn't always been on this spot. The journey that led to the laying of the foundation stone of Parliament as we know it today began over 100 years ago. Being a British colony, the first recorded sitting of Parliament was that of the Colonial Legislative Council in August 1907. It was composed of 7 members and was chaired by the then Governor, Sir James Hayes Sadler. The All-Whites Legislative Council comprised 4 ex officio and 3 official members, all nominated by the Governor. This first meeting was held in an old wooden and corrugated iron sheets building off the then White House Road, where the current Railway Golf Club stands, off the present-day Haile Selassie Avenue in Nairobi. For the next 13 years, the Legislative Council met in that humble building or at Government House in either Nairobi or Mombasa. In 1920, accommodation for the Legislative Council was rented in the Memorial Hall, which is today's Bank of India, along Kenyatta Avenue, where it was hosted until 1953. During the period of tenancy at Memorial Hall, various milestones were achieved. In October 1944, the governor nominated Eliot Mathu to represent the African interests in the council by taking the place of one European who represented the Africans. Mathu became the first black African member of the Legislative Council. In 1946, one more African was appointed to replace another European in the council. And in 1948, the governor, who had all along presided over the Legislative Council, appointed a speaker, Mr. W.K. Horn, to take his place and to preside over future meetings. This marked the beginning of speakership in the history of the Kenyan Parliament. By the time the foundation stone of present-day Parliament building was being laid in 1952, the number of African-nominated members had increased to 6, and Clerk A.W. Purvis appointed to the Legislative Council. After over 30 years in the Memorial Hall, the Legislative Council moved into the current location of Parliament buildings in the city square of Nairobi. These buildings were officially opened by the then Governor, Sir Evelyn Baring, on Tuesday 16th February 1954. In May 1956, Her Majesty the Queen of England gave authority for Kenya's legislature to possess a mace. In November 1956, a mace which was made of mvuli was placed on the table of the House during the opening of the 11th Council. The official mace, made of ivory and silver gilt, was completed and presented to the Speaker by the Governor at the sitting of the Council on 20th April 1958. The mace symbolizes the authority of the House and the Chair and is placed on the table with its head facing the majority or government side. The first Lancaster Conference of January 19...
the Governor Central Bank, Dr. Patrick Njoroge, and we'll also have another topic on diplomacy, etiquette and reputation management for legislators. It will be presented by Ambassador Macharia Kamau, who is the Principal Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and together with our own Mr. Muthomi, who is our Chief Public Communications Officer. So without much ado, because the Speaker is the chair of the session, Honorable Speaker, okay, let me. Honorable Speaker, you may now proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, welcome back to the continuation of our session. I hope you had a good and restful lunch. We are going to the afternoon session on our day 2. And this afternoon we have 2 distinguished guests. We have the Governor of Central Bank, Dr. Patrick Njoroge, whose profile is found in the booklet, and you can acquaint yourselves to see his rich background and academic prowess. We also have the Principal Secretary, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Macharia Kamau. I don't see him in the room. I hope he's on the way coming. Now, Dr. Njoroge has requested that he has within the next 1 or so hours some urgent matter to deal with. So we will listen to him, and any members who have comments or questions or both to him will avail you the opportunity. Then we can release him before we go to the next speaker, who will be from Foreign Affairs. Without much ado, Dr. Patrick Njoroge. This is the National Parliament of Kenya. Assembled here are all members of the 13th Parliament, eager to move the wheel of the country. And everything is about economy, economy, economy. And you are the custodian of our central bank. So we will listen to you very keenly. Where the questions we'll put to you, and we can be able to move at the same level as everybody else. I will not ask you questions when you finish, but I'll want you to tell us why the quality of our new currency is so poor. It lasts, the small currencies like 50 shilling notes and 100 don't last more than 2 weeks in quick circulation, especially when you go to markets like Ikomba, like Karatina, like Chwele, and so on. Is there any problem with our quality of currency compared with our neighbors? Karibu.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much, Bwana Speaker. I want to begin by congratulating all of you on your appointment and mandate from the people of your respective jurisdiction, and indeed the people of Kenya, to your new 5-year term in the context of the 13th Parliament. And Bwana Speaker, congratulations in a special way for leading us, and you please continue to lead us appropriately. It's also nice to be here because I have seen a lot of you on TV. So, and it's one thing to see you on TV, it's another thing to see, he's really tall, or vice versa, you know. So I think it's good to see you, and to also begin the day and your term worried or thinking about the key issues of the economy. Your mandate revolves around the economy. And I think it is important to start with that, and I'm delighted to be with you. It's part of our mandate as the Central Bank of Kenya to be advisor to government. So I stand before you because you've called me to you. You didn't summon me. You just called me. And it's my responsibility to answer that call. And I want to assure you that as often as you call me, I'll show up. And I'll explain things, and I think Bwana Speaker can clarify, can actually attest that in his previous responsibility, when they called me, I was ready to talk about whatever they wanted. So we are there. So thank you very much. Now, I'll go rather quickly over some things, but I think we can open the discussion at the end of it. Although you can stop me if there's a particular burning question that comes to you about the economy. So the first point to make is Kenya is not a project. Okay, Kenya is not a project. Those of us that think of Kenya as a project, I think, have a different narrative. The way we see it is Kenya is that ship there, you know. So it is we are on a journey, we are on a voyage. So really, MV Kenya is what we are talking about. And as it sails, there are certain things it wants to accomplish, the distance. So you have the dashboard. And from what you've been hearing and telling people during your campaigns and etc., and also as citizens, economic growth is an important thing. You want to see the country growing. And we as economists just love to talk about economic growth. And we say it's 8%, it's 5%, it's this. But it's not the only thing that matters. You also have been talking about cost of living. That's another element in your dashboard. And also other things about health, education. For instance, I think a lot of you, even when you talk about the cost of living, how does it impact you? And I can assure you that it impacts you a lot because let's say somebody has a bill at a hospital and they cannot afford it. And then they come to you, etc. So the issue of health, the health outcomes and education outcomes are extremely important. And then infrastructure. So you have infrastructure, roads, we are talking about the various, even the SGR roads, but roads, not just new roads, even, are the roads, are there potholes in the roads? Are they tarmacked? I think we have a whole set of issues. By the way, I see a lot of you writing notes, which is good, but I think I would also tell you that you will get the slides. We'll make sure that they come to you circulated appropriately. But anyway, it's good to write notes on this. But there are some things that hold us back. So this thing is sailing, but what holds us back? What draws us back? I think there are some things that, and the first I think is corruption. Corruption is a net loss to the economy. Yeah? So if you have, corruption will benefit one person, but it is a huge loss to the entire economy. So that holds us back. It's an anchor. I think we know that. There's a big net loss, which is pending bills as well. When you have pending bills, you know what happens. However they are created, however they are generated, it ends up, let's say the contractor, next time he'll price, instead of pricing it at 100, he'll price it at 120 because he expects that he won't get it on time, etc. And so there's a big problem there, and it also allows you, it's an opening for corruption, etc. So that's another issue. High inflation, another big problem, which holds us back. And then some of the things that may lead to weak institutions. So think of KRA or central bank or even the police when they end up becoming poor, meaning, or the judiciary. So they weaken, they cannot deliver on their mandate for whatever reason. And I think Kenya has an entire history of strengthening institutions and then breaking them, and then strengthening them. So we need to be sure that we protect the institutions through and through. I also wanted to talk about the poor environment that may be their environment in terms of the environment out there, but also other things like business climate, etc. So all those things hold the MV Kenya back from sailing. Now, the sails that are there in this boat, they are actually fiscal policy. There are three in particular: fiscal policy or fiscal, the outcomes or the fiscal policy or implementation of fiscal policy, financial policies, which is more like ours. So fiscal is all about the budget, etc. We mention it. Financial is more about banking and so forth. If it is working well, if interest rates are working well, savings will happen. People are sure of their money in banks, etc. And also on the external side. So think of exports, imports, think of foreign currency, think of all those things. Those are the three sails in the economy. And if they are well trimmed, the boat will sail very quickly, despite there being, the wind not being strong, etc. But then there's another element there known as debt. And you can see it, it's the keel in the boat. The keel makes sure that the boat doesn't topple over, right? So if the wind blows it in a particular way, the keel makes sure that the boat stabilizes. But if the keel is too big, it can actually capsize the boat. And that's what happens when debt becomes balloons beyond compare. Then it becomes a problem that has to be dealt with. So the kill cannot just be randomly anything. So we have to manage debt so that it helps us instead of hindering us. So colleagues, what I'll do is I'll talk about MV Kenya, and some of these issues I'm going to touch on them, and later on, if you want to have more specific questions, I can obviously deal with them. The slide that I want to show next is to show you where we are, where we were in July. This one, every 2 months, we do a survey of market perceptions, right? Now, you have a sense or a pulse of the economy in your jurisdiction, in your constituency, in your county, etc. We, every 2 years, every 2 months, take the temperature, the perception of people around the businesses, really, around the country. And we ask them, what is their sense of optimism in Kenya's economic prospects? And we did this in July, just before the elections, right? And we had also done it in 2017, just before the elections. And what we found very interesting is in 2017, so it's banks and non-banks, but the results are very similar. In 2017, you remember the previous contentious elections, but it was even before that. Only about 26% of banks, and indeed only 35% of non-banks were were optimistic about the economy. So 25 or 35%. And indeed, in July of this year, it was just the reverse. It was about 80% of banks and around 73% of non-banks. So we are making the point that actually, even as we are coming to the elections, there was a lot of optimism in the country. And this is, in a sense, let's say, the break between politics and economics. So people wanted to just go, do their economic things, etc. Even as you were doing the campaigns, etc. People were focused on their things. They're listening to you, but they want to go ahead with the economy. This, to me, is interesting. We are doing another survey now, and in about a week or so, or 10 days, I'll tell you what the outcome is of the survey now after the elections. So, a few issues. The economy, how strong is it growing? And the slide on the board now gives you details about the growth. Remember, one of the outcomes we talked about is economic growth, GDP growth as we call it. It's true, I've made the point before, and I continue to make the point that you cannot eat GDP. You cannot eat GDP. So even as we as economists talk about GDP, we need to temper that, because it's not GDP that people are interested in. The issue is these incomes that are measured here, are they helping people? That is the big question. But it's a way of looking at the economy in totality. And there you can see last year, even though last year was hard, that's 2021, or you can even begin in 2020. 2020 was the first COVID year. We grew. Actually, in 2020, we just were flat, 0.3%, decline of 0.3%, so flattish. And then in 2021, we rebounded at 7.4. And in the first quarter of this year, it grew at 6.8. And we are expecting that this year, we are going, and those are the numbers at the bottom, will grow at 5.4%. 5.4%, frankly, is a strong growth relative to other countries. It may not be the strongest that Kenya has delivered, but in the circumstances of the economic situation around the world, that is a very strong level of growth. I want to show you the next slide, which is just showing you a long-term trend of growth, and that is the dashed line. So it goes from 2010 to 2021. So 2021 is the 7.5 we mentioned. But you can see that growth rate has generally been around 5%. So around 5%, that's what it is averaged. That chart also shows you the contributions of growth, which are the sectors that are driving growth. And I think the one that really sticks out is the reddish one, the brown one, and that is services. So services really is, we've moved from agriculture, and now agriculture is the bluish one. You can see the services is the one that is dominating. So when we talk about ICT, when we talk about hotels and accommodation, trade, retail, etc., and all the other services, education, health, that is really now what Kenya is becoming. So we've moved away from sort of the one sector, agriculture. It's still important, but we're just saying that it is interesting to see where the growth is coming from. Let's move on to the next. I mentioned in passing that the world is a rather harsh place today, very bad place. Meaning world economy, there are a lot of problems in the world economy. The first of this is that the world economy is likely to, the growth rate is falling, meaning it's slowing down. There's even talks about recessions, a recession in the advanced economies. And this shows you, this was done by the IMF. It's a standard table that most economists are familiar with, the World Economic Outlook. And you can see world growth, that's the blue column in July. July numbers was projected at 3.2. Actually, in about 2 weeks, they are going to issue a new projection, and we expect that 3.2 will be scaled down even more. The world is actually, the world economy, the global economy is worsening dramatically. You've heard about inflation at critical levels, but even growth is shrinking in these places. I don't want to talk too much about this slide, but I just wanted to make the point that the global growth is expected to be weaker. And therefore, we in Kenya, we are connected to the rest of the world. We need to be appreciative of that and take the right measures. I want to talk about inflation in Kenya. One of the items that we mentioned a moment ago about the cost of living. And the dashed line is the number, the numbers that are announced and are circulated at the end of every month. So the last number was 8.5%, and that was in August. And we expect that this going forward it will remain elevated around 8.5, maybe even higher, particularly given that there has been changes in the price of oil, petroleum, and that will push inflation higher, but that is well within sort of the scope of the things that we are doing, so we are not letting this go by its own. We need to be careful of the implication more generally, as you put it, on the cost of living. To be clear, the things that have been pushing up inflation in Kenya, first and foremost is food inflation. Now that is your various products, including the non-vegetables, but obviously a lot of vegetables in there, unga, sugar, etc. And then of course fuel. So next slide is interesting because we just talked a moment ago about 8.5. That's where we are in Kenya. What about the US? Where are they? And the US, if you look, that's the red line, they're actually at 8.3. So inflation in the US is exactly like us. In effect, and I'm going to use this line, that used to be us. So in the US, it's 8.3. In the UK, it's 9.9, and it's going to break 10. So it will be in the double digits, and in the US also, it may end up in the double digits. Eurozone already at 9.1. The point is, these numbers are, let's just say, anathema to the advanced economies, because they used to have inflation at 2%. They are trying to get it to 2%. Now they are way above us. So that's what I'm saying. That used to be us, when we are struggling with high levels of inflation, and they are on the low levels and saying, you know, look at the less developed countries, inflation is high there, etc. I think we can teach them a lesson or two, but let's keep it to ourselves for now. Yeah. So the bottom line here is that inflation has become endemic in the advanced economies. And we know why. First and foremost is the price of oil in those countries. Secondly is first was the problems with the supply chains that were there, meaning they were unable to deliver products as needed in the quantities, even timber and things like that. Prices were more than doubled, etc. As a matter of fact, the next slide shows you some interesting products in the global market. So for instance, palm oil, that is the yellow one. Palm oil goes into your edible oil, it goes into the soap, it goes into things like that. Yeah, a lot of the household things. And if you remember, there was a time some palm oil importers or makers of edible oils were complaining about foreign exchange shortage, etc. Actually, what they didn't tell you is their problem was not foreign exchange currency, foreign exchange availability. What it was is actually the price had really shot up in the global markets, and Malaysia had banned the exports because they wanted to protect themselves, right? So we had problems importing those things. But anyway, now the price has come down, and therefore you'd expect that the prices of those products or more, or whatever it is, the Blue Band, all those other products that are made, or soap that are made from this sort of oil will come down. I don't want to talk about too many of the others, but you can look at them. The point to make is that since June, the global prices of a lot of the things that we import has begun to come down. And it will continue, we hope. And so by December, we'll have much better landed prices. As a matter of fact, the next slide is about oil. You know, this is Marban oil, which is our benchmark oil. And you can see it had gone as far as $130 a barrel. That was in March. And now it has come down to about $93 a barrel. The expectation is that this will come down even more, to the point where we won't have to have the subsidies. You understand? So it's true, we eliminated the fuel subsidies on the I guess the super, etc., right? But on also the other products, including diesel, etc. So you have the price coming down, and therefore the gap is narrowing. So the pressure on the consumer and indeed on the government becomes less and less. But anyway, that's the expectation, but let's wait and see. Now we come to another set of items that is important for you, fiscal. I remember I talked about in that first chart, that first picture, and I really think that that picture has a lot. And I'll be, in our conversations in the future, I'll keep bringing up that picture. I talked about fiscal policies or the fiscal accounts, etc. And the idea that is one of the sails that are catching whatever is there, you know, the favorable winds, and pulling MV Kenya forward, or for that matter, any other country. So let's look at what is the overall fiscal performance through time. And I think the first place, we call it the fiscal balance, right? The deficit, as it were. And that is the red line. Generally, when we measure the deficit, we measure it against GDP. So it's not enough to say it is so many Kenya shillings, because the economy is growing. So you measure it, you scale it against GDP. And so, for instance, in 2020, 2021, which is two fiscal years ago, it was 8.4. So 8.4% of GDP. That was the deficit, and that's what we covered. I'm pretty sure most of you are familiar with this because most of you are in I see people who are in the budget committee before and other committees. I also see, anyway, so I think you're familiar with this sort of scaling. But I think it is important what is important here? The blue is revenue and grants, also as a share of GDP. And then the gold is the expenditures. And you can see there's a sort of an increase, there's a wedge between them, right? And that is the deficit. So actually expenditures have risen. It's true, in later years, revenues have fallen as a share of GDP. That is the crux of the problem. Now, it didn't happen yesterday. You can see there was an increase. When I mean yesterday, I mean over the last, let's say, months or last year. You can see it had gone even in 2016, 2017, it was as high as 9.6%. And it came down. And so this indeed shows, if there was one chart that you want to say is the scorecard of all of us as a country in terms of fiscal performance, this is it. And one can say that things have tightened, meaning things have worsened in later years, but I think one has to understand why. And I think one of the issues towards the end is COVID. COVID required us, when we were dealing with COVID, it required us to spend a lot more, even as revenues were falling. Remember, the economy shut down in many ways, right? Remember, we didn't even have services. I told you services is now the leading sector. All those were shut. So in effect, we were in a sort of a quote-unquote survival mode. And I think the point here is that that's why the deficit increased. But now we have to take it back to where it should be. The next chart shows us what that means. So just to tell you more or less what this, so the red is the actuals. So remember I said that in 2021, fiscal year 2021, the deficit was 8.4. So that's the middle 8.4. And then the next year, which is the last fiscal year, the tentative number is 6.1. 6.1 is a significant improvement. However, there's a little catch here. This does not include the pending bills that may have been accumulated and not paid. So this number may need to be adjusted by that amount to correctly reflect the actual, let's say, commitment of resources that government took. But the direction is clear. The path that had been chosen or that has been chosen by government over time, medium term, is one that is the green one, is one that would bring us back down to stability less than in the order of 3%. 3% in 5 years. 3% of GDP, which is a sustainable place to be. So this, to me, is where you want to go. The issue is, can we deliver on it? And if we can deliver on this fiscal plan, consolidation plan, I think you would have achieved one of the, let's say, you'd be one of the largest successes for our country into the future, and indeed through time. Now, if we had looked a little more at the graphs that I had shown before, don't go back, but it's interesting to see that there has been moments in the past that actually we had strengthened our fiscal performance. So it is not impossible to strengthen our fiscal performance. Then we talk about debt. This is another topic that you're familiar with. Debt. The question is, where is our debt? Meaning, is it, how painful is it? You all know, and you've been told, as somebody was telling me today, that your own, let's say, in your own constituencies, you asked about debt. And people on the radio will ask about this. Here is a long series about the evolution of Kenya's public debt. Again, it's scaled against GDP. And you can see there was a time it was at 64%. That was in 2000, 2002, 2003. And then it came down to 38% in 2007, 2008. And now it's gone back up to 69%. Now, again, the question is, if you ask yourself, how much of this is domestic and external? Actually, it's about 50-50. That's not the consideration. The issue is total. It's closer to 60 to 70%. And the question is, can we bring it down? The answer is yes. We did that before. We did that in 2002. We brought it down to 38%. It took like 5 years, but like everything, it's all about being consistent. You don't run the marathon in let's say 10 minutes. You are there for 2 hours and you are steady and you train for it. That is what this is. This is a marathon, dear colleagues. Now, I'll mention a few things. Is it a problem? Well, it is a problem for the reason I didn't mention it, but I kind of alluded to it. When we looked at MV Kenya, the first slide that I showed, there was that debt issue. And I say debt is used to stabilize MV Kenya. So for instance, when we were going through the COVID-19 and basically we couldn't raise that much revenues, etc., the only way we could get away with it was to borrow. So we borrowed concessional funds from the IMF, the World Bank. It is 20, 30, 40 years repayment, 2%, actually less than 2% interest, etc. So very concessional. And that's how, so in a sense, it's like you also, when you're in a tight spot and you want to, so you can borrow a bit, but you want to be sure that you don't overborrow. So here's the case, and even personally, when you borrow, you have to get to a point where you say, oh, wait a second, I think I've overborrowed. And I need to be careful and begin to repay this, maybe begin to repay the more expensive debt, etc. But I think the first thing that happens is when you begin to, your repayment becomes a large share of your revenues. And this applies, for instance, if you borrow mortgage, right? A mortgage, right? And I'm sure, well, maybe it's not you, but the people that come to you, the people that work for you, and you advise them, you tell them, don't borrow. I mean, your repayment should not be more than a third of your income. There's a general rule. This is a general rule, financial sort of management. 30%, right? No more than that should be going to repayment of loans, etc. So if you do that for the country, you get this so revenues is what we are earning, that's our income. And then debt service, yeah? So you can see there was a time it was 33%. It came down to 16, 15%. And now it's up, in the 50% range, above 40%. So clearly we are tight, yeah? So every shilling that we collect in revenues, 40 cents, or every 100 shillings, 40 shillings go to debt service. So you begin to ask yourself, but wait a second, what about salaries? What about medicine? What about building roads? So the point is, like, you would also need to worry about this. If you had this problem personally, you sort of say, hey, wait a second, I do need to, I'm not at a point where I'm falling, I'm collapsing, but surely I need to do something about this. So it's a bit like you or me when you go to the doctor and the doctor tells you, you're doing well, but you need to exercise more frequently. Yeah? And you don't like the exercise, but you need to do it. Otherwise, things will be worse in a year's time, etc. So that's really gives you a good snapshot as to where it is. I wanted to give you also a sense of where things are relative to other countries, but this I'll do very quickly. And it is this slide. The blue is the advanced economies. So generally advanced economies can carry debt much higher than us. So Japan, etc., they can all go much higher for many reasons. These are discussions that we economists love to engage in. But I think as of others, say emerging markets, lower, and sub-Saharan Africa, even less. Meaning our debt carrying capacity is not at the level of the others. And I think it's understood, right? Again, using the analogy of running the marathon. If I haven't trained enough, I cannot really keep up with Kipchoge. And Kipchoge will stay for 2 hours and he's running very fast. I cannot keep up with him even for 1 kilometer. And now if you have trained a lot more, you can stay with him for a little longer. So I think that's the sense. We can discuss it, but I wanted to tell you that not all countries have the same carrying capacity. And that is important for you to appreciate. What are the economic consequences of high debt? You know this, but I thought I would at least remind you. First, it narrows the fiscal space. So I explained it in the context of you have less room for other expenditures. And that is very important for you. Yeah? It's very important because your job is not just to repay debt. Your job is to make sure that the lives, and my job as well, is to actually affect the lives of the 50 million Kenyans that we are responsible for, that have given us the respective mandates. So that is important. Then, of course, it limits the room. We call it fiscal buffers, but it just means that at times you need to allow yourself to spend more than you are bringing in as in revenues. So like during COVID, we needed to spend more, but we didn't have room, so we had to borrow. So that sort of counter-cyclical policy, which is extremely important, that room is limited. But importantly also, it increases the interest rate structure, or rather interest rate, basically, raises interest rate, meaning people are less interested in lending to you. You become higher risk from their perspective. And I think the point is that will end up ruining many things, including innovation, productivity, etc. Balance of payments. This is now talking about external. Again, this is the other, let's say, the other sale that I talked about, external sector. We've talked about the fiscal. I'm now talking about the external, and I'll talk towards the end about the financial. Exports have been growing okay, actually, quite strongly. Growing around 15%, over the, but I think specifically, if you look at them, 2021, 2022, the only one that looks a bit odd is horticultures. And horticultures, actually, the problem there was avocados. I'm an avocado farmer, and I know a lot about avocados. And the problem I understand is it's the exports of these things, right? There was a problem with China now that has been fixed. So we expect this to reset itself, although I'm told that the problem with avocados is they've been stolen. Yeah? So you go to the farm and somebody was there before you the night before, I don't know how this works, but anyway, let's leave the avocados alone. And then imports have also been growing well, yeah? And I think it is important to note the largest growth was from oil, petroleum. Again, remember I showed you the graph of how high the price of oil had gone. So basically, oil has been the one that has been driving, pushing, even as exports have grown, imports have grown even more because of oil. Yeah? The others you can see, chemicals, manufacturers, all of them are showing that the economy is dynamic. meaning the economy is moving well. But I think the issue here is the drag from the imports of oil in various ways, as I explained. Diaspora remittances are an important component. That has been growing very well. This actually really helped us during COVID. Our fellow Kenyans out there sending money home, that has been strong. Now, I know the last few months, there has been, let's say, a stabilization, and indeed last month a decline, modest decline from 312 to 310 million US dollars in the month. And the reason for that is twofold. One is there's a general, let's say, seasonality. It will pick up as we go into the next, into October, November, December, as we do that, right? So there's seasonality, people sending money home according to the season, towards Christmas, school fees, those sort of things. I think we understand that. But another thing which we have seen, not just about Kenyan remittances, it's actually globally, is that the people in the remitting countries, and in particular the US, they are sending less money home because they're under a lot of economic pressures themselves. So the cost of living for them has really pushed them hard. But anyway, just something to note, and at this point we are still grateful to our brothers and sisters, wherever they are, that they are sending these remittances, which remain, they are much more important than any of our exports. Tea, coffee, horticulture, much more important. And I think that it is good to see that they still have a connection with our country. This is a long-term item that we need to talk about. Tourism is picking up. I think this, I don't want to say too much in the interest of time, but I think it has picked up quite well. And there was a time recently that I'm sure you couldn't get any place in any of the hotels in the coast or even in Masai Mara, etc. So those numbers are coming on okay. What is the bottom line? The bottom line here is that the current account balance, which is what puts everything together, so exports, imports, remittances, everything, then you have a balance, so like the bottom line, has been, we have a deficit relative to the GDP of about 5, for this year we are projecting, well, last year it was 5.5% of GDP. And to July it's 5.1, and we are projecting that to be 5.9. Now, I always make the point that the sweet spot for us is 5%. So we are a bit on the higher side, but it's around where it should be. So 5.9 isn't a problematic thing, particularly because we are financing it through other means, capital inflows, portfolio inflows, etc. And you can see, as we say, tumetoka mbali. Look at 2014. Yeah, 2014 was almost 10%, and even the year before. So I think the point I'm making here is that the current account is in relative balance, and the next slide shows you where we are on the foreign exchange. You can see in terms of US dollar equivalent, it had peaked at 8.8 billion, and now it is at 7.3 billion. But this is still like 4.3 months of import cover, which is relatively adequate. But you can see it has fallen from 5.2, 5.3, but we maintain it at around where it is, not so much because we are targeting anything, but because this is we in the central bank generate these reserves through the government's loans. So the government borrows in US dollars, and then we repay their loans in US dollars or foreign currency, and that's how we generate our foreign exchange. It is adequate, etc. The question which you have is, and you have been asked by others, but wait a second, why is the shilling falling? So, is it falling? Yes, it is falling. Is it falling dramatically? And that's where the issues are. Now, there's a slide that I'm showing you, which is it shows you the major currencies against the US dollar. So you can see all those reds, all those currencies, they are depreciating against the US dollar. And if you do one index of the major currencies against the US dollar, it's that index on the left, the green one that says 14.4. Basically, the US dollar has been strengthening dramatically against all other currencies. So US dollar is on one side and everyone else is going down. That is, I think, politically, and Speaker, you'll forgive me if I dabble into political words. That is the US economy might. Yeah? I said economy, I was going to use politics, you know. There's a word about it, yeah? This is the, so in a sense, this is the imperial aspect of the US dollar. That's the politics I wanted to avoid, but I think you allow me to just say that. So yes, so you have the dollar strengthening against everybody else. Sure, even the euro, the pound, 15%. So I think the point here is we have to understand what is going on in all the markets. So when we ask ourselves, why is Kenya? Then we have this slide, which is our countries, or rather African currencies. And you can see that we are the circled one, we are at 6.2, so we have depreciated, and this is January to date. So we depreciated by 6.2. However, you have others, you know, you have the Uganda shilling, it is 7.7, Egyptian pound, Kwacha and Cedi, you can see them on that side. And then on the other side, you have the Tanzania shilling, Nigerian naira. We can discuss each of these currencies, where they are coming from, obviously offline, because a lot of it, there are other things that are going on, such as where they were last year. So for instance, when you look at the Zambian kwacha, which is appreciated by 7.6, last year actually it has depreciated like by 20% plus. So it is in a sense correcting after that. So I'm making the point that we are in the middle of the road, 6.2. And I think in some sense what we are trying to do is to avoid significant movements in the currency. So what we do is we allow it to move according to market forces, but we intervene to minimize the volatility. Volatility is what ruins everything. So we want to make sure that whatever happens, it depreciates or appreciates, you know, gently, without any sort of significant, so that you can plan better, as opposed to it moving in one day by 2% or 10% or whatever else it is. So I just wanted to make the point, because this is an accusation that has been leveled against us in the central bank, that we are in some ways throttling the foreign exchange market. That's not true. What has happened is that at times the banks have been misbehaving. They don't always follow the rules. And so yes, we have had to deal with them to make sure that they follow the rules. They have certain responsibilities as in the market that they have to follow. For instance, make sure that they have two-way pricing, make sure that they provide minimum quotes for $500,000 US dollars, etc. So if that works well, then the market itself will provide itself with let's say the balance. It will be self-correcting and won't have an issue. But I think the point is that particularly as we are coming into the elections, there are obviously some people that had other ideas, and they were trying to, in a sense, benefit from the fears that you have, that I have, that everyone else has, and in a sense, that's what we were, let's say, opposing in terms of making sure that the markets operate as they should. I want to finish quickly, so I'll skip some of these other slides. Just a word on this slide. The national payment system is so important to us. And we as Kenyans want to improve this national payment system. And we want to have a secure, fast, efficient and collaborative payment system that benefits all Kenyans. And so there are some things we've done. We have a strategy which we can discuss, but it's available on our website, etc. I want to say a few words about banking before I finish, but maybe even I'll skip this financial inclusion slide. Let's go to the vision of the banking sector. And I'm happy to see some faces I recognize that we discussed some time ago, the maneno of interest rate caps. If you remember, we were adamant, we had differences of views, etc. We put it in place, you put it in place, and we told you it wouldn't work. It didn't work. We told you that there were some things that we needed to do. We put them in place, in particular this thing of the vision of the banking sector. And this vision is important because we say that we want, I'm not going to go into all the details, but we want a responsible and disciplined sector. So customer centricity is very important, which is a big issue. It was one of your key issues. And actually, as Kenyans, you know, we all want to be treated with respect. Customer centricity. The thing of risk-based pricing, this is important. Because if you went to a bank, they should not just look at you and say, well, okay, you are 12% or you are 23%. It has to be based on the risk of the project. And I think this is the big thing that we have been pushing them towards. And they are getting there. They need to, it's like learning a new language. You don't start knowing it. You do it in, you know, kidogo kidogo. Transparency in terms of interest rates, what they're charging, and also ethical banking. So that is a journey that we have already, that took off in 2019. And we have already begun to see significant benefits from it. For instance, how do I know this? Well, you know it. During COVID, if you had a loan that was performing, you could go to your bank and renegotiate and get a new loan or reduce the terms, etc. You know, we've never, in the 56 years that we have been in MV Kenya has been sailing, that had never happened before. That a banker has you sort of say, okay, you're making your loans, but you know, we can, you know, tutasaidia kidogo, and then they changed it a little, etc., to benefit you. And I think this is something that we should appreciate. Would never have happened if the banks had not changed their outlook and felt that they have a responsibility to you as customers and to the country itself. I'm about to finish. The banking sector, growth in credit. I don't want to talk too much about this, but just to mention that actually it is now credit is available. It is true there are concerns. Some of you ask, well, they are lending to government, so they are crowding out private sector. That's not true. Yeah, they still have lending capacity, and they can lend you appropriately if you talk to them. Now, I want to finish, but really to mention just two things. Maybe not this one, but the next one, the slide of, no, that one, yeah. Because I'll send the slides to you, you look at it. So if I were to ask myself, what are the areas that we need your support in? Yeah, I think the first of this is we have a microfinance bill that we have, will be bringing to Parliament. And really this is meant to strengthen the microfinance sector. We have to move from the old-fashioned microfinance. We need to go to microfinance, in my view, I call it 3.0, as opposed to where we are now, which is microfinance 1.0. So we'll bring that bill, we'll explain it to you. I think it is important in terms of reaching to some of the unbanked, and particularly if you also have this digital sort of platforms, etc. The other one is a big one, which is the designation of lawyers. This is all regarding the anti-money laundering sort of issues. And I think this is where we have to appreciate that we as a country, and we are not going to say why, we can discuss it offline, but we as a country have been, let's say, we've not followed what everyone else, including our neighbors, Uganda, Tanzania, Mauritius, whatever, have done. And this is a standard thing that we should be doing, which is designating lawyers as reporting persons. And this is something that was discussed in Parliament, and I'm pretty sure it will come back to you. At this moment, there is a stay because somebody, I guess, petitioned about its appropriateness, etc., and so it's stuck in the courts, but we do need your support here. And more generally, strengthening the anti-money laundering, combating of financing terrorism, the framework on that. And that is because we have just recently done the sort of a national assessment, national risk assessment, and also done what is known as a mutual evaluation of our implementation of our policies, which we would expect that you would support us in various ways. So, I'm about to finish. There has been some recent reviews of our economy. The things I said before obviously indicate some areas of that we need to work together, not just the people in this room, but I think also others, you know, the entire, all arms of government, let's put all arms and all elements in government. But I think recently there were 2 reviews, and I want to leave you with this, which is a review by the IMF that was concluded in July. This is just before the elections. And they concluded that there was a strong recovery underway and that we were implementing the right policies. Remember, it's ourselves that chose those policies. That is one of them. And then more recently, one of the rating agencies, Standard & Poor's, affirmed Kenya's rating, foreign and local currency sovereign rating at B, and the outlook is stable. Now, this is against the backdrop of them, let's say, revising down other countries that you know of. I'm not going to name them, but so I think the point for me is are we sort of in the ditch completely, irretrievably? The answer is no. Is there work to do? A lot. Do we know what we want to do? I think we do. I think we need your support. I think we need support by every person. All the 50 million Kenyans we need to rally around specific things, and we talked about some specific areas that need our specific push. And at the end of it, you know, at the end of your term, in 5 years, we'll look back and see how far MV Kenya has sailed and how much the dashboard has changed in terms of the people. We talked about all those measures, but I think at the end of the day, in terms of the people. As I finish, I want to put out a simple example, which is, you see, it's not just about policies. You know, one of the things that we talk about is poor people need to get money, give them money, etc. But I want to give you an example of a project that was started by KCB, and they were working, this is like maybe 3 years ago, a bit more, 4 years ago, and they were working with the Makueni County, and it was about raising chicken. So they provided financing to raise chicken. The chicken was being raised by, the smallholders, people who, Makueni, you understand, smallholder. By the way, I've told this to the former governor, Kibwana, and he was very excited about it when I told him about it, because I knew a lot about this. Anyway, the point was that they get the chicken, day-old chicken, they feed them, they are given feed, they are given the food to feed the chicken, they are given veterinary services, support services. I don't know how many weeks it takes. And then after those many weeks, somebody comes, buys them, or takes them away from them, and then slaughters them, of course, and they ended up in Carrefour. That's where they were being sold. The interesting thing is every farmer in this whole process, this chain, that was there, was getting something like 11,300 Kenya shillings per month. And these are people who didn't have anything before. And that project, they started at 300 people, they ended up at 3,500. It had expanded to Kitui, to Kirinyaga, and I think Embu, those counties. The trouble is now it has fallen apart. We can discuss why it fell apart, but I think while it was running, you can imagine what 11,300, what that means to a family that doesn't have coffee, doesn't have anything else but that. And it was not finance. It was not financed by itself. It was finance plus, meaning they're supporting them. That, I think, is one of the things that, in my view, is a good demonstration of what you can do in your respective counties, in your respective jurisdictions, because you want to uplift the livelihood of the people that depend on you. Thank you very much. And I have Kipchoge there because I have a lot of respect for him. And actually on Sunday, he'll be trying to break the marathon record. Let's watch. Yeah. I can take questions, please.
Any questions to the governor?
Oh,
but before that, can we give him a round of applause, please, for that candid talk? Many, many questions, Governor.
It's okay. Let's start then.
Let's have, I give you a number, so when one finishes, the other goes. Governor, how many can you take at a go before we go?
Let's take, why don't we begin with 4? Let's
4.
Yeah.
So can I have number 1 here? I'll give it to the lady from Nakuru. Number 2 here, the gentleman in the honorable member in the middle. You'll identify yourself as you ask. Number 3, I'll give to Kimani Ichungwa. Number 4, I'll give to the hand at the back, somewhere in the middle. The honorable member. Okay, number 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's start.
Okay, thank you.
We'll do all of you, so don't worry. Governor, looks like you will stand there for a little while.
But I'll also come back, so I hope it's not all questions for all time. Please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker and Dr. Jeroge. My name is Joseph Munyoro. I'm from Kigumo constituency. I have only 2 questions. I think there's an issue you've mentioned about the GDP. And you say you've mentioned it before about GDP growth, while on the street everybody is complaining. I think that's an area you need to explain in layman's terms so that people can be able to explain and understand where that comes from. I've also noticed from your presentation that China is the only country that's been able to bring their inflation from about 5.56% to 2.5%. And I'm wondering whether there is any lesson from that and whether we are implementing it in our case here in Kenya, because all other countries, the inflation is rising. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And next, number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm Honorable Liza Chelule from Nakuru County. You've spoken about some bills that need some consideration from the National Assembly. For the purpose of assisting the unbanked and underbanked people at the community level. Which bills are these and which are, can we have a list of microfinances at the community level? The reason why I'm asking this, Mr. Governor, is because of so many sufferings that women at the community level have been suffering because of the high interest of microfinances that they every time apply for. Thank you.
Number 3.
The last part, I'm sorry, I got distracted.
Lisa, could you?
The last part, just the last part. You said women.
The reason why I'm asking this, Governor, or Mr. Governor, CBK Governor, is because women who are the most busiest people at the community level doing all sorts of businesses, they have been taking loans from microfinances and they are charged high interest. So we, for the purpose of creating awareness at the community level, we want to know who are these microfinances. I know a few, we need to get the list, and what is the bill that you would want the National Assembly to consider?
Thank you, thank you.
Number 3.
Thank you so much. I'm CPA Julius Ruto, Member of Parliament Cases. I know, Governor, we had engagement last time if it was engaged. Now, basic question I'm asking. I've noted of late, there is no much supply of Kenyan denomination, the lowest notes. Does it mean, are we losing confidence on Kenyan denomination? Because banks now have very little supply of the lowest denomination. The other issue you never mentioned about in the aspect of subsidy, because now Kenyans have been taken up and down on the issue of subsidy on fuel. You've just shown us inflation on fuel, but we don't understand much about this. Thank you so much.
When you say supply, what?
The Kenyan denominations.
Kenyan denomination.
It's out of stock.
I understand.
In the banks. Thank you.
Okay.
Number 4.
Thank you, Governor. You've spoken about the anti-money laundering work that you have done at CBK. And you know you have had a long-standing debate with the National Assembly.
Yes, sir.
On the question of the national payment system, instances where I can't do even a check of above 1 million shillings. I have to do 999,000. And also the issues of that, in a big way we feel you've been stifling trade by limiting the amount of money that one can either withdraw or deposit in their bank accounts. I would want to hear what CBK is doing. And most disturbing is the fact that CBK has allowed a very unfair and unequal system in the banking sector where I can walk into certain banks today, withdraw whatever amount of money I want, whereas in others, I have to get a letter even from my grandmother and anybody else I could get from to explain why I'm withdrawing the money or where I'm taking it, or even deposit. Yet in some banks, you can do that. Maybe you need to do something as CBK to create a fair playing field. If rules are there for up to 1 million shillings or up to 999,000, it should be across the board for all in the banking sector. 2 is the digital space. And I know you have had efforts to regulate the digital lenders, but I would really have wanted to hear what you have done more so to deal with the predatory lenders in the digital space, because this, again, is something that has really punished many of our small-scale traders that are borrowing at rates that even governments cannot be able to borrow at, either from the domestic or the international markets. And I've seen you from some of the interventions you expect to get assistance from the National Assembly on or from Parliament is a bill on microfinance. I don't know whether that encompasses also the digital lenders or it's microfinance banks, or does it also cover regulation of the digital money lenders? Lastly, over the last 2-3 months, there has been a debate in the media on whether there is or there are adequate foreign exchange reserves in the country and whether CBK has been rationing the amount of dollars or foreign currencies that people can use. And I've heard you in the media say that there are enough dollars in the market, but those dollars are also not available to traders in the banks. Is it that banks are holding dollars and CBK is unable to regulate banks to make sure that they don't hold dollars, or what really is a problem? Or would you be kind enough to tell us, Kinagaubaga, do we have enough dollars in the market?
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Those are the four.
Governor, those are the first four.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for all the questions. Maybe begin from Honorable Kinyoros. I hope I got your name right. Munyoro, I'm sorry, I got it wrong. So yes, the question you had is, yes, GDP numbers, but people are complaining. So there is this issue which I kind of alluded to, which is you cannot eat GDP. That is my rough way of answering it. So even we as economists, even as we kind of get excited about growth rates and charts and all that, at the end of the day, it is what do I take home? So there are two problems here. First, GDP is the income for all of us. All of us, the entire country. You know, we could say that this section are getting a lot of the share, the bigger share of the cake. And these other ones are not getting much. That is the first problem. Actually, COVID around the world has increased the inequities that we have seen in economies. So we are not talking just Kenya. I'm not talking of the COVID billionaires and millionaires. But I hope you can protect me, right? You know, this, whatever I say here remains with us.
You are protected,
Yeah.
Governor. Sema ukweli yote.
Thank you. So there are people that became very rich during COVID. But where were the others? Where were the others? There are people who lost their businesses, they got closed, etc. That's what you hear. So inequities, or should we say inequalities, have become larger, not less. And that is an important thing. When you think about inequities or inequalities, you also think about inequalities about opportunities. So for instance, when they say when I complain or you complain or somebody comes to you and complains, you know, they had a bill, as I said, of somebody. One of the most, I'm like you, yeah? You are an important member of our community. When all this was going on, how many people came to you asking for money to bury somebody? It wasn't one, I'm sure. And this is not the harambe that we always do. You know those harambes, right? No, it is because people needed, they were a serious need. And then you give your pickup, you do this, you do all those other things, because people are in serious need. A lot of you also did things like provide food, yeah? We talked about Kipchoge. He actually provided a whole bunch of the runners, because they were not getting any money and they had run out of money. He gave them something to sustain on. So that is what you hear. And I think it is important to appreciate that they are not wrong when they complain. It's only that maybe we get too focused on that bottom line and not realize that actually that number can hide a lot of other things that we need to deal with. So that's my rough answer, and I think you can see where we're going with that. You talked about China inflation. China, the problem is not inflation. The problem is growth in China. They used to grow at 10%. Yeah? I remember when, a few years ago, when we were working in a different life, 7% was sort of like their bottom line, sort of like minimum. Yeah? That's the floor, 7%. Where are they now? This year, they'll be less than 5%. I mean, if that is not an earthquake, I don't know what is. And this is all done by COVID. So inflation is not a problem there. But since the entire economy came to a crashing halt, their growth rate is the one that is now a big problem. And I don't know, they did have a big meeting recently, I think 2 days ago. I don't know what came out of it, but I'm curious to find out what they said about growth. But at the same time, China growth, they have a big issue, which is a bubble in the building industry. So they have been building all this, so the buildings, and mainly residential buildings. and they've just been growing like mushrooms everywhere, and banks were financing it. Now that whole growth model has come to a halt, and they have to deal with the weak banks that actually now cannot, that are sort of on the ropes because of this sort of bubble, which will soon burst if they're not careful. So there are problems in China as well. And I think we have to learn, and I take your point, let's learn from everybody and avoid those mistakes that maybe would be very expensive. So thank you for your points. Now, the Mheshimiwa from Nakuru, I didn't get your name, but it's okay. You know, you make this point about women at, you know, the issues that you face, and I'm sure you have very detailed examples on this, high interest, etc. I think we are dealing with it in two ways. First is to make sure that the institutions that are lending according to risk, right? So for instance, the women that go to, you know, let's say a lady who has a certain business, and she's been doing that business. You could even think of hair salon or whatever, and she's very good at it, etc. Why shouldn't she get additional financing so that she can expand it a little? Yeah. So it is because she's been there for a while. She is good risk, and that the bank has to accept. That as, you know, her history as such. The biggest problem, to be honest, about why women don't get as much credit and etc., or maybe at times get very high interest, is often because banks end up asking for security. Yeah, I have many examples about this. They ask for titles, and you know that is a problem. I don't need to say any more. Yeah? In our society today, you know, not many women have titles. It is, you know, niabwana, title niabwana, you know. So we have issues there. So I think the point here is why we are so pushy, or we are pushing this thing of improving the, let's say, the banking sector, the way they lend with, and we have indicated through our banking sector culture, charter, so that these issues can be dealt with. So it isn't, the most important issue isn't the institution as such. It is the things that hold the women back from being brought into the financial space in a full way. One of the things we'll be doing, and we have been working towards this, is also so that we can have, let's say, portable credit or credit rating, right? So today and now, actually we've done this. In CRBs, at times they end up treating you in a negative way. By the way, we've made progress. I'm not going to say too much about this, but we've made a lot of progress, more than, say, has been acknowledged, but that's okay. I think we want to have these conversations. But we want to get to a point where actually a good borrower, meaning one that repays, can actually benefit from that and have a lower interest rate for future lending. So it's not just about women as such, yeah? It is really about some of the things that hold them back, and that's what we are trying to fix. I would want to have conversations with you in the future, and I'm willing to even have conversations with some of your groups to suggest ways and how to deal with this. I'm willing to also talk to some of the banks. Some of the banks actually have been doing some specific programs for women. And actually, to be honest, those programs are doing very well. So we could have some offline conversations at the right time. There was a question about, by the way, also it's an issue of information. We need to put out information, and I do acknowledge that we need to do better in this. Then there are two questions about the Kenyan denomination, and the first thing, of course, is to apologize to our chair, the speaker, because he asked a question right at the beginning and I forgot. I'm sorry about that. The quality of the currency, and then also the availability of Kenyan denomination. currency. I think the first on the availability, I want to be very explicit about this. We have more than enough pieces of paper, currency, for the country. More than enough in all denominations. So it's the banks that need to request. What happens, frankly, is at times a particular bank, right, in, let's say, mind you, we are not talking, let's say, ABSA. It's not ABSA in general. You're talking ABSA Kisii, or you're talking, well, whatever, a particular branch, this road in Thika, that branch. They may not be good enough in terms of making their requests. It's just like any supermarket. You may go there and you find they don't have bread, but there's bread available elsewhere. But for some reason, when they ordered, they didn't order enough. And so there's a bit of, let's say, planning problem with some of the banks. And this we've seen, particularly as you were doing your elections, right? There was a lot more demand of some of those currencies, and therefore, at times, they got it wrong. But I want to assure you that that is not a problem that should be with you, because it's really, and it's going to be resolved as things, as a matter of fact, at this moment, we are seeing a lot more currency coming into the central bank as opposed to going out. So I think the point I'm making here is that we will this balance will be resolved quite quickly. The question about quality of currency, Bona Speaker, this was a concern a little earlier. Today now, if you go out there, I am willing to take a bet that you won't see dirty currency, or there'll be very little dirty currency. And the point is that we listened to you, and we did our work with the banks quietly, making sure that whatever is there is clean and of high quality. So I think the point I'm making is at the beginning there were concerns, and for several reasons, one of which is the way people are treating it, but I think also the way the currency had sort of been put out, etc. But today and now, that problem has kind of subsided, and I haven't seen it. And again, as I say, we are seeing the currency that's coming back, you understand, from all over, after your campaigns. We are seeing it coming back. So we know what we are talking about. Then what else? The issue about credit and subsidies, etc. I don't know who answered that question. These are things that we need to discuss a lot more. Why? Because it's not a one-sided thing. It's true, as the president said, and again, as you asserted, any subsidy is a cost. It's a subsidy, but at the same time, it's a cost in the sense that somebody needs to be taxed somewhere to cover that subsidy. So that balance is one that needs to be struck. And I think also there's another side of it, which is when the subsidy is removed, prices will rise, as happened with the super petrol, and therefore that will be reflected in inflation. And there will be knock-on effects. Matatus will increase their prices. I'm told that now they've increased on the Thika Road and other places, Narok, I don't know. The point I'm making is there are other considerations, and that's why it is important to have a complete 360-degree view about subsidies, etc. But the bottom line is subsidies are generally temporary. They work if it is temporary, but with time, they end up creating serious distortions in the markets, and that's why it is important to deal with them. A few questions by our Mheshimiwa Ichung'wah. We've had a lot of conversations, even remember in Bali, that famous room. We've come a long way, haven't we? I think this is something, your questions are valid, okay? I think the point here is that the conversation about the 1 million, you call it the 1 million limit. We don't think of it as a limit, but anyway, that whole thing. As I explained recently, this is something that we as central bank are working on. Why? To improve it. It's not working the way it should, because it's being used in some sense to punish you. Yeah, in a sort of, and you talked about even-handed or even playing field. I don't know, I wrote here even playing field. I don't know whether that's the word you had. And even that, there's a problem with it. It should be straightforward. It should be straightforward in the sense that, my favorite example is the petrol station attendant. Yeah, so I own a petrol station and I get, I don't know, 2 million every 2-3 days, I deposit it. When I go to the bank, they know that I own that petrol station. So why is it that they keep asking me, where did I get the money? Where did I get the money? And even the banker filled his car at my petrol station. So in some sense, there has to be, let's say, some sanity in the way they deal with the customer. The KYC, know your customer, needs to be properly KYC. That they know you, they know that I run that petrol station and every so often I bring in 2 million, etc. And so those sort of issues need to be dealt with. The other things, which is, I'll mention it and then move on, but the one that really bothers me as well is, and again, this is an example, you go to a bank, the bank has a policy. Let's say ABSA, right? It has a policy. And you go to ABSA Queensway or ABSA Westlands, and let's say you are depositing money there. And yeah, 1 million, they have no problem with it, right? Then let's say somebody else is depositing 1 million in ABSA Kitui or Kajiado. The manager can say, hey, 1 million, he is Taguza, where? And Anazo. You understand? So the manager is becoming a petite whatever, right? He's changing the rules by himself. And that gentleman that depositor has no recourse, in a sense. So we are trying to put some sanity there, but I think we need to do it correctly because we don't want to undo some of the things that have helped us, yeah? But we do understand it's an issue of customer pain points. That's the word I use, pain points that we need to deal with, understand them and deal with them. And we've done some work already. We do hope to see the benefits of those going forward. The last point you had was about adequate foreign exchange. I want to again assure you that yes, we do have adequate foreign exchange. What was happening is in the 2-3 months, you had people that were, again, trying to bring us back to golden bug. I want to say that again. People that wanted to bring us back to golden bug. And if you remember what was happening in golden bug, this is what some of the people are pushing towards. I don't want to get into the details because, they will ask me, where's the proof? Yeah, and I'll say, well, I don't have proof. I'm not DCI. So, but I think the point I'm making is the hype, the pressures had nothing to do with what was happening in the markets. And what was happening is, okay, you do have some rogue traders in particular banks, and they are working to do their thing, right? And so we went after those, and we've dealt with some of them. Now, you cannot kill every single mosquito in the room, but I think the point is you have to deal with it, yeah? And I think that's the sanity. But I think also part of that was obviously, we were in a particular kipindi, politics, etc. So everything was politics. But now that we are on the other side, I think there'll be better appreciation. And I can already assure you that sanity has returned. I mean, even right actually from the beginning of, from the announcement and indeed even the recent decision by the Supreme Court, you can actually just see the numbers and you can see, the thing is coming down to where it should be. Yeah, what should be? Obviously, it won't happen in a day, but we are getting there. And thank you for your support.
Good. Can we do another round of 4? Yes. I'll start from here again.
Chair.
Yes.
There's one thing I forgot. He asked, Honorable Ichungu asked about the digital.
Yes.
I want to tell you that, yes, this has been a long journey that we started quite some time ago, and we owe a lot of a tribute, or let's say, to Honorable Oyo. Remember him? Who passed away? I forget his name, first name, but you know him from Kisii, yeah? Because he's the one who pushed us quite hard, or worked with you and ourselves. And this was one of the bills that was brought to Parliament, etc. And in the end, the chair, then it was Honorable Waga, pushed it over the finish line, etc. So we've done what we should have done this year. And yesterday, on the 17th of September, that was Saturday, we actually began, we finished that process of the first batch of, let's say, approving, licensing the digital credit providers. And today we issued a press release, which you can see on your phone, indicating that we have now started this. To be honest, there were 288 of these people that came to us, 288. Just imagine the mess that those people are creating. We approved 10. You ask why? What happened to all the others? Partly because the others were playing Maneno, right? You ask them questions, they don't answer, yeah? So we do understand. Now they're on the other side. You understand what I'm saying? So now they have to play according to the rules. We are not just going to rush them through just because they have a big name or any of these things, yeah? And that is exactly what you wanted. You wanted us to restore sanity. And I want to thank you for supporting, well, I think the country more than anything else. It's not the central bank. We are KYMs, so we do the work as agreed. But I think I feel better that this thing now has started. That train now has begun to do what it should do. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Here.
Another round. Let me take the honorable member at the back. Kiari, I'll come to you. I'll come here, take Mama Nairobi. There's a gentleman who had actually stood up, the honorable member, in a dark suit. I'm sorry, I can't see that far.
Waluke is here.
Okay, and the last will give the honorable member lady on the front. Where is Waluke?
I'm here, Speaker. This side.
Okay, you'll be number 5.
Okay, thanks.
So let's start with number 1.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Bwana Speaker.
From here.
Yes.
Come to Mama Nairobi. Go to the gentleman. Is it Okukaunya? Yes. Sorry, I had not noticed. And then the lady on the front, the honorable member, and Honorable Waluke, who are solicited to be noticed. Yes, Governor.
Thank you, Bwana Governor. Thank you, Bwana Speaker. I am Kirima.
And because of the interest, please try and just ask one question each.
I will squeeze my 3 questions into one.
So that we give room to everybody else.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Bwana Honorable Speaker. I will squeeze my 3 questions into one. I'm Moses Kirima from Central Imenti, Meru District in Meru County. Now, Bwana Governor, my simple question, of which I would like to squeeze the 3 to be one, is that since you took over as a central banking governor, of which it happened at the time when I am been working as an advocate, you came up with some policies which are not so much business friendly. And one of them, even though it has been asked, I would wish to just to reiterate the same so that you can give us a concrete answer whereby this idea of 1 million, our people have been business people for quite a period and they have been operating with large amount of money. Now, is it not discouraging our people from saving because they know that they will not be able to withdraw the same to carry out their businesses and they are keeping the money in their houses? Because that's where they can be able to access it without hindrance. That's one. Then the other one is this one of whereby this policy of anti-bank laundering money. This one, it came to Parliament as a bill, and we are so much aware there is some countries which are called safe havens, whereby they have been made rich by having savings from outside countries. And ours is that now we have squeezed those savers from outside, and we cannot allow people to save from outside in Kenya, because there is that policy, especially of advocates, client confidentiality. Is it not that we are discouraging those savers from outside? Yet in European countries, you can get there and save a lot of money as much as you wish. Is it not a policy from outside which is against us? Then to conclude, we have the academic idea of economic development in Kenya where GDP is looking so good. But Bwana Governor, if you happen to go to the rural areas, you'll find that people have no money. Money is not circulating in the people's pockets. People have no money. And we're becoming more academic than really when it comes to money circulating in the rural areas. That's all, Bwana Governor. That's all.
Next, Mheshimiwa Pasaris. Please restrict to one question or one comment in your interventions, because the interest is very vast.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Yesterday, His Excellency, the Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua, was on an interview, and he said that we had a big crisis on pending bills amounting to over 500 billion, and he was going to ask for Central Bank to approve floating a bond for 500 billion to pay the pending bills. Now, for me, much as I know that a lot of people are owed money, the question that I have in my head is that we put a law in procurement that no government entity can procure without having a budget, allocating the budget, forming a tender committee. So for me, if we actually look at 500 billion in pending bills, then my question is, this money was approved, this money was allocated, that's why the expenditure happened, and then it wasn't paid to the relevant people. So where is this initial 500 billion that should have paid these pending bills? And would you support a 500 billion pending bills bond for the government and the impact it will have on us as a country?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Kaunya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Governor, thank you for the very elaborate presentation. But my question is on this digital currency as in relation to the devaluation of the shilling versus the dollar. You did indicate the dollar, which you didn't want to come out very clearly, the political aspect. To what extent would the bitcoins or digital currencies help us to resolve that devaluation that really is affecting the cost of living, devaluation of the shilling against the dollar from time to time? And what is the status of our adoption of the digital currencies? Thank you.
The Honorable
Thank you, Mr.
distinguished
Speaker.
lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bwana Governor, my name is Rosa Buyu from Kisumu West. Bwana Governor, a lot of Kenyans are apprehensive and actually highly fearful that there's going to be a shutdown by government. Why? Because many of our respected leaders have actually pronounced that government accounts only has 93 million. I'd just like to have a clarification from you on behalf of those Kenyans. Is this just hot air or it's fact? Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Waluke, the fifth.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. My question to Governor is that before I ask the question, you are not coming out clearly answering the questions. I want you to tell us about the economy of this country, whether it's doing well, improving, or tickling down. Two, I want you to talk about the debt ceiling also. How much we borrowed as a country and how much have we paid as today. I think those are enough.
Thank you, Governor. Now we go. Governor, we have taken 5.
Okay, fine.
You can
so
now answer.
let me take this. I thought there was somebody else, but that's okay. So beginning with the first one, and if you don't mind, I'll try and move a little faster.
Yes.
The member from Meru. So business and friendly policies, and in particular, the question that was also asked by Honorable Ichung'wah. I think the point here is we cannot, we cannot continue doing things the old way. Yeah, the cash, etc. The world is moving ahead. And one of the big issues, years ago, we never had this problem. Now we have a problem of money laundering, illicit transactions, etc. Those are big things. Years ago, remember years ago, you could even be smoking now where you are. Yeah? But you don't. Even outside, they'll probably arrest you if you go out there and begin smoking. Now, smoking is a small, let's say, violation. Actually, money laundering is a bigger violation. And money laundering comes with other issues. As they say, these things, it's like problems. Problems don't come singly. They come in multiple at once. So if you begin with money laundering, if you allow money laundering, etc., you can imagine that all the other vices will come with it. And I don't mean vices in a moral way. I mean it in the way that we as a society know it, we as a Kenyan society, right? Like now we are talking about these girls that are going to Saudi Arabia and coming back in difficulties, whatever that means. I mean, if that's not a problem that we are willing to sort of make ours and solve, then we have a problem. So I'm just making the point here that the reason to do these things, the bottom line here is to make the environment safer for all of us. Now, it may require that, when you go, in the past you'd put in your money in the bank and there are no questions. Now they need to know what your line of business is. I keep telling you, wait till you become a PEP. I think Speaker, you are PEP. You are like me. PEP is politically exposed persons. Most of you are politically exposed, but for the banks, somehow they don't always take you as such. But if you're politically exposed, and I also see another politically exposed person there, Ambassador, and the point is that just because of that, you are required to, when you go out of the country, you open an account or whatever, or you're making your family is making a transaction, they have to go through many hoops just to show that you are not, let's say, involved in some sort of illicit transaction. So I think the point here is we need to understand that and also make it friendly for you. And that I accept. Meaning we need to improve the system, as I explained in the answer, so that it is not a sort of a punishment. It's not something that is, let's say, that the banks are using to punish you and you have to go through all these hoops, particularly because they know you. You know, the banker should know you. I mean, there are three people that generally we used to say people need to know. One is your banker, second is your priest, yeah? And the third is your doctor, I hope, yeah? Not your lawyer, but your doctor. So those are people that you should be sort of working with closely, and they know you quite well. So I hope that makes, now in terms of businesses coming into Kenya, we want good businesses to come that are founded on good business practices, etc. What we don't want is businesses that are supported by sort of illicit financial flows. Those we don't need. It's better if we die poor than get involved in those things. And I think there are many things that we should respect. We have a lot of self-respect and sort of say, well, we can do better than that. We don't need to sort of link up with people that are involved in this business in order to move forward. In terms of the other issue of you talked about the economic growth being academic, etc. I do accept that. But I thought I explained the point that what you are seeing is this sort of dichotomy of, let's say, the inequality that applies at times. I gave that example of, some of us may be doing very well, while others, our people may not be doing so well. There are some sectors that have gone under, right? You can imagine, for instance, there was a whole discussion about coffee. You talk to a coffee farmer, and you'll know how they feel, yeah? Because there was a time that coffee was king, but now they feel that it's not, or even some of the tea farmers. So now those are just examples that maybe that closer to me in terms of top of mind, but I'm sure there are many other examples of maybe sectors and people are doing certain things and now they cannot do it, and so you see that hardship, and that's why they say hakuna pesa mashinani, because of those sort of considerations. But I think that's where we come in. That's a challenge we have. I think we should not shrink from the challenge. We should, if anything, face it and resolve it for the benefit of our population. Honorable from Nairobi, thank you for your question. Pending bills, as I said, pending bills, going back to MV Kenya, is a big problem. But, we have to deal with it holistically. There's no point in paying all the pending bills, and then we end up creating more. So the first thing is to stop creating new pending bills. And then you also know that pending bills in the past, I mean, I was in Treasury back in 85. Yeah, young economist then. And there was that problem of pending bills. And I remember, we even had some money that was supposed to go into pending bills. We had people like Halaki, I think that was the name of the FS at the time. Yeah? But the point I'm making is that why hasn't it worked? Because at times the money that is put out for pending bills goes to do other things. Yeah, so we are too good for our own good. I think you get my point. And so the pending bills becomes this balloon of our excesses. Now, we can blame Treasury, but actually they are not the only ones to blame. Counties and also the ministries are part of the problem. Actually, one of the issues that we need to resolve is when they get allocation to pay, 100 million particular projects or particular, some of those funds at times are being diverted to other things. So that's where the issues are. But I think this has to be done correctly. I don't think the issue is just saying, okay, it's X amount, let's create a bond and resolve it. Because you don't have a contract as such with those spending bill people, yeah? And what you may start as 500 or X may end up being 2X. And that is why actually in the last 2 years or so, there has been a project that was trying to deal with the pending bills, and the controller of budget had to go through them and sign off on them and assure the world that these are true pending bills and now they created. The trouble is she began to run into things and say, wait a second, I paid for that. What happened here? And the thing, obviously the money was diverted some other place. So I think the point here is we have to deal with the pending bills holistically. Whether 500 billion as a bond, all I'll say is last year, our domestic financing was 690 billion. 690, that's what the central bank was required to raise in domestic borrowing for the budget in the financial year. How does that compare to 500? Actually, we didn't even manage 680, we ended up at 600. So I think the point is, I would want us to have a conversation, so that we can put our 2 cents in the mix and sort of get a solution to this big problem. But I think it has to be resolved. Remember, it was the anchor that I talked about is one of those things. But I think it has to be done, all of us, together. And I hope that answers your question. Then other questions, maybe I should take Mheshimiwa from Kisumu, Kebue. You asked about the 93 million and whether it's hot air and things like that. I think the point to make, you're probably alluding to what is known as the cash flow of the government that I know was circulating over social media this weekend. And that cash flow, the government is required to publish it every single month, okay? So we see it every month. The point is that it shows the inflows, so it's a bit like, you are in how much came in, how much did you spend, and how much remained. So if you look, there are certain revenues. If you see, there are certain expenditures. And then you have the bottom line, which is what is the balance, which is that number. The fact that it is 93, in my view, is neither here nor there. Why? Because there may have been expenditures that were needed that maybe were held back in terms of pending bills or any of these other things. You understand? So this line or this table taken by itself doesn't give you a complete picture. But I think it tells you that the government had certain expenditures, it got certain flows, including loans, and it paid those expenditures, and the balance was X, or whatever the number is, the 93. Now, I'm sorry. What? It's not there? Oh, hot air. I thought that we have suddenly switched to CJ Martha Come's language. I'm not going to go there. But I think the point I'm making is that, thank you, but I think the point I'm making here is that I think the more fundamental issue is the charts I gave you, the deficit, because that tells you that we are actually spending more, living beyond our means. And you can live beyond your means for a period of time, just like you borrow for the car, or borrow for a house. So you're spending beyond your means for a period of time, but you know you're going to repay it. So it has to be, so the three of them have to be seen together. And, but I do wish you to ask that question to the PS Treasury. I'm sure he's an accountant. He'll give you a better answer to the question than I did, but that's the way I look at it, okay? But then on other questions, the Bitcoin and digital currency versus, it doesn't matter about, it doesn't relate to depreciation, meaning the two are not related. The Bitcoin, basically there are two things. It started off and they began telling us that this is going to be the next best thing in terms of payments platform. It's very difficult to do more than 7 transactions an hour on Bitcoin. just because of the way it is. So it's no longer that. What it is now, it is sort of an investment, you know, a sort of, so you buy it and then it's an investment vehicle. So I don't think the issue is Bitcoin as such, but maybe more generally you're asking about digital currencies. The way we see digital currencies is the most important question we have is what problem are they resolving? You know, so in our economy, what problem are they resolving? Are they better vehicles for, let's say, payments, you know, transactions? And the answer is no. Are they better in terms of whatever the problems it is, security, more than, let's say, your bank account or any of these things? And the answer is no. So we see it as sort of something that maybe is being hyped, but we do need to look at it carefully and figure out whether it will resolve a particular problem or not. Now, I do know you're under a lot of pressure from some of these people that are, let's say, the people that are pushing these things, because for them it is good. I can assure you I have a lot of people that have been pushing me to put our reserves in Bitcoin. You know, can you imagine that? If I did that, please take me to committee and throw away the key. You know? Because I would have been out of my mind. That sort of craziness, I think you understand. And maybe you can do it with your own money and play around with it. Yeah? But even your own money, I'm sure your family will not let you do it, because it's a crazy sort of, very volatile, you know. So I hope we understand each other on this. Last point, I don't remember his name, but he was emphatic that I'm not speaking clearly. I didn't know I wasn't speaking clearly. Is the economy doing well? My answer is there are certain aspects of it that are going very well. Yeah, taken globally. And we talked about some of the sectors. Yeah, I didn't really talk about all of them, but there's some sectors that are doing well. Post-COVID, you know, have been hit hard, quite hard. You know, the economy took, you know, two huge blows, COVID and then the Ukraine. Yeah, all this Ukraine, and I mean, I'm talking of the price surge, etc. Relative to other countries, we've done very well. I just came back from Mauritius, where I met with, thank you, where we met with 20 other governors of Africa. And basically where we were hanging out, they asked, hey, so Kenya, you're doing pretty well, aren't you? And I think it is true. But on the other hand, we cannot be satisfied with that. But also, at a macro level, we are doing well. We still have reserves. We still have credit is growing, etc. We've recovered from some of those things. The price of oil has more than, I mean, it was $30 back in, $30 a barrel back in March of 2020. And now it is at 3 times that. I mean, just think of that. And still we are running, and I think we are still on our feet. I think we should be proud of that. Now, having said that, there are still some problems in the system, right? And a lot of them are the ones that were being mentioned a moment ago. There are some sectors or some of our population are not getting the benefits coming to them. And we talked about that. So that is, I think, the issue. Of course, there are the bigger things that government has been unable to deal with some of the things that we generally accept are government services, health, education, or is struggling to deal with those. I mean, when you go on a road and it's potholes all over, I mean, you say, surely, or, you know, in your own constituency, they're even planting bananas on the road because they're so upset, you know, with the state of the roads, etc. I think the point I'm making here is there's other things that need to be dealt with. And so we cannot minimize this and say we are okay, growth is X%, we are happy, mambo ni sawa. No, I think we have a lot of work. And frankly, that's why we come to work every day. That's why we come to work every day. If it is not because of that challenge, then we wouldn't go to work. And there are 50 million Kenyans that are looking to us, hoping that we can provide them with opportunities. I want to finish with one last thing, Chair, yes, which is youth. We haven't said anything about youth, but what do youth want? They don't want a handout. Of course, they're going to reach for the handout if you give it to them. Yeah? But that's not what they should get. They should get opportunities. Provide them with opportunities. Figure out how to create those opportunities. I gave you the example of the chicken farmers, right? I think you can think of other ways. They don't necessarily, those opportunities may not be in an office, behind a desk or things like that. But I think there's a lot that they need. Opportunities, opportunities, opportunities. That is, to me, the rallying call for what we should do with the youth. But anyway, it's in your hands.
Thank you, Governor. Honorable members, I want to terminate the engagement with the governor now.
Thank you.
Because listening, 1 minute, Honorable Carrier, listening to our interventions, I think the streak is the same. And we've got the point. Allow me to call our next president. Okay, Carrier, you'll be the very last.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My hand had been up from the very first round, and I'm glad I caught your eye. Governor, this question is straight to the point. We have companies that are registered as communication companies that are doubling up as banks. As it is right now, they fall and are regulated under the Communications Authority. But because they're also transacting money, there are some regulations that come from central bank that they depend on. My question is, from where you sit as central bank, how can this parliament help you with legislation? And would that legislation mean that we break these telecommunication companies into different operating units where the communication sits on its own and they are regulated by Communications Authority, and they have a unit that is transacting in money that will be regulated specifically from central bank? Is this a law that is required from Parliament, or is it central bank regulations that will separate these operations of the telcos? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. So I think here, before I answer your question, this is where you see if all the arms of government are working together, we can go very far. Legislation, the judiciary, the executive, I don't know where we are. We are an agency of the executive, of course, in this thing. Because the law actually is there. And I would want you to ask me that question in January. Because actually, we want to be sure that those sort of issues are dealt with. We have to understand where we came from. Meaning, when we started off, we didn't know what we were dealing with. Remember, we were like the first car down the road, so nobody knows how this thing. But we've done a lot to regulate all these payment service providers. Today, for instance, you can go and check on our website, and you'll see the names of all the payment service providers. We were not doing that before. You can see who it is, etc. Anyway, the point I'm making is that is one important thing to secure the operations, let's say, on the money side. So I think we are on our way in this path. We also know the history, meaning you are very concerned. I'm talking of the 12th Parliament. They are very concerned about some of those things. But I think we are now, let's say, much further ahead in this thing. So if you would just be patient, ask the question. Next time I see you, ask me that question, hopefully before the end of the year, but definitely by January. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Governor. Can we put our hands together for the Governor, please?
Thank you very much. I really appreciate this engagement, and I look forward to meeting you again. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Honorable members, our next speaker is the Principal Secretary for Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Macharia Kamau. He's going to speak to us on diplomacy, international relations, and the role of a legislator in the diplomatic arena. Ambassador Macharia's bio is available in the booklet. You can read through. He's a consummate diplomat, having represented Kenya in, among other places, the UN as the permanent rep for quite a number of years. Ambassador Macharia, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much. Maybe I ask all of you to stand up just for 1 second, just to allow your blood to move a little bit, so that kidogo mnyoroshe mwili. Ndio. Bari, mheshimiwa. Asanteni sana. Yes, let us take our seats, please. Thank you very much. Let me also begin by recognizing the speaker. If somebody is the Donyon or the old bull of foreign affairs in Kenya, it is the Speaker of the National Assembly who for many, many years was our guide when he was the foreign minister. So it's good to be in your presence again, and congratulations on your elevation to the Speaker. Let me also congratulate all of you for the amazing campaigns that you carried out and for being here in your rightful role as members of Parliament who are leading our country forward. The gentleman who just left, the governor, is a man I admire greatly. I had hoped he would stay so I could flatter him for 1 second. I'm always amazed as a guy who travels the world, that the Kenya shilling remains a competitive currency in an African country that has no oil, has no gas, has no gold. We have no natural resources to speak of. All we have is people and agriculture and other similar kind of service capabilities. And if you saw his chart a little earlier, you've seen that the Kenya shilling remains one of the most stable currencies, not just in Africa, but in the world. I'm sorry he wasn't here, because I think Central Bank deserves a very, very strong round of applause. Anyway, this is important because your ability to, the value that your house has, the value that your shamba has, the value that anything that you own has, is driven by the value of the Kenya shilling. And it's an amazing thing that the shilling is such a powerful currency, despite our circumstances. But today I'm not here to speak as an economist, I'm here to speak as a diplomat. Let me begin by introducing some of my colleagues who are here. Ambassador Josephat Maikara, who is our SFSA, Ambassador McKenna, who is at UNEP, Ambassador Jean Kimani, who is at UN Habitat, Ambassador Matwanga, who is our economist for our economic department, Ambassador Susan Mwangi, who is our UN, Ambassador Waweru, who deals with treaties, Ambassador Andambi, who is, are you in Middle East now? Asia, Ambassador Lucy, who is now in Europe, Ambassador Musili, who is now in Americas, Ambassador Catherine, who is now East African Community, Ambassador Vungo, who is our lawyer, legal department. Who is that? Ambassador, Chief of Africa, yes. Thank you. And Ambassador, is that it? Yeah, okay. All right, I can't see very well from here, but I also see my colleague Kevin Thuo and my other colleagues from Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you all very much for being here to support me. Mabalozi. Yeah, but he's not my ambassador right now. So let me talk about foreign affairs for a minute, and let me start by telling you just how crucially important foreign affairs is for this country. If you want to know what makes countries powerful and what makes these countries successful, it is the ability to control assets in the world, not in their own country. If you want to know why a small little country like Britain was an imperial power, it was because of its ability to project its foreign policy, its foreign power around the world, and bring its wealth back home, which made Britain one of the most richest countries in the world. For us, foreign policy presents the choices and actions that we must take to promote our own national interests. We must push a combination of principles and norms which guide and steer and determine the interaction of our country with that of other countries. And really, the key to foreign policy is how we make sure that our national interests, mahitaji yetu, are the issues that are taken to be serious around the world. Whether we're talking about our products, whether we are talking about our exports, whether we are talking about our imports, our everything, that is driven by the conduct of foreign policy. It also means that for us to succeed, we must have a very well orchestrated and coordination of our foreign policy with our economic policy, with our political policy, with our agricultural policy, with our trade policy, and all these other policies, because we are only as effective in foreign policy as we are with all the other policies, including our financial policy that we were speaking to a few minutes earlier. But we all know that we live in a world, we are not living in isolation. Therefore, we have rules that we have to adhere to. And this is where sometimes we need the help of legislators. It so happens that everything that we are subject to, all the treaties that determine our ability to do business in the world, must be approved by you, the legislators. And this I'll come back to later. But we are driven and we are managed by the Vienna Convention on the Diplomatic Relations in the World. So it is not possible for us to do whatever we wish. We have to work within a certain set of rules, and those rules determine how we engage in the world. Now, because we live in a globalized world, we have to understand that everything we do is interdependent. What happens in Tanzania, in Somalia, what happens in Ethiopia, in DRC, but even what happens in China and in other countries further afield affect our ability to engage in foreign policy. But the one thing that we must never forget is that every nation is trying to push and to protect their national interest. That is what you must never forget. And you, as members of parliament, are the protectors of the national interest of our country, and it is through you that we advance our national interest through our foreign policy. In the case of the foreign affairs, we engage on multiple levels. So, for example, we have what we call multilateralism, multi meaning many, lateralism, relationships. The UN is a multilateral organization, and we have to act within the United Nations. Many of our policies, many of our programs, whether they're on climate change, environment, health, education, are organized within the United Nations system. And it is for us to engage the United Nations system to make sure that our national interest is protected through the United Nations system. Now, that engagement is what we call multilateralism. It's a very powerful tool for us. And sometimes when you become a superpower, you can act unilaterally because you're strong. So sometimes the United States of America, for example, does things themselves without caring what the rest of the world does. However, they always run into a problem because the United States is also not an island. At some point, they have to come to us to negotiate, to trade with us, and to share their activities and their programs with us. So at the end of the day, we all have to be multilateralists, all of us. And so sometimes when we're dealing with parliamentarians or with congressmen in the United States or with parliamentarians in Europe, they will say, we want what is for our country's interest. And they don't particularly care what the other countries in the world think about. That is all very well until you realize that you have to give and take and you have to negotiate. And multilateralism is what we do at Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Whether this is with the United Nations, with the World Trade Organization, with the World Tourism Organization, there are so many organizations in the world that manage our relationships, and that is our job as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But we also have to do so here in our region. We have the Africa Free Trade Agreement that helps us regulate our relationships in Africa. We have the East African Community that helps us regulate our relationships within East Africa. We have COMESA, which you have heard of, that helps us regulate our relationships also within Africa. Because for us to move our goods from point A to point B, we must be able to agree how that is going to happen. And all those issues, all those matters, all those treaties are negotiated between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and other organizations and other ministries of foreign affairs of the world. Right now, we have one of the most remarkable communities. As you all know, in the 1960s and 70s, Kenya had the East African Community, which used to work very well. In fact, when I was a young man, to call Uganda was a local call. East African bus service was an East African bus service. You could go from here all the way to Kampala with the East African bus service. We had a single currency. The shilling was used in Tanzania, in Uganda, and in Kenya. We had East African Airways. We had East African Railways. All these were all within the East African community. Unfortunately, when the community collapsed in the 1970s, because of superpower politics, because of our inability to manage our foreign space within the global world, we lost our community. And we have had now to spend years and years trying to rebuild our community. But now we're at the point where we have one of the strongest communities in the developing world, the East African community. Recently, we increased, of course, the presence of the DRC, and now the East African community stretches from West Coast to the East Coast. And this has been an overt program of the foreign policy of Kenya to increase the strength of the community, to make sure the community is strong, and to make sure that the community serves you. Now, members of parliament, one thing you must never forget is that the communities are an incredible, powerful engine of economic transformation. The European community has transformed Europe. Those of us who had traveled, who had the opportunity to travel as students in the 1970s, remember what Europe was like before the European community really came into its own. Some countries in Eastern Europe, people used to walk around with bare foot. Donkey carts were seen in European cities. Today, there is no such thing. And it is the coming together of the European Union that has generated the incredible wealth that has transformed Europe. The United States of America is actually a community of 50 states that has come together, and that has created one of the most powerful economies in the world. So we must aspire for the integration and the strengthening of the East African community. And it is one of the key drivers of our foreign policy. Because if we make this community successful, it will transform your lives. It will transform the lives of Kenyans, fundamentally. And I was very pleased to hear our new president reiterate his commitment to the East African community most recently. Let me talk about global and regional security threats for a minute. Because we live in a globalized world, part of our foreign policy is to focus on how we are going to deal with global threats. A lot of times we ignore things like climate change. But let me tell you, all of us know that if you go to parts of our country today, there is devastation because of drought or floods or other things that have been happening more frequently because of climate change. But let us also understand that climate change was caused by the industrialization of Europe and North America. Climate change is because of the greenhouse gases that were pumped into the environment by the industrialization of Europe and North America, not by Africa. But Africa is paying a very high price. But we, in our foreign policy, have decided to engage in this matter to make sure that we protect our interest within the context of global management of climate change. But we're also very interested in the issue of terrorism and violent extremism. I don't have to tell you what has happened to our country because of terrorism in the last, especially a few years ago before we got control of the situation. Terrorism remains a huge challenge for us. Every day we continue to manage that situation through our intelligence services, and I'm sure when the Director General of the Intelligence Services come here, he'll tell you about that. But we are also very interested in the issues of political conflicts and civil strife. There is no point of Kenya trying to develop in a community of countries that are in political strife, whether it is DRC, whether it is South Sudan, whether it is Ethiopia, whether it is Somalia. We live in a very difficult neighborhood. But it is in our foreign policy interest, it is in your interest to grow your economy, to make sure that Kenya becomes richer and stronger, that these countries find a way to make peace. We will never be able to enjoy the full potential of our country as long as our neighbors are suffering from political and civil strife. I could talk about issues of a humanitarian concern, but I will not. I think you understand those issues. But we've also seen about the recent COVID crisis. Foreign policy must also deal with these challenges. It is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs working with various strategic ministries like health and others that worked very hard to ensure that we all got COVID under control. It was the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that negotiated to get those vaccines here in a timely fashion because the West and other countries were hoarding those vaccines. It is us and it is your Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because we work for you, that we were able to make sure that we had more vaccines at the end of the day than we could actually use. We actually had an excess of vaccines in this country. Because of these reasons, we have come to understand that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs must also take cognizance, and our foreign policy must take cognizance of threats that are outside political sphere and focus on these threats that you see on that page. So, let's talk about the objectives of our foreign affairs policies. Primarily, the most important thing for us is to make sure that we have a peaceful and prosperous and globally competitive Kenya. Now, why? I already told you. If we don't have peace in Kenya, and if we don't live in a peaceful neighborhood, and if the world is at war, Kenya and you will not prosper. I'm sorry. We have already seen the consequence of the war in Ukraine on oil, on fertilizer, on the availability of wheat. It has been devastating. It has affected your pocket. It has affected your constituencies. That is why we are pushing for peace in Ukraine. We as Kenya, in any opportunity, whenever we get an opportunity to do so. We need to be globally competitive, which is why we make sure that all our treaties that we negotiate give us an advantage. whether that treaty is with DRC, or that treaty is with Ethiopia, or with a faraway country like China or the United States. We must make sure that your best interest, our economy's best interest, is protected. That is part of foreign policy. Even though we work with the Ministry of Trade, with the National Treasury, with planning, we still have to play that central role to protect the interests of Kenya. That is why our mission is to protect, promote, and protect Kenya's interest and image globally. Image. Did you see how many presidents came for the inauguration? That is Kenya's image. They wanted to come here. They wanted to associate themselves with our success. And I was very proud of that inauguration. It was a remarkable inauguration that countries around the world, and particularly in Africa, are talking about even today. That is our image in the world. So our objectives are quite clear: to protect Kenya's sovereignty and territorial integrity. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is part of the security framework of this country. I have to be involved in national security conversations because the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has to engage with international partners to protect our national sovereignty and territorial integrity. We have an issue with neighbors with matters of sovereignty and territory, and we have to resolve those. We want to enhance regional peace and security. I already said this. We have to promote sub-regional, that is within Eastern Africa, and regional, that is within Africa, integration. The more integrated we are, remember, we don't have oil, we don't have gold, we don't have gas, okay? What we have is smart people. What we have is entrepreneurs. What we have is a very rigorous education system. That is why in this room, you have the most well-educated, the most exposed members of parliament on the continent of Africa. And that is a fact. Today I was listening to a program of MCAs on television, and they were telling each other how it is impossible today. And they were saying 3 elections ago, the MCAs, how many MCAs had to sign with Kidole because they couldn't write. Yes? And this last election, all of them, not only could they write, but the majority of them, it was in Murang'a County actually, are graduates. They are graduates. What does that tell you? That the intelligent quotient in our legislative systems, your legislative system, the MCA levels and up, has risen considerably in the last 20 years. This will have a direct impact on the ability of this country to manage its affairs. This is a very powerful thing. So, we want to advance the economic prosperity of Kenya and her people. We want to make sure our image and our prestige is at the best, which is why we try to look our best. We try to promote international cooperation, as I said, and multilateralism. We want to protect our interest here and abroad, and we want to enhance our partnerships with Kenyan and African diasporas. Never forget this. Black people are under siege all over the world. All over the world. That is why we build our relationships, not just with African people, but with the people of the Caribbean, the people of the Pacific, black people in America, black people in Europe. These are our constituencies. And the moment we use them to our advantage, we become very, very powerful. Very powerful. There's a country called Somalia that has an amazing diaspora. That diaspora has become one of the most articulate African diasporas in the United States of America. They are controlling and influencing legislation in the United States of America, to the top. That has incredible impact and value for Somalia and for Somali people. And there is no reason why Kenya cannot do the same. So, these are the 5 interlinked pillars of our foreign policy. Your speaker was the architect of many of these when he was with us, and they still remain our key pillars: peace diplomacy, economic diplomacy, environmental diplomacy, diaspora diplomacy, and cultural and sport diplomacy. I already told you why we believe in peace diplomacy. I won't repeat that. You know, without peace, without stability, without having a peaceful neighborhood, we will not prosper. That's why we need peace diplomacy. That is why we joined the United Nations Security Council. Kenya has become highly respected in the world because of our prestige and because of our image. And people recognize the value of having Kenya and Kenya's thought leadership in the UN Security Council. And we have influenced outcomes from all the way from the Middle East, because we care about what's happening to countries that are not free. And we are caring about countries like the war in Ukraine, as I said earlier. And we have made our voice heard because it has impact on our lives and it affects our prosperity. That is why we joined the United Nations Security Council. And our candidature has become highly regarded. You will not believe this, but I will tell you whether you believe it or not. We have had European countries now requesting us to give them skills training on how to engage in the UN Security Council. I'm not even going to mention the African countries that we have been running programs for since we went to the UN Security Council. They have come to us. This is a sign of what I said about the intelligence quotient of Kenyans and how it's beginning to play out, the education, the training, how it's beginning to play out in the international space. And the UN Security Council has been a space that we have done that. We are also very effective in the AU Peace and Security Council, where Kenya has been asked to stay 3 terms more than is normal. Every time we say, haya tumemaliza kazi yetu, zamu yetu imeisha, tutataka kujiondokea, we are told, no, please, stay again. Let me also tell you that Kenya is one of the few countries, not just in Africa, but in the world, that consistently pays its dues. That consistently pays its dues, not just to African institutions, and I mean every single one of them, from the East African Community to the AU, but to the entire United Nations system of over 100 institutions in the world. Hizo ni pesa zenyu, ni kodi yenyu inalipa. And you should be very, very proud of this country when it comes to what was being spoken about, its fiscal management and its monetary management. Again, I see Kenya from the outside. I compare Kenya, naangalia wengine nasema, lo, kama Wakenya wangejua, kweli wangejipa nini? Hongera na kongole nyingi, kusema kweli. It's an amazing country to be part of. Let us not forget that China is rich because of exports. Let me repeat myself. China is rich because it exports. The United States of America is rich because it has a huge internal market. It exports to itself internally, to other states within itself. But it also has a captive market in South America, in Europe, where it exports its goods and services. If you want Kenya to be rich, export. My friends, export. That is why Tanzania is so valuable to us. That is why Uganda is so valuable to us. That is why the DRC will become so valuable to us. That is why Somalia will become so valuable to us. If you can't export, you will be poor forever, no matter how educated you are. That is the reality. Kama hauna cha kuuza, hautapata biashara. It's as simple as that. That is basic economics. And that is what we must make sure in our economic diplomacy, that we create the environment for exporting our goods and services. We export our people, we export our produce, and if we do this well, we shall become rich. Bila mafuta, bila dhahabu, bila gas, we shall become rich. I already told you about environmental diplomacy. I don't want to repeat it. Here, it's about us engaging in making sure that we protect our environment. We're a global champion of these issues. And we are known because UNEP is here, because UN Habitat is here. And we are serious about environmental diplomacy. You already heard from the governor about our diaspora. Our diaspora is one of the most prolific and productive diasporas. They export and save and send home $310 million a month. That is more than we do with coffee, with tea, with nini. They are our #1 foreign exchange earner. Watoto wenyu, ndugu zenyu, dada zenyu, wako ng'ambo. We must protect and promote our diaspora. I was very proud to hear the president announcing that he's going to have a ministry of diaspora, because it takes that burden off of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and puts it where it belongs, where it can have dedicated support. It is not possible, nakwambia, it's not possible for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to manage diaspora affairs effectively. We have a Ministry of Labor. Hatutaenda hapo. So, we have a serious program on diaspora. But we also have culture and sports. This country has been under-leveraging. Yani, we have not maximized our power in culture and sports in the world. Look at Britain with their football. Huh? Look at little New Zealand with rugby. We have countries that have transformed themselves through sports. Their image in the world is driven, and they capture the imagination of young people through sports. We need to take sports seriously, ladies and gentlemen. It is a powerful engine of economic transformation. And we in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs want to leverage this as much as possible for everyone. So you, as legislators, are not only involved in guiding us in managing our affairs, but you're also involved in treaty making and in treaty ratification. This will be your job. You'll be in those committees. There's 34 committees, I believe, in Parliament. 34. And some of those will have to deal with these issues, and I shall come back to that in a minute. I don't want to get into the steps, because you can have that during your workshops, but we have many steps to treaty ratification, which you will be responsible for in Parliament. And we expect you to engage. And I heard today, in the morning, I was listening to the speaker as he made his introductory comments, and one of the things he said was, please learn the Kenyan Constitution. The Kenyan Constitution is one of the most progressive and the most elaborate constitutions, again, not just in Africa, but in the world. You have an amazing tool, legislative tool, in the Kenyan Constitution. But one of the things it says is that if we ratify a treaty abroad, it becomes law in Kenya automatically. So please do not ignore our multilateral actions abroad. Because once we make a decision abroad, that treaty becomes law and enforceable in Kenya. It's part of the challenge of our constitution. But because of this progressive constitution, we have been able to transform our country in very, very important ways, including embedding peace when we have proper transitions now, without having to worry about people killing each other or hurting each other. Again, I will not get into the details of how you undertake disapproval and approval of treaties. You will have that in the workshops. I will, however, mention one committee out of those 34. In many countries in the world, there are about 3 or 4 parliamentary committees that are incredibly important. Sorry? Oh, 44. Yeah, committees. Ni nyingi sana. Now, there are about 3 or 4 that are so crucial. Okay? If you go to the United States of America, the Budget and Finance Committee, the man who sits or the woman on that and chairs that committee is an incredibly powerful individual. Because all the money, all the budget of that country goes through his or her hands. One of the other committees that is feared around the world and that is in all democratic legislative systems is the Defense and Foreign Relations Committee. This is a very powerful committee if it is used properly. It is a committee that can advance the interests of a country in very strategic ways. It is a committee that can make the country rich. Again, I have to insist that if you don't understand the role of foreign policy in empowering and enriching your nation, you will fail to understand how countries like, small little countries like Britain became global powers in the world. You will fail to understand why ministries of foreign affairs are usually ring-fenced in the security and defense framework of a country. You know, in Kenya, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is still treated like just any other ministry. This is a problem. And those in the Defense and Foreign Relations Committee have heard me complain about this many times. I hope this Parliament will rectify this issue. It is my wish. It is the most crucial committee in Parliament for oversight on defense and foreign relations affairs. It is highly confidential and strategic committee. It's a highly confidential and strategic committee to make very strategic decisions. It works closely with many of our international, our national partners, including intelligence, defense, and others. And we in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs cannot operate properly without the support of the Defense and Foreign Relations Committee. That is why I say I hope we will strengthen our relationship with this committee. Finally, I want to speak to you about a union that many of you will probably want to join up as part of your global membership of other parliamentarians in other jurisdictions around the world. It's called the Interparliamentary Union. This is a union of parliamentarians like yourselves from countries around the world. You will learn a lot, you'll be exposed to a lot if you become effective members and participants in this union. There are others, this is just one. And this one is headquarters in Geneva, Switzerland. As I said, it's a global organization of national parliaments, like your own. It's an avenue for parliamentary diplomacy, where you leverage other parliaments to bring advantage to your parliament and to your country. And it can help build international cooperation and create great connections for all of us. So by conclusion, let me just re-emphasize that our foreign policy defines Kenya's choices and actions in pursuit of our national interest. That is why it doesn't matter whether we are talking about miraa, or whether we are talking about avocados, or whatever. We have to be involved as foreign affairs. It doesn't matter, because it is our national interest. And remember, it's about exports, exports, exports. No exports, no prosperity. If you're not exporting to Uganda, Tanzania, Somalia, China, United States of America, you will not prosper. It's a simple equation. And therefore, we must continually align our foreign policy with our national priorities, as determined by our domestic policies, because it's about building our domestic prosperity. I'll remind you that the National Assembly approves or disapproves the ratification of all treaties that guide our work and that help us manage our international relations. I'll also remind you that Defense and Foreign Relations Committee is crucial. It's a very important committee to achieving Kenya's foreign policy. And finally, parliamentarians can engage with other parliamentarians, and you will become an integral part of our work with the United Nations, with the African Union, with the East African Community, and so on and so forth. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, PS. Another round of applause for Ambassador Macharia. We will take comments and questions for 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Makali Mulu will be number 1. The lady at the end will be number 2. What's your... Is that Honorable Naomi Wako? Yes. I will jump to the next level. The Honorable Member shaking his hand at the back. That's number 3. Which way? I'll give to the Honorable Member from, is it Mandera? Mandera number 4. I need a lady, an honorable lady. I'll give the Honorable Member for Dagoretti North as number 5. We'll do 2 rounds. And please have 1 question or 1 comment so that we can have as many of us.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Yeah, my name is Makali Mulu. I'm the MP for Kitui Central. I want to start by appreciating the presentation. It's quite informative. During this week and the last 1 week, Honorable Speaker, and the PS, we've seen a lot of issues relating to Kenyans suffering out there, more so in Saudi Arabia and the surrounding countries. I just want to know, is it that what I would call our relationship with them, or our diplomatic relationship is not well, I'm looking for the right word because I don't want to be, because it's very hurting. It's very hurting when we see what our people are going through there. So can you just comment on that matter? What is happening? What are we not getting right as a country? That our people go out there, they go suffer, when we are saying as a ministry, you are championing the interests of Kenyans. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Number 2, Honorable Naomi Wako.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And may I also appreciate Bwana PS for his very good presentation that has opened up our minds. My first question has been asked because that was really burning in me. But together with that, I wanted also to ask something on child trafficking or human trafficking to all the countries around, and those people go through a lot of suffering. Thank you. what we can do so that we can reduce the problems, the challenges that they are going through, and they are human beings, especially the Part B now, that are on child trafficking. There are others who are taking advantage, and Kenyans are going through a lot of challenges because of that. Thank you.
The Honorable number 3. Yeah, the Honorable member at the back.
Myself.
Huh? The Honorable member behind you. He's the one who caught the eye first.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Undo, you will be recognized next round.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Geoffrey Kiringaruku, Bere North. Mr. Pierce, there is issue of honorary consul, which can play a great role in advancing trade as well as diplomacy. I understand there are quite a number of pending issues at your desk as far as honorary consuls are concerned. Number 2, we have quite a number of nations in Africa which are quite dilapidated. You face it and you wonder whether our country is represented in that manner. Does it mean Kenya is so poor in taking care of diplomats and enabling them to advance the trade within African countries, especially if you go to Kinshasa? You realize the image is not very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Give it to Honorable Elachi, who is closer. You will be the last, because the microphone is much closer to where she is than where you are. Mheshimiwa Muya will have another round. We'll come to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. PS, thank you for elaborating the whole program of not really much, but just my question is one. We've seen the issue of Morocco and Sahrawi, and I think this is Parliament where some of these issues can come back and relook at legislation and ask ourselves what went wrong between Morocco and why are we in Sahrawi, and what were the reasons then and now. Why I'm saying that, you look at Morocco, we know that we can do a lot of trade with them. We know that our students used to go to Morocco and will find a friendly environment. And for now, as I know, having witnessed last year one of the students, I think there is need for us to just try and work around that relationship so that Kenyans who go there for trade in either of those countries do not find themselves in the heat that we have back home. Lastly is about the programs that we do, for example, teachers, nurses who go out of the country. Is there a way that now Parliament can be able even to audit so that every constituency in this country would say, within the 5 years, we've had students who came from this constituency and have benefited from the programs that government bring?
Honorable number 5. Actually, you are number 4, but now you're number 5.
I'm promoted. Thank you, Mr. Pierce, for the very elaborate presentation. I hope we shall have a few more of this. Mine is 2 very quick ones. The first one is visa denial by Americans and British for members of Parliament going for official duties. Some members of Parliament, some people, some of us, before we became members of Parliament, were able to go into America and out so easily. But after having becoming a member of Parliament, you are denied. Efforts to write to your office, no, still nothing is happening. What can we do about it? Number 2, some members of Parliament here belong to other unions, like the one you have recommended, maybe Interparliamentary Union, but the Eastern African Parliamentary Alliances, the African Parliament. And when we make trips with those other parliamentarians, they have what is called diplomatic passports, and they get very easy pass. But the one or two Kenyan member of parliament with them, since it doesn't have a diplomatic passport, is retained there for a while, questioned here and there, and it is very embarrassing indeed. What can we do about it? Thank you.
Thank you, Balozi. You can deal with those, then we do another round.
Yes, thank you very much. Honorable Mulu, Saudi Arabia. Let me first of all say that we have millions of Kenya in the diaspora. Number one. Number two, we have, as I said earlier, over $310 million a month coming from the diaspora. Our diaspora experience is an exciting and positive experience. It's very important we never lose sight of this. Why do I say this? I say this because the number of unfortunate stories, and they are tragic, and we've had deaths. I don't want to be quoted because the number can vary, but between 80 and 100 deaths abroad every year. But against 3, 4, 5 million people in the diaspora, it is the kind of death rate that you would find at home anyway. That's number one. Number three. Number four, in a country like Saudi Arabia, we are facing a special challenge. And I have brought this up many times to our committee, the committee I spoke about. And you've heard me speak about this in public. I have said that there are some places where culturally, unyenyekevu ule ambao unahitajika kazi zingine za nyumbani, sio unyenyekevu ambao unapatikana sana kati ya watu wetu. So sometimes our people will not be so subservient. And when they go to these countries and they're under contract, and in a country like in Saudi Arabia, their traditions around housework are very ancient, let's put it that way. So you find that the people who suffer the terrible beatings, the people who suffer abuse, are usually people who are of that category, house helps. But in that same country where we have over 100,000 Kenyans working in different capacities in hotels, in transport, in taxis, we have no problem. So we have to ask ourselves, are we exporting the right category of personnel? And do they have the right capacity and training to understand that culture before they leave and go and work there? So we have a problem there. The Ministry of Labor is a ministry I have tried to work with very hard on this issue. And if they ever come here, please ask them this question. Why? It is the Ministry of Labor that prepares people to go for these jobs in the Middle East, not the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In fact, many of them don't even register with us. It's only when there's a problem that they loop back because the ambassador is there. So it's a challenge. But I urge you to really be careful that as we deal with this problem, we don't destroy this amazing opportunity that we have for jobs and job creation for young Kenyans in the Middle East. It is a huge opportunity, and it is hundreds of thousands of Kenyans who are in Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia. But we no longer have this problem so much of deaths and abuse. Bado tunang'ang'ana na Saudi Arabia. It's a good issue. The second issue, Honorable Naomi, is similar. Child trafficking and women trafficking. Let's not forget. There are some countries where we have many of our women now engaged in prostitution and other exploitative behavior. In a country like India, they are mainly tricked by agents here in Kenya who trick them to go, and they are told they are going to work, maybe as house helps or whatever, and the people who they find at the other end are not even Indians. They are other Africans from, I guess we are in a secure space, in countries like Nigeria, okay, who are managing our women in brothels in a place like India. Okay, good, because those we need here nina tatizo now. Wengi wao, they are businessmen who are trying to get a cover of diplomatic relations. So we need to manage those very carefully. But we have a few. The ones abroad actually is not such a big challenge, especially if it's a country where we don't have an ambassador, where we don't have presence. We actually look forward to having them. But we have to make sure that it's the right person. And so that process does take a little bit of time. And you're right, I think there's about 3 or 4 that have been sitting on the minister's desk for a while, and we're still trying to process them. So you're right about that issue. Tutaishughulikia. Now, on the dilapidated embassies in the DRC, I was just there 2 weeks ago. We've come up with a solution, you're right. The problem is that we took so long to make up our minds about how we're going to use those embassies that the ghetto found us. As the country grew, you know, I don't know how many of you have been to DRC, but my God, this country has grown exploded in growth. Lakini ni ile growth ya slums. Na vichochoro, tuseme ukweli. So that has grown into the city. So where we used to have, ni kama vile Kileleshwa, ikabiliwe ni Kibera. It just grows into the place. And then your embassy is there. And then now you're stuck. What do you do? So we are now in the process of negotiating to move, to give up that land, to be allocated new land somewhere else, and to build. But let me tell you what is the real problem, and we've discussed this in the Foreign Relations Committee. The big problem is that we are not able to get our money ring-fenced. PESA's Ministry of Foreign Affairs is issued every year. And you see, the problem with that is that our commitments for building are multi-year. You can't build an embassy in 1 month or in 1 year. So you need commitments that will roll over to the next year. So if you don't get your money guaranteed for the next year, what happens? You stop building. If you look at Tanzania, Uganda, Ethiopia, and you look at their embassies in the world, utalia ukiona zetu. Because they have ring-fenced the resources of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So once you make a decision, you're going to build, that money is available to you year in, year out, until you finish building, according to your budget. The money is not taken away because kuna tatizo la budget this year, or because another priority has come up. It's a serious problem for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We are not able to secure our assets because we are not able to secure predictable budget. Hiyo ndio shida yetu. Madam Elaki, Morocco, Sahrawi, we have a simple issue here, which has been overcomplicated by the politics of North Africa. It's a simple issue. The United Nations and the African Union believe in the protection of people's rights to freedom. This country became free because we used to be in what they call the Trustee Council of the United Nations. Okay? There is a council in the United Nations from the days of Ukoloni that has been helping countries become free. Kenya was there, Tanzania was there, Uganda was there, all of us were there one time. Over the years, we have found our freedom from our colonial master. In the case of Sahrawi, it used to be called Spanish Sahara. It used to be a Spanish colony. Bahati yao mbaya, when the transition came, the Moroccans managed to negotiate a protectorate over Sahrawi, kama vile Britain ilikuwa protectorate over Tanzania. But when Tanzania began to fight for its freedom, Britain did not say, lazima ikae kwetu. Challenge ya Sahrawi ni ya kwamba Morocco has retained oversight and control over Sahrawi. And let me tell you, Sahrawi is rich. Phosphates. Hiyo fertilizer ambao tunasikia, mjue inatoka wapi. Okay? So we have a challenge. Morocco is a very successful economy, very successful. They have done very well for themselves. Okay? They are a good, it's a royalty. And we have a good relationship with Morocco. There's even an ambassador here. Okay? But already we made a decision that we as a country of liberation cannot decide that we don't care about liberation because we are now free. Sasa, hiyo ndio challenge, changamoto yetu tunasema na Kiswahili. Because we have to decide how we reconcile our liberation credentials against our relations with Morocco. And we also have to decide, which is actually more important, which is what the Deputy President said yesterday, that we must respect our commitments to the United Nations and to the AU. And those commitments are to protect countries like Sahrawi so that they find their way to freedom. And there is a framework to negotiate that within the AU and the United Nations. So we have remained there. Hiyo ndio changamoto yetu. It's not easy. We will find a solution, but we respect Morocco. We uphold Morocco. We believe it is a country that we can do amazing business with, and it is a country with great promise, Morocco. But at the same time, we cannot abandon a country that has gone through what we went through and say, sasa najiondokea, hiyo shida ni yenu. Remembering that Kenya is highly regarded. Our image in the world is tied to the image that we are a country that believes in the principle of freedom and liberation. That principle is the principle that gives us all freedom to be who we are. Let me also now talk about teachers and nurses. You're right, but that question is better asked to the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Health. But I will tell you this, because we negotiate those treaties. Believe you me, when we negotiate those things, we don't negotiate with counties in mind. We negotiate with Kenya in mind. And when we're given 20,000 nurses by Britain, or 50,000 teachers by country Y, it is then the Ministry of Education that has to undertake the challenge of identifying and deploying those teachers, or the Ministry of Health. Sisi kazi yetu ilikuwa ishaisha as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So that is the challenge. But I agree with you that we need a fair hand, because those spaces are for all Kenyans. Yeah? Honorable MP for Mandera, visas. Asa. The truth of the matter is that this is a challenge that is causing a lot of headaches for them. If you ask the Americans today, what do they tell you? Or the British? That they were undone by the COVID crisis, by which they mean that they had such a huge backlog of people wanting to go to America. All those visas and passports that expired during those 2-3 years of COVID. Suddenly those people from Europe, China, wherever, suddenly, and there are millions, wanted to get their visas and to go to where? To America. So suddenly, these people who had the same clerks working to issue the visas were overwhelmed. So that is their first story. Tulia kidogo. There's some truth to that story, Because how many of you have been to Europe? Have you noticed they're not able to process people through their airports? Their airports are in crisis. Why? Because they hired private sector to handle the processing of people at airports. When COVID came, what happened? The passenger travel plummeted, right? When passenger travel plummeted, the private companies fired the people. Why do you need security guards and people doing A, B, C, D if there's no passengers? When transport and travel came back, they did not hire quickly enough, and they did not train quickly enough. So suddenly, they had a lot of passengers, but no capability to process them through airports. Crisis. They are solving it. Now let me tell you the other challenge, which is probably the one you want to point me to. The governor was here just now. What did the governor say? He said that you are now a what? A PEP. I think that's what he called it. A politically exposed personality. Once you become a member of parliament, once you become a highly active political actor, you don't have to be a parliamentarian. Just your Twitter handle has got 1 million people. Huh? That is enough to trigger the fact that you are now a politically exposed personality. Which means, because of the US legislation, which was put there in the Obama years, that they are now keeping an eye on people who are politically active, not just for money, which is what the governor was speaking about, but also for political activity. And therefore, your visa is now referred to Washington. So you go there with your shemegi anapewa visa yake, anajiondokea naenda America. Wewe ni mdosi wa kutoka parliament, unaambiwa you wait. And once it goes into reference, it now joins a long queue. Sometimes you can take 3-4 months. You even give up and go and take your passport. So this is a challenge we're facing. The other thing which is stopping now, but since we are in a free country, I can speak my mind, they were beginning to use visa for their own national interest. Okay? See, I told you foreign policy is about projecting your national interest. They were beginning to use visas for their own national interest. You see? So if I don't like Honorable Kainan, naanza kumfinya. Comes ask for a visa, ambia ngojea kidogo ndugu yangu. Sorry, it's been referred. Sorry, there's a backlog. Sorry, there's this. Sorry, there's that. Before you know it, you've given up. Whatever you are going for, imepita.
Thank you,
This is
Balozi.
the fact. And I think that's it.
We'll
Diplomatic
do-
passport for people, we can talk about that.
I had promised Oundo and Muya. I'll pick Banning. Who is Banning? Kiminini? Kostirani? I am Mheshimiwa, the lady at the end, and then I'll give the honorable member for Kericho. Those are 5. So we'll have Muya 1, Oundo 2, Kiminini 3. The honorable member at the end, the ladies from, no, behind you.
Kwale.
Excuse me. Kwale?
Mombasa, sorry.
Mombasa. Yeah, you will be number 4, and we'll give 5 the distinguished lady from Kericho. I will close with the honorable architect from Kitui. Is it Central? Mwingi Central. Those are 6. Okay, number 1, Number 1, where's the mic? Muya number 1, Oundo number 2. Where's the mic? You'll distort the order. Let's start with number 1, number 2 on.
The members haven't learned the standing order, so they may not put me out of order. Thank you. Ambassador Kamau, you mentioned quite a bit of East Africa, and having served in East Africa Parliament, I have 2 questions. I'll make them brief. You talked of Kenya, or rather the community, being very proud when we shared transport through rail, East African Airlines, the common shilling, which is our 3rd pillar now in the region. Actually, we have ended our term when we have finished every bill, be it statutory bill on monetary union. So we are about to have a common currency again. I think is good information to the members. The East African shilling that we are about to have by 2024 or thereabout. My question is, the treaty hasn't been amended, at least for the time I know, since its re-establishment. 8 years back, there was an attempt to start the amendment. As a country, and a very strategic country in this block of this East Africa community, we are still struggling with the issues of consensus. You know, one minister will decide not to come, then the motion collapses. We are still struggling with the issues of remittance. You have clarified that Kenya owns its obligation 100%, that I can attest, because were it not for Kenya, even members in East Africa would have gone hungry. But you find a country which never remit for even 20 years, for even 25 years. Even ever the time the country joined the bloc, it never remit and nothing happens. We are still struggling while Kenya wishes to pay more but have more say. But because of geopolitics, you find some other countries lobbying better than Kenya so that we cannot have that treaty being amended. Now my question to you, Kenya being the big brother, and it has been misused by this big brother syndrome, why are you not having the capacity to do lobbying presently to the 6 nations, which are the neighbors, besides Congo has come on board? Why are you not having that capacity to lobby these neighbors, namely Uganda, Burundi, Tanzania, and others, so that at least we can amend this treaty so that we take the region forward? Then the second one, I have many, but I'll just do 2. How strategic are we? How strategic are we as a country? Because when you look at the organs and institutions of East Africa, most of them, be it Kaswa, Ayuswea, all the institutions, the major ones are based in Uganda, at least a few in Tanzania, while in Kenya, we only boast of LVBC. How strategic are we in lobbying these institutions? For example, are we lobbying now to have the East African Central Bank in Kenya? And if the governor was there, I would make a question of the Ministry of EADB, the East African Development Bank, which we have tried to audit or to oversight for my last term, 4.5 years, and we haven't succeeded. Who are the owners of this East African Development Bank? Thank you.
Your neighbor, Honorable Oundo.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Ambassador. I want to ask on the issue of trade. You have